We're here at Bromont to celebrate 50 years of competition here. Derek, what does it mean to have a venue like this in North America that's been here this long?
Well, I mean, as you can see from the course walk that we've been doing, this is quite a spectacular venue. Huge. I mean, the terrain here is so amazing. The site is so beautiful, and I think to bring a horse here is quite an educational experience. Gives them a great gauge as to where they are in their horse's training, and I think just also the fitness factor of being able to run up and down these hills. You're really going to know what you've got by the time you finish this course. And to me, I really enjoy designing here because the terrain is different from any other place that I design at, and so you can come up with lots of different things that you wouldn't see somewhere else.
10 minutes is the optimum time this year. Do you think anyone's going to catch it? Because no one has for quite some time.
Well, you know, you never know. and so I'll never say if I think, you know, one or two are going to do it, because you don't know. I mean, the going this year, I think, you know, should be quite good. So we'll see. And I haven't really looked to see how many speed horses we have going around here, but we get people close, but it's been quite difficult in the past few years to get the time.
It's really incredible. You know, this was a purpose-built facility 50 years ago for the Olympics, 1976. It's really incredible to have a venue that has sort of stood the test of time, and it really is a target for many of our North American combinations because it does what you just said. It prepares horses and riders for what's next, but also a lot of people, this will be their specific goal for the year, is to come jump around a course like this at Bromont. Oh
no, I mean, that's very true, and I think that we can't forget that 50 years, you think about Sue Ockenden, and it's been her mission here to provide sport at this venue to do exactly that, to be able to give horses, riders, officials a place to come, to be able to enjoy this venue, to be able to educate horses, and educate riders, educate officials, and I think without Sue, this would not happen. And so I think we all have to make sure that we understand that she is sort of the backbone behind this event.
There's no doubt about that. I mean, I think, as Derek just said, we would be lost without Sue Ockenden. We're delighted that people have come up this year. We're going to take a look around the course, see what Derek has set out for the horse and rider combinations, and we'll see if anyone can make the time.
We're here at Jump 4, which is the first water combination at the Mars Water, and first come to it and think, wow, Derek's been really nice to us this year. Thank you, Derek. Come down the hill, combination here, but you just canter right through the water and jump it, but don't. Clever with the terrain here. You have these little moguls, and sometimes it's actually harder to go through the water. It's nice that the horses get their feet wet, but you go through the water, the horses can switch off or not be concentrating that well. And then as the rider, you have to make sure you have them on your aids, and you have this lip of the water, which is very calculated in terms of how it's measured to this wedge. We'll say it was very nice. It isn't the narrowest wedge we've seen, but again, something like this that seems so easy actually can catch you out very early in the course. He does give you a black flag option, which I don't think you'd see many take here unless something went wrong. But usually you end up thinking like the lip of the water is going to be a little bit of a placing rail, and one stride till you get to number 4.
I'm here at fence 6AB. This is kind of the first combination on the 4-star long. We've got this rail here going down to our brush corner. And, I think there's some room for options here. It can walk in a pretty direct 4 strides, or you could bend out and put more of a 5 stride into this line if you want to add one more, depending on what kind of horse you're sitting on. Personally, I'm riding a bit of a greener horse this weekend, so there's still a lot of time to think about what to do here, but I'm thinking it probably will suit more to bend out and put a 5 in here. So we're gonna come about here, and then we're gonna go about here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and hopefully be about here. You might end up bending out a little bit more than that or coming in a little more. Kind of just gonna have to read how he jumps in, where I'm at. There's a chance I might end up just on that 4th stride and ride down to it. So we're just kind of have to see our horses are that day and kind of decide what's best for them.
So we're here at the 4-star long combination and 4 short actually, number 8, so fairly early on in the course. What's nice is you have this quite steep hill coming up to it and the turn, so that will help you balance your horse up without having to use your reins a lot. And you want to make sure you have this short bouncy canter and the horse is taking you forward in that canter. And I would aim for slightly right of center, and then straight 1 stride over the ditch, and then open your left rein and contain the right side and get your eye on the high part of the hedge. So important here is body position, that you can land in your own balance and not interrupt the horse's movement. Eyes up, head up, and then should be a nice 2 strides over the angle.
So here we are at fence 10AB 11. You've just come up from a great big ditch and wall through the trees, and then you're at about 3 minutes on the course here. So the horses are feeling great. They're still full of running. You're really into the meat of the course here. So you got this big wide table here to get us in to what's going to be 4 strides to this double of boathouses that, yes, it's numbered separately, so he's giving you an option to split the angles, right? So you can jump them as individuals, but really the intention that we have is to do 4 strides and then a 1 stride on the angle. So 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 4. So it's a good 4, but easily you could make it too short if you end up on the inside line there, and then that'll make this 1 very long for the horses. So you'd like to stay a little left to right over that table so you can be a sweeping forward 4. And then I'd like to be a little right to left here at this double of boathouses. That's gonna make it just that little bit snugger for my horses. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then actually right after this, there's quite a tight turn to head back up the hill. So just as a rider, I'm thinking, steady on my way out, so that I don't pull them off their feet to go back up the hill and towards the main water. But that's 10 AB and 11. Looking forward to riding it.
This is minute 3 of the course. And the horses have had a chance to come through this water once, but you're gonna jump. They take quite a big jump through here sometimes, and you'll see a few different numbers, but everybody at this point knows where the horse is at this part of the course. So I'm gonna do a little bending line here, and I've walked 1 stride so far. So it walks on quite a committed 5. You may see some that really land steep, end up bowing out and doing a little bit of a 6, but this is a boldness question followed by an accuracy question, and of course Derek's not done. You then have a nice curving, what appears to be 3 strides to this corner, and if you chicken out, you end up adding a lot of time penalties going all the way long. So hopefully you've made this quite easy and direct, but if you have a glance off here or you end up having to go to your plan B or C, you do have an option to go long and around, but that means you're going to pull out to the left, turn yourself all the way back around, jumping this wedge, coming back towards where you came, and then you have to hook around. Not only does it add a lot of time to your course, it takes a lot more out of the horse in the end of the day.
We've just had a nice long gallop across the field. We're a little more than halfway around. We've already done a fair bit of stuff, so you should really know where your horses are at, whether you're having to, say, woo, easy, because they're really keen, or, oh no, you're okay, because they're a little backed off, or they're perfect, and you're just enjoying the ride, and that's what we all hope. And so to me, this is a little bit like slalom skiing down here. You've got a nice rail landing on ground that's going away a bit, a turn down a hill, a turn down a hill to 2 skinnies. So it is kind of like slalom skiing, except instead of you want to go right over the jumps, not around them, is our goal. So this is placed so nicely, and it's very inviting. It leans away from the horses, encouraging a good jump. We have a responsibility as riders just to sit up.
Good morning and welcome to Cross Country Day at Mars Bromont. We're celebrating 50 years of eventing here at this incredible venue, and it's been a true celebration all weekend. We will kick off the action with the 4-star long, and unfortunately we've gotten word that overnight leaders Sharon White and Class 63 have had to withdraw. Isabel Bosley and Connor now lead the way on a 32.4, with Lauren Nicholson in Landmarks Jungle Gold and Lynn Szymanski in Bounce 6 tied for second on a 33. It's about 64 degrees and a bit rainy outside. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm joined by Sarah Kozenblick. Sarah, we're in for an exciting day of competition here. You had another walk around this morning. How's it looking out there?
Annie, it's looking absolutely fabulous. Quite frankly, we've only had a bit of drizzling rain that started, I don't know, I must have seen it about 5 o'clock, but I walked around the cross-country course at 6, and it was no more than what you're looking at right now going on, and the ground is fantastic. And as you are well aware of, but people might not know at home, riders really do prefer to have overcast conditions. It's much easier not to deal with the shadows.
Yeah, we just see horses warming up there. Our first horse out of the box this morning will be one of the fastest in the field. That is Caroline Pamuchu in HSH double 16. They're tied for 8th currently on a 35.5. This horse is second fastest horse on our speed ratings from Eck Ratings. He's a 11-year-old thoroughbred gelding owned by this double 16 partnership. And I think the riders couldn't ask for a better pathfinder than Caroline.
Oh, absolutely. And Caroline, as I said yesterday, is absolutely on fire. She's been riding super all year. She's always been a fantastic rider, but I have honestly been very, very, very impressed, especially with her this season.
And she's out of the start box. Again, kicking us off here is HSH Double 16 and Caroline Pamuccio.
And you also want to play to your horse's strengths. And this is obviously a very good cross-country horse. And its weaker link is the show jumping. And so for Caroline, she did a great job in the show and the dressage. And now she hopefully will cruise around here as close to the time as she can. And that'll give her a little bit more of a buffer going into tomorrow's show jumping class.
I was talking to some of the riders. We've been talking to the riders all weekend about sort of what Derek has set forward. It feels like this first few minutes, he's been maybe a bit kinder at this first water, which Caroline will be at in just a moment.
Yes, I mean you've got to be a bit careful with Derek because sometimes things can look like they're easier than they have been and not ride easier. But I completely agree. I feel the entire course when I had a look at the 4-star was really he'd made a few tweaks all the way around the course, and I think they look really lovely. But Bromont is always hard, so fabulous. I do think that those brush chevrons were, then obviously she looked beautiful through there, but I think they will ride much better historically than what's been there in the past. We've had boxes there that really didn't ride great. And I think the last year we had rails, like those triple bar narrow rails, and I think this is going to ride quite a bit better.
So she's about to come up to the first combination on course here. This rails down to an angled brush. Looks like a angled brush, but it's really a corner.
Wow, lovely.
Super shot through there.
You've got to be a bit careful on this first field, and as you know, I think sometimes you have to ride the line is far more important than the stride and the balance there. You might have walked something that doesn't quite work out the way you thought it was going to, and really a good person to watch there is someone like Jess Phoenix, who might come around and do 4, she might do 5, she might do 6. Like she really is being patient and making sure that the horses understand where they are, because the ground here, you can't really tell so much on video. But the ground here is very interesting. And, you had glaciers coming through here so many years ago, but you can kind of be falling away in bits. And Derek's been very clever on where he's placing these jumps.
So here she comes up to the part question, the rail ditch to the angled brush.
Great shot in. Super. Super. Well, she made that look a lot easier than it is, folks. You come up a very steep hill there, and then you come around straight downhill over some upright rails, and she just was beautifully balanced. The horse was delighted with where she was, and I mean, you're not going to see that any better all day.
And this really is, I had a chance to walk around with Derek and Jay the other day, and really they are so smart in where they place things for the terrain, but also, the course here, it's all about climbing. Actually, the coffin question there is really actually like the lowest point on the course, since they just keep climbing and climbing and climbing.
Yep. Yep. Really, when you're coming out of the main arena and going up that big pole to the water up there, that's when you start to feel it a bit.
She just went through, we just saw her through 10 AB 11.
Oh, good on her. She is pretty bloody fast, Annie. She is
right there.
And in a beautiful way. She's smooth. I mean, smooth as fast as we know, but this horse looks really good.
Yeah, right there. That's about the 3rd minute of the course. Here she comes back to Mars Sustainability Bay. It's fence 13.
Yeah, I thought that might be 6 there. Yep. And then you really have to motor a tiny bit. With the way this horse likes to kind of land that makes a lot of sense for that horse. And I thought she was very smart to let the horse find its feet. I mean, one of the worst things we can do in those situations is press them when they just need to find their balance. And then she knew, because she had put 6 in there, she knew she needed to put her leg on in the 3. And that's just why we're all out there walking the course, and we need to know our horses, and we need to measure the distances and have an idea. But, best laid plans. You have to ride what happens underneath you.
He is still looking quite fresh. And again, I mean, this horse he's a winner at the 4-star short level and thoroughbred. She will be happily sat on a course like this.
Yeah, 100%. And he looks But he hasn't even done anything so far. So that is really lovely. And, you know, as we said, you keep climbing in a bit, and she's going to come down to this bank combination here into the main arena and then up the big pole. But the ground is fast today. You can see she's right on top of this ground. Looks like it's starting to rain a little bit more, but
there she lovely
super.
through there, and she will now head into the arena, and we'll see that iconic Bromont sign here where we're celebrating again 50 years of eventing. It's been 50 years since the 1976 Montreal Olympics, which is pretty unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. The only continuous Olympic site.
Next out of the box, we have Katie Lichten and HTS Jensen R. This pair come forward on a 34.8. He's a 10-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Katie. Back with Caroline in the arena.
So this walked as a very forward 3. I think you could do, yeah. I think you could swing out and do 4. That's what I was thinking, because I walked that and I thought, again, it depends on your horse. I wouldn't be totally surprised if we didn't see Waylon whip down there in 3, but we'll still see.
Now she is going up. She's going to make the pull up to that final water, what they call the track. We'll catch up here with Katie in just a second. It's great to see so many. You see some people wandering around there. Here is Katie, HTS Jensen R.
That is a very big table, by the way. just going to mention that. Going down a hill, it's a very big table. Yeah, so she did do the 4. She hit the flag on the side there. Caroline went down there in 5, just feeling it. And that flag penalty will show up on the scoreboard, but then be evaluated, in my opinion. And it's hard to see from one angle. That horse did make an honest effort to jump the jump, and I doubt that will be a flag penalty.
Yeah, and you'll see there'll be cameras out there so that the ground jury can review them. And thankfully, you and I don't have to make that call.
Yes, thankfully. But I just don't want anyone, if you're checking up on scores, to think that that's the be-all and end-all. They do have to. It's the rule that they have to put it up there and then review it, because it can be a bit nerve-wracking when you see it.
The stunning venue here. I mean, this site is, you know, it was obviously purpose-built for the 1976 games, but it is really, really beautiful and such good terrain. We've just missed her going through the park question there, but she is motoring on down. Ears pricked. He looks quite happy to be out and about.
Yeah, and that's historically quite a wet section of the course, so it's really, you can tell that how good the ground is right now, that she is completely on top of the ground there. And not in a way that, the horses aren't going into it a tiny bit. You don't want to be galloping on firm ground. That breaks horses down much more than galloping in mud. But that is one section that can get a bit boggy, and the reason I bring that up is to the right of that is one of the last important combinations on the course. And that horses can be quite tired when they get to that section of the course, and it's nice that it's not boggy right now.
Yeah. Here we have Katie coming up to this next question. Angled cabins.
Beautiful.
And Derek was nice there. That second cabin is actually separately numbered as 11. So if you did have sort of a fiddly jump, or you felt like you needed to sort of jump them individually, you can with no penalties.
Well, the horses seem to read that very, very well. That was beautiful. Look at his ears pricked, like just very happy in his job. It's just lovely to see, isn't it?
Coming back to Mars Sustainability Bay.
Yeah. Good boy. good girl, staying tall and staying on the line and keeping a light feel there, because again, I think she was intending to hopefully get the 5 across there, and it's just not how it's riding today. Any given Saturday. Just gave him a little pat, good girl. But when that happens and you get a little bit deep on the into a combination, when the out is a bit open, that actually makes the distance much longer. And she used all of her experience. She rode very, very well there. She just sat up and she kept a feel and put her leg on, and wow, does he trust her, because that was a bit of a gap to that corner.
Good forward ride there.
Yeah. Now she's got to get back onto the rhythm, which she's easily done.
And it seems like this field can be a bit distracting for them because they've got the warm up to the right. They've got the, there's just a lot more sort of going on in this section. So I sometimes feel like horses sort of are looking around a little bit more than they are in other spots.
Yeah, for sure. I think the division that it tends to get a little bit is the 2-star class, and not just because it is I guess there is a cabin turned to an angled hedge there in the 2-star later, but not just because of the things you're talking about, but also because it's at the end of the course and people get pretty excited that they're almost home. And that's where it can be. If you're going to be riding the 2-star later today, don't take that bit for granted.
See some spectators out here on this gorgeous day. So we catch back up with Katie as she heads into the arena.
Oh, we get to have a look at our 50 fence here. Yep. So we've always had the keyframe thing there, but they added a 5 next to it, which is absolutely so cute. So let's see what she does here. Oh, she does 3. Good girl. Big striding horse, this, Annie.
Yeah, this horse is lovely. All right, so we have a score in for Caroline Pamucciu and HSH 16. They were quick, home in 10 minutes, 10 seconds. So they're just picking up 4 penalties to add to their score. So they will finish the day on a 39.5.
Well, the ground is fast today, but I will say that's probably one of the fastest rides I've seen in the 4-star long in the past 10 years.
And here is our actual fastest rider and horse in this combination. This is Waylon Roberts and Fernhill Salt Lake. This is a 11.
Fabulous ride there. Sorry, Annie, that was fabulous. I don't know if you guys saw that, but he came around the side there, hit that 6A absolutely square on, and then rode forward and turned and could not have ridden that better in 4. That was beautiful.
So again, this is Waylon Roberts and Fernhill Salt Lake coming forward on a 35.5. This 11-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Waylon of Canada. And we know that this pair are speedy based on their past runs together.
I love how this thing studies the jump, though. That was quite interesting. I mean, Waylon knows him really well, but if he gets quite a bit of body height in the beginning of the course here that you would not expect on a speedy horse, to be honest with you. But Waylon knew that was happening. Oh, yep. It's just being a little, yeah, he's on it. Good job, Waylon. Yep.
Super ride through there for Waylon. He is a master.
Is this horse's first 4-star long?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, it doesn't look like it's just starting off just a little bit peaky, and Waylon is doing a super job. He's sort of dragging him past the distance just a tiny bit. And Waylon's just staying centered and staying balanced and getting all that sorted. So, and historically on the great things, the beautiful things about Derek DeGrazia's courses is that when they're ridden properly like Waylon is going to ride it, the horses do get better and better and better as they go along the course. The horses do build confidence, but he doesn't mess around in the beginning. I'll say that, you don't come out on a Derek course and have it build. It builds. It's right there from the beginning, and you get tiny bits of breaks in there, but it's a serious track.
Here he is at 10-11.
They are really reading that. That's beautiful.
Lovely shot through there. We had Waylon on our course walk that distance for us, and he rode it just like he said he would.
Yeah.
Coming up to this big rail.
The body height this horse is getting today,
Yeah.
Annie. Did you see that with that hind? I mean, whew.
So Waylon brave with no gloves in a rainy day.
Yeah, a lot of boys. That's a boy thing. Yeah, he was saying, I'm doing 5, screw it. Yep, that made the 3 way better on the way out. And he knew that about the whole thing. And quite frankly, I think he could have been in a bit of trouble if he didn't get that done the way he did, just because of how high the horse is going. And so if he'd been that high over the chevron, he would have had to have a Katie. I mean, Katie did a great job, but it would have been a bit like that, maybe a tiny bit worse. And so he was right on to do that.
He's just made a big pull up, and he is now sort of in this closer field to the arena.
Quite interesting the turn. Yeah, and I don't blame him. Quite interesting the turn that he did there, because the horse had a little bit of a peak at, just, talking from educational purposes. Horse had a bit of a peak at the ditch and brush or ditch and wall that you had after the coffin. And so he decided not to take a chance on that angle ditch and hedge there. And I think he was quite right. So even though Waylon is he's showing all of his experience here and he is a fast rider, he's going to take a second with this horse and make sure that this horse has the time to study what he needs to study. And that is what he's doing. He's no fool.
Well, and honestly, job one is to jump all the jumps and not have any silly mistakes. And so, and again, this horse is first four long. And as you say, Waylon will have a plan with this horse. Give him a great run. Fill him full of confidence.
I mean, he won't be slow, and now he's starting to get a little closer to the jump. So that I'm sure that's making Waylon feel better.
Settling in a bit more.
Yeah. Well, they're already big jumps, Annie. Like, we don't need to be another 3 feet over them.
You don't need to be extravagant.
Yeah. I don't know. It is Pride Month, so maybe a little bit of extravagance is not a bad thing. Good job. So I would expect him to come right across there like Katie Lichten did in the 3.
Here's another speedy rider. This is Arden Wilderson and Sunday Times here at the First Water. Super shot.
The fastest through there for sure.
This combination does not hang about. It's a lovely partnership. They did their first FEI together 10 years ago. And lovely Irish sport horse gelding. They come forward on a 43.3.
I love watching these two.
Me too. It is so much fun. There's so much trust. They know each other so well.
Yeah, you're going to see that, and I don't disagree with what she did there too. It's sort of a bit like Caroline. You're going to see 4 there, you're going to see 5 there, and I thought she rode that exactly correctly for that moment in the course and for her horse.
So the lovely Sunday Times is 19 years young, and it's such a testament to Arden's program and all the care and everything that these horses receive, because he still looks so fit and happy and ready to do the job today.
No, absolutely. Oh, okay. Good girl. Good girl. Great shot, man. Whew.
Never a question.
Oh, I said Caroline was going to be the best one through there, but I don't know. That was pretty perfect. Good job, Arden.
So we have a time in for Katie Lichten and HTS Jensen R. They come home in 10 minutes, 38 seconds, picking up 15.2 time penalties. They will finish the day on a 50. I think she'll be delighted with that. Of
course she will be.
And that was this combination's first 4 long as well. So super ride for them.
Wow. Congratulations, Katie. Super shot over that ditch and wall.
We'll see them come back to this water in just a moment. Oh, I've got the angled cabins first. Straight as a die. That Mars sign, Jay and the team here, they do such an incredible job with the decorations and building of everything. It really is stunning, and we're so lucky to have such an incredible team of course designers and builders here at Bromont.
Oh, for sure. We've had Dylan Barry here forever too. I mean, his father Peter has been such a huge supporter of Bromont for so long, and the Canadian team. Yep. See, this is what I mean. I mean that they know each other so well, and she's just jumping in there. She's not thinking so much about, I'm going to tell you to go this way or that way. She's just going, and that's a little bit different than what you saw with Katie and also with Waylon, because Waylon's like, nope, I'm going to put you here because this is going to make it better for you. And Arden was like, I'm actually going to stay out of your way and ride the rhythm and the balance because that's better for you. And this is watching the differences in the horse and rider combinations, and it's a really beautiful thing to see. Super. I mean,
these two just hunt the jumps, and I just absolutely love watching them. They're so much fun.
Yeah. Well, and she has like, well, I mean, all of us do, but she has such an appreciation for the horse and such a love for the horse too. And like, she knows his strengths and his weaknesses. And so it's never a, oh gosh, I didn't have the 20 in dressage, it's not a good enough horse. You're never going to get that. She's going, well, look how amazing he is. He does all this stuff. And horses feel that, the energy that people bring to their daily work is so very important.
These two did their first 5-star at Kentucky last year. Super there through there.
Arden's pretty speedy, Annie.
Yes. She is pretty speedy.
I don't want to jinx anything, but this is pretty speedy.
I
right
mean,
now.
they are the 4th speediest combination on our ratings from EquRatings, so not a surprise. Next out of the box, we have Briggs Surratt and the Super Pony Couture. This is a 13-year-old thoroughbred Holsteiner mare owned by Briggs and Rick Wallace. Pair come forward on a 43.1. This will be their second furlong.
So Briggs out there walking the course early this morning as well. And we've this little pony is a super jumper, and they're a fun combination to watch. This will be a very big test, but as it is for all of us, we don't come to Bromont to mince about. We're coming here to jump a proper course and develop our horses for the future.
That's exactly right. They jumped around the furlong last year at Rebecca Farm in Kalispell, Montana.
What a beautiful event that is. We're so lucky in North America with the quality of competitions that we have, and we need to do our best to help and promote all of the venues that we have, because I don't think sometimes any that we quite realize how lucky we are and to have, and they're all a bit different, and you might aim certain horses for certain things. So hey, this is the best pathway for my horse to try to get to this event, and this is a better pathway for that one to try to do a 5-star versus a 4-star versus, we have so many options in North America.
That's exactly right.
And this is definitely the option when you're trying to do a 5-star.
There. So have a time in for Waylon Roberts, which I think we're going to get this checked because it says they're home in 11 minutes and 27 seconds.
I think I heard that there was I think I heard that there might have been a second, a 20 that they don't show there on this cross country scoring. Yeah. But we don't know yet, so we're not going to say, but I think I heard that.
But he is home, and we'll bring you news of that as soon as we have it. We catch back up here with Briggs and Couture, known as Hottie to her friends.
So you'll see there, he did a little wiggle there from the ditch to the hedge, and that was simply because she is such a little mare, and he jumped over those rails very well, got the one stride very well, and thought, well, if I just put a little wiggle in here, I'm not asking her to overextend herself across that angle in two, and I think that was a very smart move.
No doubt, and he will have walked this course sort of with her specific stride in mind, just as all of you riders will have done.
Yep.
But he does have to think about it slightly differently, just based on her petite size.
Oh, yeah, and quite frankly, Lucinda Fredericks had to do that quite a bit with her little chestnut mare that she won everything on, because you'd often see her do all these little wiggles in the sunken road or in the and things like that, and that's just how it was going to work for that particular combination.
So looks like Arden is just through. She's on the back side of there, so she will have just been through 23 ABC. Yeah, so unfortunately we are showing that Waylon and Fernhill Salt Lake picked up a 20 at 23B, which again, we were saying that is sort of one of the last really big questions on the course, and it's the ditch and rails to corner. So B would be the corner element of that. So we see Briggs and...
What a shame, because Waylon was doing his usual super job, and you see Briggs taking advantage of that. What Derek gave that option there, which was very, very smart. Probably getting across that distance today wasn't what Briggs wanted to ask, and I think that was a wise and educated move on his part.
Her little ears are pricked, and she is adorable. They come down back to Mars Sustainability Bay. This time it's fence number 13. See what line he rides here in the stride.
Super. Super. I mean, I had to reach for that obviously on the way out, but quite frankly, that 6 was, he rode that very well.
Just coming up after that big pull there.
One of the things I must think would be very, very tricky on riding a horse, I mean, I would find it very difficult, is how little the neck is on this and where your body needs to be centered wise. You see how short the neck is on that thing, and sorry, the thing, that beautiful, but it's very, see where Briggs is in balance and he's centered, but do you see how like there's how very little there is in front of him, and that is really hard to stay centered in your core like that. Even though Briggs is not a huge guy or anything, I think Karen O'Connor famously did it with beautifully with Teddy O'Connor, but Karen is quite a bit smaller, and this is not an easy thing to do. Plus, Karen is just a freak. She's a freak.
She's Karen.
She is just, I'd have to say, it's one of my favorite rounds to have watched. I think her on that and Mr. Davidson, little tricky one year.
Go to the chevron.
And got that for there. Well done. This little pony is getting better and better as well. Like I think he was very smart, Annie, to be a little bit, give it a second in the beginning. I think if you had done a bit too bold out the gate, you would have scared her, and that's not fair. Like I'm actually getting better and better as she goes along, and she was good in the beginning.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think he's been smart about that.
Through the 50.
Yeah, well done.
And see all of our sponsor logos there. A huge thank you to all of our sponsors here this weekend. We could not have this competition without the support, especially Mars Equestrian. But there are so many.
Yeah, that's a bit of a shame. Maybe just actually got there a little sooner than he thought he was going to get there. He was planning on doing 4, but I was noticing how much the pony's stride had been opening up. Like when he came down, I think he might be retiring. Okay. When he came down, that's a shame. He's like, well done, Briggs, quite frankly. Good job. He might be feeling something that we don't know about either, and much better off to do that. But, when he came down the hill there, that mare's stride was really opening up. And look how good she still looks. I mean, that must have been his plan that, hey, if it's not quite, if I don't have something happen and I want to pull up, then that's a very smart and horseman thing to do. What a shame, though, because I honestly think just wiggled out a bit, just it got across the distance a little bit more than he thought.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, she looked super everywhere. I'm always so impressed when I see this combination. And that's about 5 minutes into the course, so
good for him.
4 short.
Quite frankly, good for him. That's a serious track. And, he might be, that's a very good point to have brought up, actually, Annie. He may be going, well, I got this far along. It was an incredible school. Now I can go to Montana because I haven't done too much.
Exactly.
Go back out there, do that again, and tick that 4-star long.
See some of the riders out walking one of the courses for later. I love that people are here in the rain.
I know, watching.
It's not too rainy, but still in the rain. Got their wellies and hats and everything else that they need. We see warming up there. That is Jenny Brannigan and F.E. Connery. Interestingly, so Sarah, our next out of the box was meant to be Sharon and Klaus, and unfortunately, we got word this morning that they would not be coming forward. Unfortunately, she
just devastating.
Yeah, unbelievably. She posted just a bit ago, during a jump school yesterday, her knee gave out, and she did everything she could to get right. But it's safest and best for her and her horses to unfortunately not come forward.
You cannot come around here without being 100. I mean, it's just too. That's again Sharon showing her class, horsemanship, and experience, because that was I know that would have been a very, very hard call to make today, but it is 100% the right call.
There's no doubt. But we'll get Sharon mended up, and we will see her and her lovely string of horses out again soon.
Well, and no one does more to make sure that she's fit and ready. And, she really takes her personal fitness and her health very, very seriously. And as you must, if you want to have any longevity in this sport and to be able to give your horses the very best that you can is our responsibility.
Absolutely. So we see Jenny Brannigan there with Effie Connery. It's a 14-year-old Holsteiner gelding owned by Jenny and the Gardners. Again, Tim and Nina, wonderful supporters of our sport, and hopefully they are tuned in. This pair come forward on a 36.0, and away they go. We have a time in for Arden Wilderson and Sunday Times. Home in 10 minutes, 8 seconds. Picking up just 3.2 time. They are now second in the clubhouse on a 46.5, and that may be the speediest we see all day.
I would expect that to be the speediest that we see. Well done, Arden. Congratulations. We are so excited for you, and we're so grateful to your family for all the support that they always bring to the table, especially to Bromont Rising. So that is so well deserved, and congratulations.
It's unbelievable. So, Sarah, we have not had anyone make the time here in the last 4 years. And, it's rare to do it. So, in 2019, we had a few people do it. And there's been a smattering before that, but it is rare.
I did just have a note from Elisa Wallace saying, and I didn't see it, saying that she bred Hottie.
Yes.
she wanted to say, hey, make sure you say that. I was like, oh, yes. I love that, keeping it all in the family.
I was just going to say a full family affair with those guys. Jenny and Connery. Jenny is no stranger to speed either. She gallops racehorses, ridden some, steeplechase races, but great to see her here with the lovely Connery.
Now she planned 5 there, and again, it's knowing what is going to be best for each horse. As you well said, Annie, she's a very speedy rider, a smooth rider, an exceptionally good cross country rider. In all 3 phases, quite frankly, she's brilliant, and she can ride a wide variety of horses. I mean, it couldn't be more different than Cambalda. So that she just wanted the horse to wait for her a tiny bit there, so she could shape that turn. And once again, sometimes taking a little bit more time in the beginning, especially she's been to Bromont many times, especially in that section of the course is very smart. And, Derek puts those open rail oxers there. And for the 3-star, he has a lovely triple bar to put shape back into the horses, let them see these before they come down the hill. The same type of, just really does help horses to do that, because everything before this has been solid tables and hedges. And so that's why he has those open rail oxers there, just to be like, hey, guys, we're about to do this, figure it out, study it, so they don't maybe have a moment where they jump a little low in front. And that was beautiful, Jenny, but I expected that. Well done.
This combination have been on the podium twice at this level, at Kalispell and at Montana last year, and also at Galway in 2024.
Well, and is owned by the fantastic Gardners. So we're very sad not to see them this week, but I know that they'll be watching on the live stream, and so grateful to have all the people that have gone into making this live stream possible. And it's just a wonderful thing to showcase this incredible event globally.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of those things people have always heard about Bromont. If you haven't actually made the trip, I know last year we had viewers from all over, and they said, wow, that's some venue. So it really is great to be able to show this stunning place off, and, top level sport, and, all thanks to a huge team of people that make it happen, but especially Sue Ockenden.
I'm interested to see her plan here. No, she's going to do 6. Yeah. She wanted to ride forward in the 6 there so she could make the 3 done easier, right? That was such an unbelievable ride. So she was a little as quiet as she could coming in, swung out a little bit and boxed it early. When I mean boxed, I mean slowed it down so she could ride up to that hedge, because the thing that made that hard to get across in 3 is when you were a little bit underneath the hedge on the way out. So she swung out so she could gallop the hedge, and then the 3 was right there. That was just a Masterclass of cross-country riding for everyone. That was clever on that horse's part there. I love it when they can have a little study and a little like trot step there. Well, and the other thing about coming to Bromont is the event itself is stunning. It's one of the most beautiful places on earth. But if you're dragging along anybody that's not not horsey, they will enjoy coming and seeing this, but they will also really love the town. It's got so many lovely restaurants, and there's biking, there's hiking, there's spas, there's lovely shops. Like, it has a real European feel, and the food is fantastic.
It's unbelievable. We are so lucky.
Ooh. Very good, Jenny, because she got dragged a little bit to the right of where she wanted to be there on jumping that cabin, and she just straightened herself right back up. That was very well done. The big vast difference. There's so many differences, obviously, with the speed and everything, but the vast thing with difference between cross country and show jumping riding, though, is the terrain. So we have our best laid plans, but we do have to ride what's underneath us on the day, and we have to change our positions quite a bit more, following the way that the drops and the things like that, and we have to allow the horses there next as a lot more. We have to be able to slip our reins. That was well done, Jenny. Lovely across there in 3. And now she's flying up here. I don't think you'll see that 3 done any better all day. And it looks like we have Lauren Nicholson out.
We do.
Our past winner.
Yes, former winner last year on Larcotte C. This year she comes forward on Landmark's Jungle's Gold. It's an 11-year-old Holsteiner Irish sport horse gelding owned by Miss Jackie Mars. This pair come forward. They are tied for second currently on a 33.0. Lauren is one of the riders that always has Bromont as a target on her calendar. And again, she took the win in the 4-long here last year. This is our most reliable cross-country horse in the field based on EquiRatings data.
Cool.
Knows Richie at home.
Good girl. She did that very well. She got down there very easily in the 4 and right down the middle. I mean, right in the middle of that corner. Well done.
Back with Jenny here.
Jenny is not hanging about now. She took it as she needed to give the horse a minute in the beginning. Good girl. Yeah, she needed to give the horse a minute in the beginning, and now she's like right where, because the other thing is too, especially these lovely thoroughbreds, they can start with, they're so fit and they're so ready, they can almost be a little bit keen, and you have to let that settle for a second. But the thing on the flip side is you can also gallop up that hill and get cruising.
Exactly.
Which is really fun. Jenny's going to be pretty fast, Danny. Well, it stood off that angle of brush a tiny bit,
yes.
But that was that's still very, very good.
Cruising down there, should go to that ditch and wall at the end. The ground looks like it is perfect out there. As you were saying earlier, that is the part of the course that sort of gets the wettest and sort of most holding, but it looks like they're staying right on top of it.
No, it's good. I mean, it's very fast ground, and some of the best ground I've seen at Bromont.
Jenny coming over to that. Let's catch back up with Lauren. I mean, that just gives you a sense. Look at the mountains in the distance there. I mean, it is a stunning venue to walk around. It's just picturesque. Lauren here at 10.
Yeah. Well done, Lauren. They are loving that combination. They're really reading it. It's been beautiful all morning.
She comes back down to Mars Sustainability Bay. I also think it's nice when Derek you go through this water the first time, you let them get their feet wet before you're jumping into water here.
Super. Those two really know each other. That was very, very well done. I especially loved exactly where her body was all the way through that. That was, you allowed the neck where she needed to allow the neck, stayed very centered, stayed very balanced and very light. Like that was very classy. And she does she does have to put a little bit of leg on this chap. I think that came a little bit from the looking at the ditch at the coffin there, but it is a big jump and it's on an angle and you have to turn into it. And so I love seeing that, staying a little bit balanced and soft, and then you see that leg just wrap around there. That was very good as well.
It's also Lauren's birthday today.
Oh, is it? Oh, she was spawned. Lauren was spawned today. Happy birthday, Lauren.
It is. We've just unfortunately getting word that Jenny Brannigan and Effie Connery have parted company very late on the course at fence 25B. It's a table sort of on their way home.
What a shame, because she was looking absolutely fantastic, and that is only two. It's only two more jumps off of that, Annie. Oh,
we will get you word as soon as we have any other news.
Oh, I did hear a little bit there that both horse and rider are up and okay, so thank goodness. Oh my gosh, that just makes me. All right, as Lauren comes around to the 3 stride here. Fabulous. This horse is going very, very well. And I don't know if you saw that, you probably did, Annie, but where that horse came on that line was about, I would say, a good two feet inside of where most people were walking. And I think that she just sort of curled around there very well and made that 3 just a bit easier to get to, because you're coming off of that left turn, which is she's trying to either convince you to not come back in, like swing way out and make it more direct, or he's trying to make it hard for you to get across there on the bend. But she was able to do that. And I think, as Bettina was saying the other day, that's where your dressage training comes in, because if you're able to kind of continuously ride on that nice half circle like that, then you're able to stay on the line that you want a bit easier.
Here is Chesterland's Brown Sugar and Natalia Naneman. It's 11-year-old thoroughbred Irish sport horse mare. Comes forward on a 42.6. This horse is owned by Noble Knights Equines and Eileen Galustian and Natalia herself.
A very nice ride through there too for Natalia. And I was saying earlier that so we watched Lauren come through here, but
it's the first time we're seeing this sort of the last water on course.
Yeah. Very, very good. That's quite an open 2 after there, and the 3 star, it's an open 3. And but Natalia, I know I said earlier in the commentary that you're going to see all different numbers down there. So you might see Jess. I love watching. I tell my girls to watch Jess a lot with on that sort of thing, feeling the line and not necessarily going on the stride. And she'll do all different things. So we saw 6 there, but that was the right thing. And 3 there, right? Like, it's just finding your way in and around that and just giving you a nice good pat there. I mean, how clever was that? The horse jumped super. Natalia stayed centered. It's just feeling where you are.
I love this shot of them galloping away. We're gonna. The team here has the course looking immaculate between the fence designs, the mowing, everything that they've done to sort of put everything into place here. It is absolutely unreal.
Yes. And they're prepared for so many different eventualities. Now, I thought that was an incredibly clever ride by Natalia, because for her to get down that 4 the way she wanted to, she needed to be slightly open into that table, and she was. And she got that done really, really well. And you saw her sit up and allow the horse's neck going down through there as well, which is so, so, so important. Horses really need to be able to use their neck going up and down this terrain, and you've got to find yourself in the right balance, and you give them the freedom to be able to find their balance as well. Okay, so
Going
Natalia
for the
definitely
option.
planned on doing that. Because she did 8 across there, and I think she knew that that 3 was, or that that 3 was going to be a little bit too tough of an ask today, and I totally agree with her. That was very, very well ridden, and that's why these options are in here to give the riders what the best laid plans for their particular horse on the Saturday.
Well, and this is this combination's first 4-star long. So again, she will be thinking about the development of the horse. And as you said, any given Saturday.
And sometimes you just don't feel it, Annie. You know, like I always say that to my gang too, but like sometimes you just don't feel it. You're walking around there and you're like, I don't think this is the right thing. And that's why those options are there. And when you're talking about the amount of work that goes into this, like it's unbelievable. The course, the jump construction and design, when people talk about safety in our sport, that is a massive, massive piece of it. How they decorate the jumps, how they shape the jumps, what they're, as I always like to refer to, a conversation I had a long time ago with Eric Bull, where he would just say, you know what makes things safe? Lots of brush. So I totally agree with that. And so you'll see that we do have some frangible fences out there, but there's a whole lot of other things that are going in where they're placing the jumps, where they have the decorations of the jumps, and why we use brush.
You know, there's, I think they've used frangible in every single fence that they can. I think there's like 19 to 20 fences out there across the combinations. Even Derek the other day was saying one of the combinations towards the end of this course, he put a little brush in between the lines. They kind of have to, they have to go out a little bit. And he said, that's not just me being a pain. He said, I don't want them on a direct line because then they will catch it at a wrong angle, and that's not safe.
Yeah, then that's what they do. I mean, they're always thinking about that. Well, and honestly, he did that in the 3-star as well, not with a brush there, but with a slightly shorter distance off of a bend. And again, he's just trying to go, hey, guys, balance yourself a little bit here. Don't get too greedy at the end. What a good ride. Good girl. That was very, very, very well done. So I think, honestly, I think that was really well done. I thought that was impressive.
So I have a time in for Lauren Nicholson and Landmark Jungles Gold. Come home in 10 minutes, 32 seconds, just picking up 12.8 time. He will finish the day on a 45.8.
Super. Good for her.
I think they'll be delighted. This is that horse's only his second long. His first one was at Schoon Palace last year. And
that is fantastic. Yeah. Congratulations. Looks like, unfortunately, it looks like Ms. Balbosles has missed the corner here.
She was she was
the clubhouse leader.
She was the clubhouse leader going into the cross country. Again, this is this pair's first season at 4-star. And, I got a chance to talk with Izzy a few weeks ago. And, one of the things, they had a super run, top 10 at Kentucky in the 4-star short there. Connor is very bold. And he thinks he knows a lot. And so there's a lot of conversations. And she felt, like the crowds and sort of the roping and everything, that atmosphere that brings at Kentucky sort of backed him off in a really nice way. Mm-hmm. But she will be looking to get this course done. And I love watching this combination.
She's a fantastic talent and a really exciting for Team USA. But I honestly, I feel that first field is hard. I know I mentioned that earlier. It is a little bit hard. And, that's why I see a lot of people taking an extra second there. Super good shot. Yep. Because they're either just a bit fresher the way that ground goes, and you don't necessarily have exactly the same thing that you would think you would normally, and it's deceptive, this ground. If you've ever gone for a run on this ground, it's different than walking on this ground. If you've ridden on this ground, it is deceptive.
Connor is a 9-year-old Oldenburg gelding owned by Karen Martin. He's been a big supporter of Izzy's for a while. They were on a 32.5 after the first phase. Again, huge talent for the U.S. They, of course, won the 3 long at the Mars, Maryland last year. In a very competitive class there.
Oh, my goodness. And what a beautiful course that was. It was really fun to watch her there. Fabulous. Good girl.
Great shot through there.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're just joining us, we are underway with the 4-star long here at Mars Bromont. Clubhouse leader at the moment is Caroline Pamuccio in HSH double 16 on a 39.5. Fastest round of the day, though, so far goes to Arden Wildison in Sunday Times. They come home in 10 minutes, 8 seconds, just picking up 3.2 time penalties as we have Isabel Bosley and Connor at the Mars Sustainability Bay.
Wow, good girl. I can see what you meant about this horse being bold, but it was really lovely to watch her body control there, rein length, everything. I mean, this doesn't come from nowhere. Of course, she's a talented girl, but she's also been in a fantastic program for a very long time and taken that extremely seriously, working with Philip Dutton, who helps so many of our ride. I mean, we're incredibly lucky, and he's very free with his time. He didn't go and have a lesson with him at any point, and we're just so very lucky to have him.
She was with Lillian as well before she based with Philip, so she's come up through some incredible riders.
Another excellent start. I mean, it's just one of the hardest things I think sometimes nowadays is being able to have the good solid basics and the people that will take you in to teach you all of that, and then only with that do you have something you can build on.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I mean, Izzy grew up in a horsey family. Her family is part of racing in Maryland, so steeplechase racing. So she grew up fox hunting, riding racehorses. Again, she's got a really incredible base, but she's had some.
That was hilarious. I think he thought he might be jumping that table, and I think as he was going, I'm going to use this table to slow him down. So that'll get him, which is very funny. We do that sometimes on these strong horses. Yeah, he's still being very strong here. Good girl. Yeah, well done. And did you see how that horse ate up that? I mean, she wiggled off a bit there to the right on purpose, right? Because otherwise she was absolutely going to get there in 3.5. And she's not a small girl, right? Like, she's a tall girl, tall. And it's a lot like she's having to use all of her leverage here with her body. And anyone that's scalloped racehorses, which Izzy obviously has, he knows that the worst thing you can do is to start just hanging on a horse, because it'll drag you much more. You've got to use your body properly. Yeah, I was a little worried about that line, to be honest. I know the horse has a massive step, but she was just, to me, a little bit facing as if she was going to try and do 4 there, which I know she would not have been trying to do 4 there. So I was just a tiny bit worried about that particular line. And she's being smart a little bit, making the same call there as Briggs, and maybe it just didn't, hadn't felt perfect from the beginning for this combination. And once she'd had the second 20, she's like, well, I'll just save it for another day, which is the right call. And she's just showing her horsemanship. And very sorry, Izzy, because we're really excited for you with this horse for the future.
She's got another lovely horse coming later today, so we'll get to see another up-and-comer in her stable. We now catch up with Venezuelan River and Tracy Bieneman. This is a 10-year-old thoroughbred gelding owned by Tracy. They come forward on a 39.1.
This is fun for me because I haven't really watched this. Oh, good. Look how nippy that was through there. Actually slid a tiny bit. I mean, like we were talking about, the ground, it's not muddy out here, but as the rain starts to come a little bit, sometimes when the ground is a tiny bit firmer and you have a bit of rain on top of that, it can be a bit slidey. And as she was coming down there, she just slipped a little bit on the takeoff there. But then stayed center, and that horse, there used to be a horse called, I think, Legs 11. That horse definitely went and did like which is exactly what needed to happen at that moment. Very clever.
This combination were top 5 last year here in the 4-star short. They went to Kentucky earlier this year for the 4-star short as well. This is their first 4 long.
It's interesting. Like, everyone is definitely trying to come into that. Oh, hit the pot a little bit, which won't matter. But again, that's why those pots are there. It's actually to stop you from going too far over on that section. And I don't know if we talked about this. We're talking about fence decoration, but when you see these bigger tables, you'll always see a pot or a flower thing on the front on all 4 corners of the table, and that is to allow horses to read the depth of the fence. So that is why that is happening there.
Unfortunately, getting word that Natalia and Chesterland's Brown Sugar also picked up a 20 at 23B, which is the same place that Whalen and Fernhill Salt Lake had a problem They will finish their day 11 minutes, 34 seconds.
She's going to be
36.
happy with that. That was
Yes.
still, I mean, good for her. That's a massive track to jump.
Yes. And, I love too that she came up here to do it because, it's not, this terrain makes a difference, obviously, but she's been here before and clearly, she'll know where she sat, and such a good learning experience for that lovely little mare.
For sure. And the Davidsons would have been very supportive and encouraging for her to come here. They're huge supporters of Bromont, and obviously incredible horsemen. So that,
And they bred that
yeah,
mare.
and they bred that, yes. So I think that is definitely part of all that as well. Well, it's definitely a day to be sitting on a thoroughbred. We're actually starting to see, I think, with the tiny bit of rain that we've had, we're starting to see the ground move a tiny bit more, which is actually a nice thing. But like I said to you, I think that it might be a smidgen slippery as you're doing that now, but not bad. It's still beautiful, beautiful ground.
I've seen a lot of riders as we've been sitting here in our lovely dry booth, I have to say. We're not anywhere near the weather. They're all watching the live stream because they're all, I think, trying to figure out sort of what what studs, or if they're going to make any changes based on what it's looking like out there.
Yeah, I mean, it looks really good. It honestly looks really good. I think that studs are such a personal preference, and it's a very different thing, honestly, in North America than in England and things like that, because and it's interesting, they've had a few dry years in England. Good girl, beautiful across there. Good girl. Few dry years in England, and I think they still have been pulling out similar studs that they're used to using, and they've had quite a few sore horses.
Yes.
So you do have to be careful that you don't overstud, and but you need enough so you don't slip. So that's education and knowing your horse, knowing your size of your horse, and what is best for them. Because if you have a little light horse that's quite careful, if you overstud them, you can get a bit stuck in the ground, and it also. But, you also need to have enough. And there, Lynn just showed us a stunning ride there through the first water. Miss Lynn Szymanski and Bounce 6.
Yes, this is a 12-year-old Oldenburg gelding owned by Linda Graves and Allie Fout.
Gosh, this thing jumps. And my body just hurt watching that table. So definitely one of the best not just cross country, one of the best riders and horse trainers I've ever known in my life, is out on course now. Just wiggled that nicely there. This is a very, very good jumping horse. As Bettina had mentioned, it's show jumping bred. As we go back to Tracy Benneman, Venezuelan River, who is cruising around this course, Annie.
And this is actually Tracy's first time back at the 4-star level since 2014.
Sorry, I'm just like, woo, that one is not tired. We might want to give a little tiny pull when we come back into that back combination. So both of those flags came down. So the horse did jump the jumps, I believe. That's what it looked like to me. But those will be under review. So don't be scared if you see flag penalties up on the scoreboard. That is required that they do that, and then they just review it. Sometimes they can review in real time, but sometimes they are just, the ground jury needs to watch it and they just can't quite get there.
Back with Lynn and Bounce.
Wow.
Super shot through there.
Wow. And that was a moment I'd really like. She thinks she might have said a flag or something, but the length of rein that she just did through there. So she kept the neck a tiny bit longer, but and a little bit of support going over the rail. And then she allowed and stayed back with positivity. And that horse absolutely needed that exact ride, because, when you're so careful and such a good jumper, if you restrict the neck, you're going to go higher and not get across. So that was stunning. And the other thing is, picking what equipment you're going to use on each day, whether it's down to your spurs or whether you're going to say, okay, I'm going to have a lighter cross country, maybe I'm going to go in a snaffle, maybe I'm going to do this. I mean, these courses, that also can be a bit of playing around a tiny bit depending on the course and the experience of the horse. That was also amazing. Good girl. And she's not being too slow either, because which I think is the right move though, because this horse, the positivity is a good idea, and this is not that experienced of a horse. Girl, I like the little grimace she has here right now. Oh my goodness, his cute little ears.
All right, fence 13.
Shoot, just didn't quite. Yeah, what a pain in the bum. Honestly, I think she was surprised that she was going to do 6 there, and then but the horse just didn't quite get right where it didn't. I don't believe that was a. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I don't. I think that was
No.
a total honest. Good girl. Good girl. You know, that was just a horse being slightly inexperienced, and that was no big deal at all for the future there. And for that horse to come right back around, and Lynn didn't even decide to go long after that. She's like, nope,
No.
we're going to go
She's
through
like,
here.
I mean, she'll know exactly what happened. They just got there and no worse for wear.
Yeah.
They continue on.
Good girl. Very nice. Very educated ride there. You've seen pretty much everybody swing out a little tiny bit there and take an extra second. It's quite a sharp turn, and can't really tell here on the live stream, but it is going a bit downhill on an angle as well. So that's why you're seeing everybody just slow down a bit and balance and swing out to give the horses every opportunity to read the sort of Vicarage V type question that is there. And when I say that, I mean the rail is angled over the ditch. So it's, a little frightening.
More of a rider frightener.
Yeah, definitely more of a rider frightener, but it's just frightening all around. It looks like the rain is getting a bit steadier out there now.
Yes, it does. Again, originally the
Beautiful.
3-star long was meant to go early, and they made the decision to get these 4-star long horses out early. We will be followed by the 4 short, which will go right after the 4 long.
Yes, it is vital that we give the 4-star horses the best opportunity that we can of the day. It's even though it's maybe not as convenient for the spectators, it's just better for our horses and riders, and so that's why they all made the call, and it was the right call. I really enjoyed watching Lynn go down that bank combination there because she stayed a little bit more on the. You've been seeing people jump it and swing right, and she was like, "No, I'm staying here," because then he can really read that huge brush chevron. Just was able to get him there just a bit deeper, which he wanted to do. Oh, what a shame. She did actually get there. That's annoying. She almost got there a little soon. Ended up on the left-hand side of that. What a pain in the bum.
The time in for Tracy and Venezuelan River. They come home and it's in 10 minutes, 27 seconds, adding just 10.8 time. We'll finish the day on a 49.9.
So I'd expect her to, yeah. Very good. Off you go. Yep. She's like, nope, I came up here to Bromont and I'm going to give this horse that experience.
Well, and really, too, for a horse like this, first 4 long, getting the trip, even if there's 100%. Some problems, again, getting the fitness run, getting that 10 minutes on course, it will be a new experience for him and one that will be
100%
so good. As we have here, fan favorite Little Hale and Allie Kuhn. This pair come forward on a 40.4.
Oh my goodness! Just did one across there, Annie. This is a good girl for sitting that. Well, this thing is 15.1, and I think she was trying to give the horse a little tiny bit of easier to get the 2 by being a bit on the left hand side there. But this he didn't need you to do that. Clearly, that was fantastic.
He said, "Sit tight, I've got this."
Oh my gosh, I love horses.
Well,
and she was good to stay on that.
So good to stay on this lovely little thoroughbred who's by Malibu Moon, owned by John Crowell. With the wonderful Dorothy is up here as well this weekend, and I think you guys were saying yesterday he's in pink because those were the racing colors.
Yes, pink, white, and black were the horse's racing colors. Yeah, and was one of the last foals to be bred at the same. I think it's Harborview. That is the same stable as. Oh my goodness, good. So that's why we have those pots there for them to read them. But unfortunately, again, went a little bit too far to the left. So hopefully she'll have taken note of that, and then we'll just get used to keep it a little bit more in the center there.
This pair did their first 4-star short
there,
at
that was
Kentucky last year, and quickly became, stole the hearts and minds of everyone there, and got the Pink Pony Club sporting them.
It was really, really lovely. I'm a huge fan of all the different types of people and horses that are involved in the sport, and it is just so fun to watch. Now, well done, because she was having a bit of left shifting issues earlier on that, and she took note of that. She made sure she jumped that big open rail oxer in the center, and then was like, nope, I'm gonna close that left door a bit firmer, and then was perfect down that 3 to the corner. And I would say, I mean, having jumped around the 4-star short at Kentucky gives her definitely a good prep to be coming to something like this. That Derek Stragazia's courses are some of the best. He's one of the best course designers of all time. But that's you don't really want to be. You want to build your way up to that. I think everyone was so doubly impressed with Ali that was her first 4-star short was the Kentucky last year, and we always tease and laugh, Derek, that it's his 4-star short is actually a 5-star short.
Yeah.
But so if you're
doubt.
jumping around that, then you really are prepared to attempt a 4-star long.
Yeah, this combination. They went to Kentucky again this year, as well as to Buchart Farm in their prep run to come up here to Bromont.
Very nicely done there. Very nicely done. She just stayed a little bit out and was a little bit patient there. And I think that was a smart move on her part. Bit open to that keyhole there, but she's balancing. This horse is definitely full of run. She's balancing there to get on her line a little bit there, and thinking she's probably planning 4 here. Let's see. No? Yeah, I think she was. I think she was planning to do 4 there from the way her line was on the way in. Just didn't quite get there. This is a very serious combination. If you're here at Mars Equestrian Bromont, I encourage you to go down there and have a look at that. He's got you jumping. The keyhole is so gorgeous there with the 50th anniversary keyhole, and then you come off of a left turn to do a sharp left turn back on an open 3. And so there's been a few riders here making that look deceptively easy, and it certainly is not.
I know. I will say it feels like maybe the first few riders made it feel like, oh, it's not going to be as bad as we think, because it certainly is causing its fair share of problems.
Yeah, it's a serious question. It looks like we got Caroline Pamuchki back on course.
Yeah, she's back out with She's the One. It's an 11-year-old lovely mare owned by Molly Hoff and Sherry Martin. This pair come forward on a 35.0.
Fabulous ride there, and it's always so great to be going back out on course when you've had a lovely trip around the first time. I really thought her first ride, our Pathfinder for today, was something that might have given some people misplaced confidence, because it looked really, really good, didn't it? But as I've been saying all week, I'm just really impressed with how this girl is riding.
Yeah, and this mare is absolutely lovely. She is feisty. I think they call her Gemma at home, but she's been super for Caroline. She's had some good results at the 4-star level. They've been over to Arville. They've been, sort of all over the place together, but really establishing a wonderful partnership. This mare was originally produced in in England, but by Frenchman Gaspard Maxud.
Very good. So that was, and I wanted to comment there that Caroline, and as well as a couple of other experienced riders, have gone very high on the hill there and given the horse a good 4 strides to see that coffin combination. The ones that kind of turn slightly off of more of 2.5 strides, unless they're on a horse they know very well that has a lot of experience, that's a bit chancy. And Caroline just came up a bit high. It's not the moment to be trying to make time on this course. You need to line it up, make sure the horse can read everything, then study the first element in. And that was a really good piece of riding.
I thought this might be the case, but Allie's whole stirrup fell off before fence 4. So everything we've seen.
Okay, because I keep seeing her looking like she's getting her stirrup back on. Okay, well, so that's why things are going left, because she has the right stirrup is gone. Okay, all right, Allie, I take it back. You're allowed to go a bit left when you don't have a stirrup on the right. Good grief, she's going to be a bit sore tomorrow. I remember when Mark Todd went the whole way around was the Badminton.
Yes.
With one stirrup gone. Good grief. Well, here I am. Gosh, she's going a bit left. And then she straightened it all back out again, which is impressive.
Very impressive. Well, and so determined.
Yes. Well, and obviously fit. There's no way you could do that with if you weren't really, really fit.
Exactly. Just waiting on any final times or words here. Again, we've got wonderful She's the One and Caroline coming down.
Yeah, and we're just
This
talking about
next
how the riders
question.
are riding that turn. And she just gave a stunning example of that. Again, not the moment to be trying to be too quick. There's also a reason why course designers are making you do an S as you go around here, because they are trying to say, hey, 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 you know, don't get going too quickly now.
I've just gotten word that Lynn Szymanski and Bounce 6 unfortunately have retired at fence 20C.
That, I think that's the water at the top of the sustainability bay.
Yeah,
No, it's the top
far
one.
water,
Sorry,
yeah,
the top one.
the
I
far
can't remember what
water.
that's called.
Yep. I think that is Buckeye Bay.
The Buckeye Bay. I like that. Well, she really had to balance there, Annie. That she's tracking Caroline here, and she does know the horse quite well. But I mean, it's nice to see how fit she's got these horses. But the other X factor in here, as you were mentioning earlier, Annie, is you are coming back towards the barns and going past the warm up, and so sometimes that can be a bit distracting. And anyone that thinks that horses don't know where the barn are, you've got another thing coming. You know, they're all jumping that far more open than I would have ever thought. Like quite often, horses don't want to leave a little bit of a gap to a keyhole, and I've seen several of them do it. Yeah, and she had that plan on her first horse too. I totally get where she's coming from there, and it's if you've been working on the adjustability and rideability of her horses, and I think the place she would have practiced that earlier on in the course is in that very first field where she has done 5 there on both horses on that turn to the corner, and I think that actually is the exact same question. I mean, it's not the exact same question, but the same idea: turning left and swinging out and being a bit boxier. And so that was just the safe ride for both horses today, and I totally agree with her.
Here we have Katie Lichten out on Hickstead Mustard. This pair come forward on a 34.0. It's a 13-year-old Dutch warmblood gelding owned by Katie.
Not sure she was expecting to do 5 there. I think that was, again, we talk about the way this ground is, but I think she was actually trying to go on 4 there, and the horse was just like, no, I want to study that for a second longer. But again, that's just feeling what is underneath you at that moment, and it is quite early on course. And then you also have you're going straight downhill on a slight bit of a angle on the terrain, and then you're heading down into the woods. So all of that is a factor.
This horse was originally produced by Jessie Campbell of New Zealand, and it is great to see Katie's had the horse for a bit now, and they're really forming such a partnership. So we've gotten word that Little Hale and Allie Kuhn are home. One refusal at fence 18B, but home in 10 minutes, 57 seconds with 1 stirrup. I'm so impressed.
Like, I could never do that if I was. I mean, I don't think I could ever do that, even if I was jumping across poles for the entire cross country course. That was pretty impressive. I mean, I can ride without stirrups, but I don't think I go around a 4-star.
Yeah, really, really unbelievable. So congratulations to them. Way to get it done. We know it wasn't easy, but really impressive, and it was fun to watch what we got to see. We're waiting here for Katie is back in focus now. This lovely big 13-year-old. Sarah, Katie is not small, but this horse is 17.2. Like, he is a very, very tall horse.
Wow. Well, and that's what we talk about. It's so fun to have all the different sizes. You got this one that's 17.2, and you had Briggs out here at 14.2, and Little Hale is 15.1. I mean, all of that is just all shapes and sizes. In eventing, it's a very different sport than pure dressage and show jumping, in the fact that you don't see as many horses that fit in a carbon copy mold. Really, in eventing, it's hard. Blood is important, but trainability, rideability, and heart, and all the work that you have done to build the partnership is what we don't jump. Yes, these jumps are big. I'm not saying they're not, but we don't jump meter 60 or oxers off of 2-stride turns. It's not what we're doing. And so a wide range of horses can jump, the size fences that we jump, but it is a whole bunch of other things that go in with the training, the preparation, as I said. So that's why you see such a wide variety in this sport.
And this pair have really, been cementing their partnership. This is their second season together. You can really see how great they are together, and he looks locked on and ready for the job today. So again, if you're just tuning in, we are underway here with the 4-star long at Mars Bromont. Clubhouse leader was our Pathfinder, and that is Caroline Pamucho on HSH 16. They are on a 39.5. Katie Lixton and Hickstead Mustard are out on course now. She's the one in Caroline, and then we've got just Waylon Roberts and Chevalier to come now. Will be our last on course.
Very cool. I mean, how awesome is it that the Pathfinder of the day is in the lead? I mean, you do get a slight advantage getting to see how some of these combinations ride before you go out. And when you're the Pathfinder, you have absolutely just have to go on your own knowledge and experience and the knowledge of your horse and what your plan was.
Waiting on a time for Caroline, and she's the one.
That was a super ride to that. This horse has a massive step, and I know you said it's 17.2, but it does have a massive step. So I would expect 3 across here with him. Yeah, walked down there. Wow. I mean, because the way that if a smaller horse had come on that line, that would have been, you would have thought, oh, it might be wiggling out in 4. And she actually did that because she knew that how big this horse's step is. And she didn't want to get there too soon.
Exactly.
I mean, how fun is that? I mean, one of the best things, honestly, it's lovely to have a horse that walks down the strides, the lines easily, and then you can do your dressage and your work at home in order to be able to have several different canters to choose from. But if you start with a massive step, it is easier. And Waylon is flying onto the scene.
Here he is with Chevalier. This pair come forward on a 39.3. This is a 14-year-old Holsteiner Hanoverian gelding owned by Carol Wiley. Waylon, of course, rides for Canada.
Well, he is extremely quick on the mark on the first part of the course here. And once again, did the exact same ride that he did earlier with that bending 4, but he didn't take chances and come around there and keep too direct there in 4. He just put his leg on and swung out there and said, because you do want to make sure the horses have a little bit of a straight approach to that particular jump. It's just a bit easier with the placement of the ground, as I keep talking about, in the woods behind it. And Waylon knows this piece of turf better than probably any rider riding around here today. Maybe Jess would be the only.
I was going to say Jess Phoenix, who we will see in
fabulous,
4-star.
Katie. Fabulous. And you can see how open that 2-stride is across there at Buckeye Bay, because even that horse, I mean, jumped it beautifully, but even that horse, didn't make that look like it was tight. It looks like we're just going to have this sort of steady bit of rain, all day. We have a few showers kind of coming in here and there, but this is our first rain of the week, and the ground did start with being very, very good to a bit firm, and so I think this will be, fingers crossed, Annie, we should be hopefully okay all day.
Yeah, they did have rain last weekend as well, so as you said, it was sort of a bit drying, but it's not like it's sort of. We're not getting rain on perfectly hard ground. So
No, definitely not. It will take it really well. Very, very good. Very good. I know. I mean, they're going to get another good riding lesson here from Waylon Roberts. He's such a beautiful cross-country rider. And this, so far, knock on wood, is looking a bit easier than what he was having to manage earlier.
We have a time in for Caroline, and she's the one home in 10 minutes, 34 seconds, 13.6 time will slot into the clubhouse in 4th place on a 48.6.
Very, very well done. And I think, you saw her take a little bit of a balance in places. And that was obviously on purpose and very, very clever riding there because that, he didn't quite get where he wanted to be on that brush chevron there. And so he thought, well, it's a bit open there in the 3. I think I'm just going to swing out and balance a bit. And just stayed so tall and centered with his body that even though the horse needed to wiggle a bit with his bum to figure that out, he stayed perfectly in balance, ears prick, galloping away, no big deal. Wow. The rhythm and balance of that was just, and I should have actually counted how many he did on that because everything was just bum, bada bum, bada bum, bada bum, bada bum. But smooth is fast, and we see that all the time. You might see something cruising across the field there that looks like it's blazing saddles, but then they have to do so much work to rebalance that then to make sure they get the combinations jumped properly that then can actually end up being slower. Not only just slower, but it takes far more out of your horse. And remember, with our proper championship formats that we have in the longs, you do show jump last, and you do need to have enough petrol left in the tank and the horse is feeling good enough that they can come out here and jump a clear round or on Sunday, because we have to do the horse inspection tomorrow morning. And I can tell you, gone are the days where you can have 4 poles down and still take away a piece of it. You kind of need to go clear or have a pole down nowadays. And here at Bromont, the dressage, which is kind of a fun thing, the dressage is very important, but it's probably less important than it can be in some other venues. But the cross country and show jumping are always shake the leaderboard up.
Well, and that's very, very relevant here because only one winner in the last 6 runnings has led after the dressage, and that was Lauren Nicholson. Last year, Jordan Lindstedt did it, and so did John Halling, but that was a number of years ago now.
Very cool. That was beautifully done, Waylon. All right. This is fun to watch. Well, and I have to say, Katie Lichten's got to be pretty happy, too. She's both of her horses have looked absolutely fantastic today.
Just waiting on a final time for Katie and Hickstead Mustard. The beautiful Mars sign there.
How lucky are we to have Mars Equestrian as part of the sport?
we really are. We're so grateful to them and everything that they do. Time in for Katie Lichten and Hickstead Mustard, home in 10 minutes, 47 seconds, picking up 18.8 time penalties to end the day on a 52.8.
Fabulous. 2 horses clear around that track. Congratulations, Katie. I thought you looked super the entire way.
So Waylon has the course to himself, and it is starting to rain a bit more properly.
It is. I'm starting to feel a little bit barn sour myself about going out in the 3-star, Annie.
I'll be here.
You'll be here. Okay. All right. Well, and I have to say one thing. Here, I'm going to watch the water here because this is cool. All right. This is open. This. Good job, Waylon, because he got there a little bit deeper than he would have liked to that first chevron, and he saw him just go, and we're going on. He just wrapped his legs around there and got that done. Well done. Yeah, one thing I would like to mention to you, if there's any show jumpers watching this, that Mars has a long reputation and has been our partner in eventing for a very long time. and as far as and her daughter, Krista Smith, are huge supporters of eventing, and in particular, Lauren Nicholson and Hannah Sue Holberg. And of course, Karen O'Connor.
So many. Yeah, we're so grateful for their continued support here at Mars Bromont, and we really couldn't do it without them and all of the other sponsors. The other people I really want to shout out today are the volunteers.
Holy cow.
Because today, it's one thing when it's just a beautiful sunny day to come sit out and fence judge and do this. But these guys are so committed, rain or shine, they're here for us. And we could not put on our sport without our sponsors or our volunteers.
Right. And the casting call for the volunteers this morning would have been 6 a.m., guys. Yes. So this is it's not just coming and arriving right before the competition. You have to go through the talks and understand exactly what the game plan is going to be for the day. So yes, they have been here, and it's a long day for these volunteers for sure.
We've got Waylon Roberts and Chevalier out on course. You can see the rain really coming down there at Buckeye Bay. And again, another one of those beautiful fences that Jay and the team here have put together. We will hopefully get Waylon home here shortly. Picked up a 20 on his first horse. Again, clubhouse leader at the moment is Caroline Pamuchu, HSH double 16, followed by Lauren Nicholson and Landmarks Jungles Gold. Arden Wilderson, third place currently on Sunday Times. Caroline Pamuchu, and she's the one in fourth place.
Well, I'm excited to hear the ECHO rating stats on those top few in the show jumping phase, because I think it's going to be a very exciting show jumping day.
It will be very
because
exciting.
it's not that spaced out, guys.
It's not, and that, you know, every moment will matter, just as every second has mattered today. We'll bring you a full preview of what the stats say ahead of show jumping tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I mean, they're not going to be messing around in show jumping tomorrow, so I'm very, very curious to see that.
Here he is just at the very end of the course, fence 25.
Beautiful. Yeah, lovely.
He's got just 2 more until he gets home. He should be that on the minutes. That would be, you know, that's about 9:18 if you're on your minute markers. And huge thank you to the Cross Country Course app, because they have given us
Aren't
all
they great?
of the moments. And if you want to check out the course, there's 2 things. You can obviously go to the Cross Country app. They have some of the guided walks. They will tell you where the minute markers are. They will show you all of the fences. So definitely go check that out. We also, if you want some insight into how some of these combinations were meant to ride, we did a course walk with Derek and some of the riders that is available. So here we have Waylon at the last.
Oh, congrats, Waylon. Beautiful, beautiful ride. Well done. No, and honestly, that course walk, Annie, was one of the best I think I've ever seen. It was really well done.
No, it was great, and it's so nice to be able to hear the riders' insight into what they're thinking. We get to see it in practice here for them today. We will get you a time for Waylon as soon as we can. We will be back very soon with all of the action from the 4-star short. Jess Phoenix and Fluorescent Adolescent will lead us off at 10:45. So go take a break, get a snack, get a cup of coffee, and come back to join us here at Mars Bromont for the 4-star short at 10:45. We'll be back very soon.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Ein's for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want.
cat getting too cool?
Give them temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool?
Give them temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool?
Give them temptations dry cat food.
Has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Welcome back. It's cross country day at Mars Bromont here. It is a little bit rainy, but it's a stunning day. We have just wrapped up the 4-star long. I'm Annie Bishop, and for this 4-star section, I am joined by Megan O'Donoghue. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Annie.
You had a chance to watch the 4-star long. It was an exciting class. You know, so a little heartbreaks for some people, but a really good day at the office for some.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a guarantee to be influential when you come up to Bromont for this advanced class. So I thought it was a beautiful design course and it did exactly what you wanted it to, affected the whole leaderboard.
Yeah, there's no doubt. So no one made the time, but Caroline Pamuccio, our trailblazer on the course today on HSH double 16, came home 10 minutes, 10 seconds, just picking up 4 time penalties there. They will lead the way into show jumping tomorrow on a 39.5. Lauren Nicholson on landmark Jungles Gold came home just picking up 12.8 time penalties to finish on a 45.8. Our fastest round of the day was Arden Wilderson in Sunday Times. Came home in 10 minutes, 8 seconds. I love watching that combination around across. They just hunt the fences. They know each other so well. You know, it's interesting. They actually did their first international together 10 years ago.
Wow,
and,
that's impressive.
You know, this horse is 19 years young and just looks a picture. So
Absolutely.
really wonderful for them. Caroline Pamuccio, and she's the one of our last out on course, came home with just 13.6 time to be in 4th. Tracy Bieneman and Venezuelan River round out our top 5 on a 49.9. I think it would be a day you'd be happily sat on a thoroughbred around the long course here.
Absolutely.
As we see our first starter there for the 4-star short, this is Fluorescent Adolescent and Jessica Phoenix. This lovely mare, Canadian bred by Kelly Plintz, was a former ride of one of Jess's students, and now Jess has taken over the ride on Lacey, as she is affectionately known at home. And this pair are our speediest and most reliable in this class based on the EQ ratings numbers. So, and I think that these guys will be happy to have Jess out of the start box first.
Yeah, she'll be a super trailblazer for this division. And she never messes around.
She does not. Jess was hilarious the other night. They had the red, white, and gold party raising money for the eventing team. And Jess was doing the sort of auctioneering, and she was driving up the prices.
I bet she was pretty good.
She was fantastic.
You give this girl a challenge and she does not back down.
No, she does not back down. She is a superstar at everything she does, I think, and no one can resist that smile. And there's a reason we call her the smiling assassin. So Jess and Fluorescent Adolescent are first out of the box here in the 4-star short at Mars Bromont. We have an exciting day of competition. We will follow up this 4-star short with the 3-star long, followed by the 2-star long. We will get to see some of our Bromont Rising competitors here. They've had an incredible week of education. But now we turn our attention to the wonderful Fluorescent Adolescent.
Super expression. Ears are pricked. She looks super ready for everything she has coming at her. And Jessie is just so professional. She's so smooth. She has so much experience. And she's now, I feel like, finally had that time to kind of create a really good partnership with this horse. And I think she'll display that here for everyone.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This pair were just outside the top 10 in Kentucky in the 4-star short there. And, you know, they've been to 5-star. They had a great finish last year, also at Morven Park, top 10 finish at Morven Park in the U.S. Equestrian Open final.
Wasting no time. And this whole beginning stretch here is just a slight downhill run kind of to the bottom here of the back loop of the track. And so you got a, keen horse and a little bit of downhill terrain. So it's a balance between managing and also trying to stay efficient and think about the time.
The time today, 6 minutes, 25 seconds.
That is a massive table that she just jumped. I can contest to that after walking by it a few times. So it really just, it makes you have to keep riding and keep galloping because it would not be one that you would want to be too steady to. And then just a really nice kind of kind first question there with that rail to corner. It's a little unique to see all that color on such a top level athlete.
Yes, it is. I know. I think when she's walking around at Kentucky or any of these venues, you're like, who is that?
Is that an outrider?
Exactly. Again,
Huge terrain up here at this
huge
coffin.
terrain.
Yeah. Very positive. Lovely.
Super shot through there.
Yeah.
We were saying earlier that this is actually sort of the part of the course that can be the boggiest. But the ground coming into today, it was fast. And so I think that it will take this rain pretty well. And again, you'll sort of see, so in the 4 long, they sort of go left here, but again, we're in the 4 short, so they're going to go right here.
Yeah, I would say, if anything, it will benefit from a little bit of this sprinkle. It was nice footing, but it did have a little bit of a firmness to it. So I think it's actually like the perfect cross-country weather day for these horses and riders.
Yeah, and the overcast makes such a difference too, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah. Just takes a little edge of the heat off. And the horses I saw at the finish of the 4 long, they looked amazing. Like they were all cooling out and they were recovering very nicely.
That's great. If you're just tuning in, we are underway in the 4-star short here at Mars Bromont. It's a rainy day here. We're lucky though. It was, meant to start raining sort of overnight, but it really didn't begin raining in earnest until like about the last hour. Leading the way in this division after the first phase is Philip Dutton on Denham on a 29.3, followed by Lucien Bellissimo and Kitch Couture HBK on a 34.1. Boyd Martin and Fetiche de Rouge on a 34.7 are in third. Unfortunately, our overnight third place, Sharon White and Jaguars Duende, had to withdraw. Sharon had a bit of a knee issue yesterday, and she's opted the safe thing for her and her horses is to not continue on this weekend.
That's super unfortunate.
It's so frustrating. She was leading the way in the 4 long, but definitely the right thing to do by her and the horses, but very, very frustrating.
Yeah, so professional. But I know that even with all of Sharon's years of experience, I'm sure that sting is just like burning her up right now. So my thoughts are out to you, Sharon.
There he is, Philip Dutton and Denham out on course now. This lovely 11-year-old Holsteiner gelding owned by Ann Lapidus and Annie Jones, Caroline Moran, and Neil Stites. Again, this pair come forward on a 29.3. I love this little horse. Gotten to see him quite a bit over the last year or so, and he really had a super run last year at Aachen with Philip, and had a great finish in the Morven Park 4-star long at the end of last year in the U.S. Equestrian Open final.
Yeah, serious horse for Team America, especially looking here at the Worlds coming up in just a few months. So I know Philip will be looking to give this horse exactly what he needs, kind of with that in the back of his mind.
Yep.
Couldn't pick 2 better cross-country riders to start us out.
No kidding. It's a great crossing. Yeah. Jess was just coming back through Mars Sustainability B.
She looks like she's having a super round. The mare looked super keen at the first water and even here. And she looks no worse for the wear, that's for sure.
Huge table there with Philip and Denham.
Very positive. You saw, gosh, she did probably the fewest strides I've seen of anybody from that table down to that question. So that shows us many years of mileage there cross country.
He does not hang about usually.
Jesse still has a handful of horse.
I'm sure there's moments in the first phase where that handful is a little bit frustrating. I know she was really proud of Lacey yesterday. She did look super and tried very hard and stayed on side with Jess. But she will love having that in hand here.
100%. And tomorrow.
Yes. What I was saying, all these volunteers, we're so lucky to have them because it is a rainy day. Catch back up here with Philip at the park question.
Lovely.
Right through there.
Yeah, it looked like he knew the C element before he jumped the A element, didn't it?
Yeah. Philip's spoken about in the past that, this speed would not be sort of this horse's natural place. But really over the last year or so, Philip's really been able to sort of push him and do that. They won the showcase at Bruce's Field earlier this year and went very quickly around there. And I asked Philip afterwards, I said, was that fun? He said, well, it was fast. But it's like all these little things that sort of give the horses experience on sort of going fast. There we see Jess crossing the finish line with Fluorescent Adolescent. We'll get a time in for her as soon as we have one.
Great way to start.
Great way to start. Again, you see all of those volunteers down there, the team ready to get her in the 10-minute box there, make sure she's cooling out well and taking care of the horses. Love these spectators out with their umbrellas, braving the rain for this wonderful day of cross country.
Yeah, it's very cute to see the community around here. The parking lot is full up there, and you see people out for the day, enjoying, even in the rain, the what these horses and riders are bringing out here to Bromont.
So Jess Phoenix, fluorescent adolescent, home in 6 minutes 50 seconds, picking up 10 time penalties to finish the day on a 48.3. She was not hanging about, so I'm not sure that anyone is going to get much closer. So we'll catch up with Philip here at this water.
Big stride, the 3 got a little bit steady for him. He did 6, I think, in the water, and Jesse did 7, I believe. So, this is obviously a big striding horse, and that you can't really appreciate, that number 12 there for this 4-star class, but that's actually quite a serious little knoll there, and just at the bottom is a triple bar. So there's not a lot of time. That's a good accuracy and just footwork question for the horses, that they're still paying attention after jumping that multiple effort in the water. A bit of a slow you up jump.
Yes,
it would be.
Derek likes to put those in there. He's catch back up with Philip and Denham. These angled corners that we saw earlier on the 4-star long. Those have jumped. I don't want to commentators curse anyone, but those have jumped beautifully all day.
Yeah, very horse friendly. I feel like the way the camber of the ground is, it just, brings the horse's eye right into that. And these horses are so trained now to, those angles, and, they start from the beginning, we start putting that into their practice. So they've all really picked up on that quite easily. Nice 6, and then the 3 stride. Beautiful.
That's actually one of the best we've seen through there all day. Some riders have been landing in the water and then really moving up to make that 3 much easier. But Philip stayed forward sort of all the way through. He does not mess about, this man.
No, he does not.
Denham still has his ears pricked, looks full of running. Again, there's nothing quite like the terrain here at Bromont to sort of set these horses up and tell you exactly where they are in their fitness and what they're ready for next.
Yeah, there's so much undulation. I mean, you would compare it to the likes of what you receive a little bit at Burley, which is just such a rare thing to get to practice. Whoa, okay.
Wow.
All right.
That woke us up.
Okay, yeah. We're back. We're tuned back in. Yeah, well, anyway, he made a decision, right? And he was going to make that happen. So,
and if anyone's going to make it happen,
yeah. I'd say they both feel a little bit sharper right
now.
now.
I think that is right. Coming down to this
4.
Lovely there.
4, 5, yeah. And that is actually shared with the 3-star long class, that combination. So that will be great feedback for all of those horse and rider combinations coming in that next class. I think saw a little flash of his life there for a second.
I'm sure Evie and the family, everyone. Here we have Roy Frangos and DHI Rocketman. This is a 9-year-old KPWN gelding owned by Rory. They come forward on a 43.6.
Yeah, Rory's a younger rider.
Yes.
I don't exactly know her age, but I know she is still just gaining experience at this level. This is a big, powerful horse that I know she acquired from Emily King that was produced in the UK. But she looks like she's been, taking her time developing that partnership with this horse and, making it a bit of hers. And that does take a while, especially when you're not the biggest of people and then you have quite a big horse that you're sat on. But I think he has a heart of a lion, and I think she really loves him for this phase and this experience that she gets in the cross country.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And, Rory was actually sort of one of the past recipients of the Bromont Rising grant here in 2022. She's based in Florida, but this is the first season at 4-star.
That's awesome. Such an exciting time in your career to get to this level and get this mileage.
She saw a super shot to those rails. It's nice too. I mean, you say she got the horse from Emily King, but really, the horse had really only done a 2-star with Emily. So she's had the ride since 2024. Yep. So really has had, the time to make, as you say, the ride her own and form that partnership. Oh, that's too bad.
Bummer. Yeah, it just came a bit quick, and she gets a little bit on a long rein because he's got a long front to him, and then it just wasn't quite in his sights for him to pick up on that. And so she'll put that behind her and carry on. There's a lot still to do.
There's so much to do. And how hard is it as a rider, maybe especially as a younger rider, to put that out of your brain? And does it make you a little bit mad? And then you sort of say that's not happening
It
again.
Definitely, I know from just glancing at her personality, just at the competitions, I think she's got a lot of grit. So my guess is that, that will make her a little bit frustrated, and she'll be a little bit more on top of things the rest of the way around, and be fighting for it a little bit harder. So it's just a game of inches, isn't it? I mean, there's so many variables.
It really is. So we have a time in for Philip Dutton and Denham. They pick up 14.8 time penalties coming home in 7 minutes, 2 seconds. They'll end the day on a 44.1. They go in to the club. They go back to the top of the clubhouse leaderboard as we see this man, Boyd Martin and Fetiche de Rouge, circling the start box, and they are away. This horse is an 11-year-old Self-Francais gelding owned by the Fetiche de Rouge Syndicate. This horse is, he's a bit sharp. I've seen him, at competitions where just like somewhere like this galloping around, he'll spook on Boyd.
Yeah.
And he just is. Yeah. I think he has all the talent in the world, but I think he can be a bit cheeky.
Yeah, I've noticed Boyd taking his time a little bit with this horse since he's acquired him. So, he has a plan for every horse, and I think he thinks enough of him to give him that time to, just get a little bit more mature.
That's exactly right.
Uh-oh.
Just wasn't going to get that done.
So it looks like she must have had a 20 already there because she had a reapproach. So maybe she's going to put the hand. Yeah, I think she might be. That might be her third, right?
Not their day to day. But
bummer.
We saw some super work there. They will have some things to work on, and she will sort of take that back. And I'm sure that we will see them out again stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of power in that, in that horse, and she'll be looking to just get back to the drawing board and sort that. And he looks like he wants to do it, so she'll put the pieces back together, and I'm sure we'll see her soon again.
We are back with Boyd and Fetiche de Rouge. I believe he's known as Radish in the stable. At least he was. So this horse was originally with Aoife Clark. Laura Collett had taken over the ride for a bit when Aoife was recovering. And then Boyd got the ride as, there. This combination were second in the 3 long here last year at Bromont. And they stepped up to the 4-star level at the beginning of this year. Top 10 at Buchart, and just inside the top 15 at Tryon earlier this spring as well.
Good start to his year.
Yeah.
Looks like a very game horse, he looks like he has a lot of enthusiasm for this phase.
And sometimes that's really, you want them to be enthusiastic, but sometimes they think they know better than you, which can be a bit tricky, I'm sure.
Nothing Boyd Martin can't handle.
Super shot through there for Boyd.
Yeah, I know Boyd seeks a lot of blood in his horses still, even to this day when it's been a controversial concept, but I know that it's a big deal to him to still find horses that, have a lot of gallop in them and, really want to feel that he can produce the results for this part of the competition. So
well, and you certainly know what it's like to be sat on, you know, a horse with all the blood and go out on a cross country course and come home feeling fresh and fit.
Yeah, I've lucky enough have very rarely felt too much fatigueness in a horse. So, and I don't take that for granted at all. So I've been very lucky to have some really incredible blood horses.
We see Lucienne Bellissimo and Kitch Couture HBK there, about to go into the start box. This is a 10-year-old Swedish warm-blood mare owned by Lucienne. They are actually in the second spot on a 34.1. So they can go in front of Philip if they have a quick round across the country.
Yeah, Lucienne, she's known to be a quick rider as well. So I think you've come all the way up here, and it's a class that looks to be like you could have a competitive result. So I bet we'll be seeing her working for it. Oof.
Ooh, really getting it done there.
Yeah. I think maybe just there's something there that 3 did not look quite as long in the 4-star from the rides the long class but there must be a little bit of something. I think just the way the horses, it was way later in the track for them. So I think the horses were a little bit more fatigued then. But these horses are still quite fresh coming in.
Quite fresh.
So it's just showing up a bit easy.
So no combination has gone inside the time here since 2019. And only one person has done it in the last 10
Wow.
runs.
Those are some statistics.
Yes, it is. It's fairly unbelievable. So I think the name of the game here will be how close you can be to that optimum time of 6 minutes and 25 seconds. And this combination had Lucienne had to go back with Boyd. Looks full of running and still having some conversations.
Ooh. Nice. Really nice. Nice and positive. You saw there him react when he landed in the water and gave the horse the time then to be able to easily see that corner come the way out.
That's quite a long pull. It's quite a sharp pull up from that water up there past the VIP tent into this last loop of the course.
Yeah, and then right down to this big oxer.
Which Philip gave us a bit of a scare over. Another angle of Boyd and Petit de Rouge coming down to this question, which is shared with the 3 long.
Lovely. Boyd is just such a master class at just giving these horses exactly what they need, you know, around these courses, and it's just a real treat to watch him.
Through the finish there for Boyd and Petit de Rouge, we will get you a time for them as soon as we have it. We will catch back up here in a second with Lucienne Bellissimo and Kitch Couture HBK. We see our next starter there. And that is actually will be our last starter. It will be Irish Clover and Jordan Risk. Just having those last few moments around the start box. Irish Clover is a 9-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Jordan. They come forward on a 38.6. She is based in Manchester, Michigan.
Nice little warm up for Boyd. I think he's got, what, 3 in the 2-star long later?
He does. You know, it's so great to see all these riders bring up their young horses for this. We have a time in for Boyd, home in 7 minutes, 3 seconds, 15.2 time. Go into tomorrow on a 49.9 as we catch up with Lucienne and Kitch Couture HBK.
Lovely. That was beautifully ridden.
It seemed much easier for that combination in there than the last few we've seen through there.
Yep. The mare just looked rideable and was a little bit more polite, and she was able to exactly do the bending that she wanted there in the 6 strides, and then just had that control there for the 3 on the way out. It was
and
really lovely.
It's a fairly new ride for Lucienne. I mean, she started competing the mare at the beginning of last year, you know, so we know it takes time to get that partnership together, but they had a super 5th place at the Morven Park 4-star long in the U.S. Equestrian Open final at the end of their first year together. So really formed a great partnership very quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, the mare, when you see her, she has all the pieces of a top event horse. Just a very exciting addition for her.
There's no doubt. She's got a lovely string of horses. So we see Jordan Risk and Irish Clover. This combination has stepped up to the 4-star this year. She's had the ride since about 2025. She's part of the Bromont Rising program, and she is named to the U.S. Development Under 25 program for 2026.
So many great opportunities.
Really unbelievable
for these up-and-coming riders.
I know, and Peter Gray was in with me yesterday and was telling me that they had picked Jordan. They have sort of captains of the Bromont Rising, and that they had chosen Jordan, and that she had been really phenomenal in sort of every way all week, not just obviously with the riding, but really just with sort of her organization, you know, working with all of the other students and everything else. And just, he spoke so highly of her. And, you know, that's what we really want to hear about these wonderful young riders, because they are the future of our sport.
Absolutely. This has been a super round.
It's been lovely. It's so
I don't want to jinx her, but
no.
It's been
still
really fun to watch.
Still some good questions to answer here in this last loop.
Got a little tight.
And you know, I think that you maybe look just like a little bit of a slip there. I mean, a little bit tight, but you can tell the ground is getting slightly torn, not really torn up. Again, these guys, it's such good turf here, but maybe a little bit slippier than it was earlier in the day. The team here, you know, they were watching the weather so closely, made the decision to put the 4 long and the 4 short first, which, you know, is so important for these horses as they're thinking about qualifications and everything else. Give them the best chance to have the best ground possible.
Yeah, I mean, this group of people that puts on this competition are second to none. They're always making just such good horse first decisions for us. So we can't thank them enough, and so grateful as riders for that.
Yeah, we're so lucky, and you know, we're celebrating 50 years here of eventing at Bromont, and it's been a very celebratory weekend.
It's definitely one of my favorite competitions, and it's been so influential for so many horses, and there is quite nothing like this cross country course.
Here we have Jordan and Irish Clover up here at the.
Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
Taking a moment to regroup.
You could tell she lost his right shoulder just ever so slightly there, and but she never gave up. You know, she just kept her eyes on the brush, and she just made that happen. And that's a bit of cross country riding at its finest.
Doesn't have to look pretty; it just has to get done.
Absolutely.
So this is our last horse out on course in this 4-star short here at Mars Bromont. After they are finished, we will have a short break, but we have so much action left for today. The 3-star long will kick off here at 11:52 a.m. And then we will go into our 2-star long. So we've got a full day of action here from Mars Bromont. Wonderful courses. We've got the under 25 riders. Like, it really is. It's one of the best days.
It's so exciting. It's so exciting. And a very large 2-star long class, which will be super fun to watch and be part of as well. little bit of rain still coming
A
down.
little bit of rain. If it stays like this, though, I think people will be happy because yesterday they were talking about actual like storms
Yes.
coming through. So
Yeah. No, this is perfect.
this feels manageable. I mean,
Absolutely.
I say that sitting here in a dry booth all
Right,
day.
exactly. Yeah, no, but I think the horses appreciate it. It's just softening the top of the ground a little bit. And yeah, I think it's going to be just the perfect recipe for the rest of the afternoon.
You know, and that the overcast too makes such a difference. You know, you don't have to sort of worry about as a rider for light changes or sort of where shadows
Yep.
will be or anything like that. So coming up to this water, let's see how they handle these chevrons out.
Wow, 2 strides.
And it didn't
impressive
look hard.
Yeah,
It looked
no,
lovely.
It looked easy. It looked like that was her plan.
Yeah, that was lovely. I think that's actually the best we've seen through there.
A good old Irish horse,
I
right? Like point me in the direction and I'm gonna go.
Yes.
Yeah, it was so smooth.
And she had such a forward ride into it to start with, and yeah, that was lovely.
Yeah, you kind of could guess that, you know, based on the first few riders and a little bit how much they were working for the 3. And so yeah, I think if you believe in the stride and you could see something like that, and that horse made nothing of it. He looked like that's what she wanted to do the whole time.
I love that people are even out at that. I mean, that is one of the furthest points on the course.
Yes. Yeah. Beautiful on the other side of the lake, though, to look back across the lake at the cross-country course. So it's worth the walk if you're out there.
These angled.
Get it done. Good job. Good job. Yeah, again, you know, maybe the right side is a little bit of a thing for this horse, and just wasn't exactly maybe what she wanted. But again, got it done, and his scope came in handy. This will be a valuable experience for her. Back to this huge water question. Seven strides. She's chosen to go long, which was smart. She didn't exactly get the ride she wanted from the drop into water to the chevron. It was, lost a little bit of power, and she's had a couple hairy moments. So I think that was just super mature of her, and made the exact decision that she wanted for that horse to, not have to be put into a situation that could have not ended as well as she wanted.
Well, and that's one of the important things too, is you guys are walking the course, is sort of knowing where all of your options are, and then sort of taking the the input that you're getting at the beginning part of the course and thinking, okay, I need to change my plan here.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nope. That was, just thinking and being in the moment, and that was good reactive riding. So well done. Good girl.
And I guess you say very mature, because it would be very easy to say, no, this is the plan I made. This is what I must do.
Yeah.
But to be able to think as you're going around a big course like this and sort of have that foresight, it's very smart.
Yeah. To balance, where you're trying to compete and also, be the best version of the horse, woman, and men you are. And, just always be thinking about exactly what the horse is going to, be best from each of these results. And it's definitely it's a tall ask, every time you go out here, because there's a lot of variables and a lot of things to, be reactive and instinctual with. But she's doing a super job here guiding this horse around, and you can probably tell he's maybe tiring just a little bit from all these hills, but she's nursing him home, and it'll be an exciting rest of the year for her. So well done, Jordan.
Indeed. So we have time in for Lucienne and Kitch Couture, 7 minutes, 16 seconds to end the day with 20.4 time penalties. So going into Show Dumping tomorrow, Philip Dutton and Denham will still be in the lead, followed by Jess Phoenix and Fluorescent Adolescent. Boyd Martin and Fetiche de Rouge round out the top 3. I'm Annie Bishop, and I was delighted to be joined by Megan O'Donoghue for this 4-star short. We will be back with all of the action from the 3-star long beginning at 11:52. So tune back in.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But but not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog.
getting too cool? Give them Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give them Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give them Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Ein's for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Ein's for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Welcome back to Cross Country Day here at Mars Bromont. We're about to get underway with the 3-star long. We've had exciting action all morning with our 4-star long, our 4-star short. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm delighted to be joined for this division by Lynn Szymanski.
Hi, Annie. It's exciting to finally get to sit back and watch them and enjoy the cross country today. Beautiful Bromont.
Beautiful Bromont. We're nice and dry here in
Yeah.
the booth. We're very lucky. It's been an exciting morning so far. I think some things went to plan, some things didn't, but really great courses overall.
Yeah, they are. And the ground is holding up great. I mean, you can really rely on that coming here. That is why riders come from near and far and all the way down from Florida, making the trek up here. It is just such a fantastic venue. And when you have the chance on a horse of any level, you really, really should try and make it a destination.
You see our first horse there ready to leave the start box in this 3-star long. It's Carlin Keefe and Point Nemo. It's a 13-year-old thoroughbred gelding owned by Rumsey, who's her mom. And this pair come forward on a 35.8. They were in 5th place after the first phase.
And this is a thoroughbred. I think you'll probably see her putting her foot down and, getting on with it. She's a hungry young rider, and it's been great to watch her come up through the ranks, and she has eventing in her blood for sure.
No doubt about that.
I think Derek does a great job in the beginning here. I mean, he has such a great feel for this course and how to design at this stage. But the horses get a really good taste in their mouth, getting them quite forward to the first few. And, it's a really good time to feel what you have, but also just try and get a little ahead on your minute markers so you don't feel like you're having to chase the clock at the end.
Yeah, the 3-star we've seen here, the time is gettable here in the 3-star long. But again, you have to, cannot take for granted any of the questions that Derek has set out for these horse and rider
Great
combinations.
ride there. She wastes no time coming through and gives him a big pat on the backside. You obviously know they've had a partnership for quite a while, and she really trusts him. So, you see some of the greener horses maybe taking a little extra time in that first water.
One thing I love about the 3-star level is you do sort of get these more experienced combinations, horses that have been at the level, but then you do sort of get these younger combinations as they're coming up through the ranks.
Ooh, a little deep to that log. Does a good job sitting back and showing him the way out. And, he was very genuine there, and she did a good job just kind of staying out of his way. And that's where you really rely on the partnership there, because sometimes, as the rider, you're actually less is more. If you can just kind of steer and guide down that hill and it looks like the grass is getting maybe a little bit slick, and you see all different types of studding for the riders. Some riders really on the bigger horses prefer to go a lot of stud. Some actually will go downsize a little bit because the horses can end up losing a little confidence jumping off the ground if it feels sticky.
This will be the first 3-star long for this combination. They had a good result at Carolina earlier this year in the 3-star short, top 20 there, top 11 at Buchart earlier this spring. So good preparations. They come up to the first really big question.
Yeah, really no trouble there. And that, that really kind of separates the men from the boys when you get a few jumps to just kind of get their confidence back. You saw her do a really good job there at the triple bar. Derek's smart in his design. He gives you a little feel that you can kind of get a feel for going forward again and, get them back out in front of your leg, because they really have to be back on their hocks and brave going into that coffin. You don't see a lot of coffins with that much terrain.
She took a little bit of a look back. Maybe the pin just made a little bit of a noise there.
Yeah, they often do.
You did the same thing as well.
I did. It doesn't feel like you had it, but just as the rider, you want to know what you're working with on your score. So you always end up, it's hard not to turn around. Oh, just a bummer. That's too bad. It looked like he just got a little behind her after she had a little bit of a deep jump at that log in the first combination there. And, maybe just a little quick. And I think that just kind of caught him by surprise there. I think she kind of thought that he read it. It did look like he read it. He just, the left door is sometimes more attractive at the very last minute.
Coming back down to Mars Sustainability Bay here.
A super jump in. And she does a good job in getting that done. You see her just open her inside rein to guide him back in between the flags there.
We just saw some of the RCMP out of the corner of our eye. I think they weren't ready for a horse to be galloping towards them. Celebrating 50 years of eventing here at Mars Bromont. What an incredible venue it is.
Yeah, great. She looks like getting their confidence back together as a pair. And, it's funny, as a thoroughbred, he has a little bit of a downhill way in his gallop, but she doesn't interfere with that too much. She leaves him where he needs to be and lets him be efficient in his gallop in between the jumps, and then does a really good job getting his balance back with, without emptying the tank too much.
I'm amazed at how many people are here. I mean, obviously we have all these incredible volunteers that make a day like this go, but I saw a lot of spectators out wandering around as well, and it's so good for them to come out and see what an amazing sport eventing is.
Yeah, and it is great to get everybody out here on a day that maybe is a little bit dreary, but and all the everyone is so lovely and polite and happy to be here, and I just love coming to this event. It feels, it's a very international feel, but still very relaxed at the same time. And so, as opposed to the 4-star here, they go on a similar path, but jump the table next to the keyhole and then come back around for some angled cabins. Oh, puts an extra little shuffle step there.
They're really about 5.5 minutes here. The optimum time today is 8 minutes, 9 seconds.
Yeah, and it's a shorter course. For some furlongs, it'll be a little longer, which actually sometimes makes the time harder to get. You don't have as much time in between the jumps to make the time back up. And Derek's very clever about keeping the track flowing, but still always uses a little bit of terrain or a little bit of turning back on yourself. And that takes valuable seconds away where you have to figure out where you're going to make them up somewhere else. You'll just be waiting to see her come to this far water here.
This water caused not too many issues earlier in the 4-star. Obviously, it would be interesting to see. It looked like the ground was potentially deteriorating a little bit after all of the 4 long and then the 4 short went. It's interesting. I spoke to Carlin yesterday, and originally, the 3-star was meant to go first, so she would have been first out of the box. And she said, "Now I have to wait around a little bit longer." I said, and then you get to think about, why am I doing this again? But
it's a curse because you have to wait around, but you still don't get any information on how it's riding.
Exactly.
Good girl. She just slips her reins there and, shows him the door out. She does a good job letting him use his whole entire range of his body there and use his neck.
We are now joined by Chapter 2 and Rebecca Roth. This is a 14-year-old thoroughbred gelding owned by Stephanie Roth. This pair come forward on a 34.8. This pair done some down in Florida. They were at the 3-star at Mars, Maryland last year.
And that was a super ride there. She landed. She had a good jump in, and she just kept it positive and forward and attacking across the water there. And this horse looks, very keen. His ears are pricked. A little bit of a different model than what we see before, but that's the cool thing. Like you said about the 3-star level, you see all different types, all different experience.
Rebecca is actually part of our Bromont Rising program here this weekend. Just see Carlin
side by side
there.
And she wastes no time moving away. It's a funny part of the course because it really does not feel that technical down there, but there's enough to do that, and then you end up having to avoid the jump and turn past all these, the roping, that you got to figure out where you're going to be efficient, and your smoothest, most direct line is how you're going to make up the time.
Well, it does feel very busy there, as you're saying. You've got sort of the finish to the right. You've got, the warm-up not too far away. There's a lot happening in here.
Yeah, and for some horses, it's hard to keep their attention, right? Because she's going right back past the warm-up. And in that question, you're actually turning back away from the warm-up towards the barns.
making her way now into the arena.
You know, and sometimes when you have the change of footing and the change of feel from going from a actual galloping track to the arena, the horses can really back off. But they use the arena well here, so you still are able to keep moving, which she sees a super shot coming out of the turn. You know, it's quite easy as a rider to instinctually just feel like you need to slow down a little in the arena. And I think maybe didn't see quite the shot she was planning on seeing, cut that turn a little bit, but she gets it done.
So we have a time in for Carlin Keefe and Point Nemo. We saw them pick up that 20 home in 8 minutes, 46 seconds, picking up 14.8 time. We'll end the day on a 70.6. As we see Jamie Kellock and Arclo Puissance warming up there. Oh, no. They're out there. They've had an issue. Maybe just putting a flag back. This pair were on a 36.1 after the first phase. Jamie's a Canadian rider. Just putting the flag.
Yeah, and you can see that she waited for the jump judge to come put the flag back because I think she knew she was going to need a little of that help, but it looks like she's going to call it a day after that second refusal there.
Oh, that's too bad. Back here with Rebecca.
A little bit of a stumble coming down the hill. She's working to try and get him back, get his balance back on his hind end, and you know, it takes a clever line there to try and help him see the out here, because you end up having to change your line a few times in that water. It does a good job. In this next jump, it's hard to see. You can just see the flags there, but it's a set of rails, but it's quickly down a hill, so it almost feels like a little bit of a speed bump, you know, where normally if you're on flat terrain, you could make up a ton of time. But again, these little time wasters, Derek is so clever about how he plays with the terrain.
He wants to keep you all thinking all the way through. Now leaving the start box is Sarah Kazumblick and King Kong. This pair come forward on a 37.1. This is a 11-year-old Anglo gelding owned by Edie Ramika.
And Edie, a longtime supporter of Sarah. I know Sarah thinks so highly of this horse, and it's been great to watch her develop him. You know, and he's a big horse. He's a big, rangy horse. Woo! Tuning him up a little at the second jump.
Yeah.
But again, you know, you have to start out and know your horse, and she wants to come out and set the tone and get him out in front of your leg, because you only have a few jumps to really get them out in front of you before you really sink your teeth into the rest of the track. So you want to give them a really confident ride the first few.
This combination did the three long at Terra Nova at the end of last year. We've had a run at 2-star and then a try-on in the 3-star as well. This pair were here last year at Bromont in the 2-star.
And has to work hard to steer him between the flags there, but Sarah is wasting no time moving on. And it's a fine line. You know, you have a greener horse, and do you take care of them and they actually lose confidence? You say, come on, like, we are going. They really grow up out there. And stepping up to this level, I mean, it's a great level, but there is, as we say, a big learning curve for each of them. Yeah, but you know what? Those rides she gave him in the beginning is then why he was so positive and so sure of where he was going there. She's given him a great ride.
They sort of make their way down that hill, and then they will sort of go what Jay and Derek call the lowest part of the course. So this course, you really are sort of changing undulations up and down hills all the way through. And this is the part of the course that will get the wettest as the day goes on, just based on the footing.
Yeah, it's funny. We're out there on the Wednesday, Thursday, and the footing feels magnificent.
Yes.
You'd want to jump everything in that field, but you can't rely on that being a sure thing.
Yeah.
So it's nice because we get to travel across some great ground, but it really, I've been here when it's monsooned, and it can get so holding in that field. So Sarah's going to have to make sure she really has his attention. Got just a little deep.
Takes the pin.
Lets him see his way out. You know, you could kind of see that was maybe going to come at that triple bar. He was just a little backed off. He got a little underneath it. But again, he's a big horse. He's a green horse. He's still, getting confirmed just at this level. And so I think you put that behind him. He actually did give a genuine effort there. And a lot of times they come up that hill and they just pause a little, and they don't even need to always hit it that hard. They can just kind of leave a hind end, leave a toe, and that comes down. And the good thing about this frangible technology is it not only keeps us safe, but it's not punishing on the horses when they do make a little bit of a mistake.
That's exactly right. Jay and Derek were saying there's so many frangible fences out there. And again, safety is at the foremost of everyone's minds as we're sending these wonderful horse and rider combinations out. We have a time in for Rebecca Roth, picking up a 20 at fence 9, home in 8 minutes, 56 seconds, 18.8 time to add to finish their day on a 73.6.
So do we think the time's going to be got?
I don't think so. Only 2 people made the time here last year. No one made the time the year before. Apparently, it was a bit easier to catch in 2023 because they had 7 home inside the time. But I feel like today, with this weather, with this ground, I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, and you see the officials there. There's Derek, and they're all going to go up and inspect that and make sure that that frangible technology is put back in place so it works just as well as new for the next rider.
Had Jay do a demonstration the other day for me of sort of like shows me the pin, how they come down and everything else, but then also sort of what they look for. There's actually like a bit of a flag on each of the pins so that if it has been stressed too much, the flag sort of pops and they know that they have to fully swap out.
Yeah, which is nice as the rider because, your fear is you've had it just touched enough by a few riders before and then you get stuck with a pin that maybe you shouldn't have had.
Exactly. Here we have Jessica Phoenix and ESI Nixon. This is a 9-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Penny Rowland. Come forward on a 40.6. Jess has already been out here this morning. She is in second place on Fluorescent Adolescent in the 4-star short.
And I think we are going to see this lady be quite competitive out here. And Penny Rowland, the owner here, a former rider for Team Canada.
It's so fun. We've got a lot of the current riders for Team Canada here, but also a lot of the former riders here to celebrate 50 years here at Bromont.
Yeah, it's been pretty special, actually. It's nice, actually, as an American to come into Canada Land and be part of their celebration because they're always coming to our parties and our fundraisers, and it's great to see, how many people have come. Even Mike Winter from coming overseas and celebration for Sue, and it's been pretty special. Quite a different stamp of a horse than saw Jessie on in her last ride. She's having to work pretty hard to get him back. She is teeny tiny, but promise you that is one strong girl up there. Taking a bit of a clever line to get to the corner, but she felt she did not have him, and that was very smartly done because she did not cross her tracks. Took an extra second just to get the rideability back enough so she wouldn't risk having a 20.
Yeah, Jess is one that you will see on all shapes and sizes. As you were saying, Lacey's quite a different build to this big 17-hand gelding that she's on now in ESI Nixon.
And I'd say maybe her plan was to have a plan B, but I don't think that was quite her first plan on turning out there on that line.
Well, we were talking about that, or I was talking about that earlier with Megan O'Donoghue. You have to have plans A through Z in your head,
absolutely,
because you never know what's going to happen while you're out there.
And as a rider, you try and plan for all the what ifs, but in the end of the day, you actually have to just give it up to instinct and trust that your training is there. Both of them see quite a good shot in there. He's such a big striding horse that she really does not have to work to make that distance.
This is actually the first season at 3-star for this combination. He was here in the 2-star long last year and went to Morven Park in the fall in the 2-star there. Stepped up to 3-star at Terra Nova earlier this year and had a top 10 at Tryon just a bit ago in the 3-star before they came to tackle their first 3-star long here at Bromont.
Now we see her coming in the combination that gave our first pair a 20. Yeah, so she takes a very clever line to the end there, so she gives herself enough room to swing out and make sure he has plenty of time to see it.
His ears are pricked and he looks quite game though. And, you know, I think she's probably hoping that her hands will be slightly less full as they get a little bit more into the meat of this course. But
hopefully has a good pair of gloves on.
Yes.
You know, it's hard on a horse like a big rangy horse like this. You think they'd be easy to make time on because they have such a huge step, but you actually spend a lot more time making sure that you spend the time getting them rideable because there is a lot more to manage in some of the more technical lines. And now he's looking like he's actually letting her ride him a bit more. And you know, maybe finally the adrenaline starts to wear off a little bit and they start taking a breath and, you know, working with the rider a bit more.
So in theory, if she was on her minute, she'd be about, 3 minutes 40 there. And again, just enough. Maybe this hill also will sort of give him a beat to take a breath before they get into this busy field here.
You know, again, you still have this downhill climb where it's more just busy, you know, and it's hard for the horses to kind of figure out where they're going. And that comes up quite easy for her. You see her have to kind of sit back and keep him packaged together because it's really easy for him to eat up the distance.
We've gotten word that unfortunately Sarah and King Kong retired at fence 8, which would be the one right after the pin. So maybe that just rattled them a bit.
Yeah, it seems like it's actually easier for Jessie to use some of these turns to make the distance work, because when she has a straight line going down the hill, she has to really work to keep him back on his hind end because it just travels so easy across the ground.
I believe out on course is Melissa Bouton and Penny GS.
Yeah, and that is the best ride we've seen there so far. You know, we saw a few end up having to add there just because they lost a little power out of the turn. She sees a super shot. Clear she is no green jockey here.
I was gonna say, I think with Jess's experience is showing there. I mean, just an unbelievable jockey, and she's so good and so nice. As we do catch up with Melissa Bouton and Penny GS.
Well, she couldn't have made that look easy.
Yeah.
Easier. Pretty boring.
This is a lovely 9-year-old Trakehner mare by Humble GS out of Painter's Emily. And she is another one of the up-and-coming riders here for Team Canada.
And Humble GS is a horse that Jessie rode, right?
Yes.
So then that would make it its daughter. Son.
Daughter. Little mare.
This is a mare, yeah. Not very good with the lineage sometimes.
You know. Back with Jess here at the top water.
And just takes a very similar line to what we saw before. A little trot step when we get in, which actually really helped her. Don't know if that was quite her plan, but it actually worked out quite well for the out. And that's a place in the course the horses start to finally get a little bit tired, so it's harder to change their stride length, and it takes a lot of extra work. And then all of a sudden they get up there and they get a little surprised by the busyness of that water.
Well, and for some of these horses, especially, a horse like this, it would be the longest he's probably gone, because that's just about 7 minutes on the course. And so, again, this is his first long.
Yeah, and this is another reason that you try and get the horses here, when they're at their 2-star, 3-star learning curve, because it just puts such a good base fitness on them for the long run. Ooh, that's too bad. Yeah, she just got a little on that inside line, and Looked like the horse couldn't quite figure out where he's going and then left a little bit of a knee at the corner on a bit of a half stride. She tried to stick with it, but
it's too bad because she rode so well out of the water there. She stayed so tall with her body, and unfortunately has parted company. So that will unfortunately be the end of their day today, but I have no doubt we will see that combination back. Here we have Arden Wilderson and Delegra. This is a 9-year-old Hanoverian mare.
These two ladies are on fire.
I mean, Arden moved up into third in the furlong earlier with a cracking round on Sunday Times. She is a speedy rider, and she was the speediest of the day in the furlong.
Yes, and that does not surprise me one bit.
Those two go out and just mean business, and they know each other so well.
This looks like a very keen mare. Arden is a speedy rider, but she's having to has her work cut out for her just to get the mare to take a second, take a breath, and actually look where she's going, because she looks like she'd rather be out on the race course right now.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is the second season that these two have been partnered together. They were in the top 10 here last year at Bromont in the 2-star long, and they stepped up to plan at the 3-star level at Plantation Field. And this horse was originally produced by Lupus and Lebecca out of Germany up to the 3-star level.
Yeah, and Arden's built quite a string for herself over the last few years, and you know, the horses are looking great. She does a fantastic job. I know she gets help from Heidi White back at home. They've been a pair together for a long time, and no, she's riding great. You see her actually use that triple bar just to help back the mare off a little, where some people use that to try and get their confidence. She rode that really well. You saw her just soften her fingers and let the mare use her neck there. You know, and they're all, you don't really know what they're going to do until you know the horse well. And you saw this mare just peek down and really actually use her neck. And if you end up not giving them that freedom, then it takes away their jump from them.
Yeah, every time I've seen this mare, she is very game. I mean, you know, it's nice. Arden is a very game rider as well, and so I think that they probably get along quite well there. And you know, Arden is so good in those moments, as you say, just to soften the rein, give her the neck. She does the same thing with Sunday Times. She really just knows her horses so well and lets them kind of do their thing. She doesn't micromanage every single step.
Well, and, you know, this mare obviously is looking for the flags and is so on it and wants to do her job. So it's Arden's job to work with that, and especially with a mare, too. You know, if you end up being too much of a dictator, all you're doing is just fighting with each other. Now it looks like she's finally taking a little bit of a breath, which is an incredible step. It just means Arden's going to have to work a little hard to get her back here, get her attention. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. And really attacking, too. It was a really nice, positive ride there.
But she didn't rush the mare.
No,
she sort of
not
let
at all.
Happen.
Yeah.
So we have a score in for Jessica Phoenix and ESI Nixon home in 9 minutes, 2 seconds. So they'll pick up 21.2 time penalties to end the day on a 61.8. I would think that Jess will be delighted with that for this horse's first 3-star long.
Yeah, definitely producing it for the future here. You know, and the ground is great, but it gets a little slick and it starts breaking down over time. And she obviously gave it a very educational ride.
Here we have Ryan Wood and Clooney R. It's the 9-year-old Irish sport horse gelding. They come forward on a 39.0 after the first phase.
Yeah, so, you know, you saw a few riders come there and actually really chance that chevron. I thought Ryan rode very smart there, and he let the horse cruise down, but he just put the horse on his aids a little bit more than some of the other rides we've seen, which they got away with. But, you know, you are risking a run out or something silly happening.
So this will be this horse's second 3-star long. They went to the Maryland 3-star last year where they were in the top 10. So we're back with Arden and Allegra.
Girl is flying.
Maybe take it back. We might have one sometime.
Now, that was quite a smart ride because she didn't totally have the mare back there, and she swung a little bit wide in the turn just to help give herself the ability to find the line and get the horse's eye on it and make sure you can see a positive shot there.
With Ryan and Clooney R as they make their way up to this part question.
And Ryan, a very experienced rider. So you just give a little bit of encouragement coming in, and you would have no idea that the horse ever even needed help from its rider. And that's how beautiful of a job he did there. I was joking with his groom. I caught the end of the 4-star long jog, and then Ryan ended up showing up. I thought he had actually missed the trot up, but it turns out this horse is not very well behaved with others, so he got permission to trot it up separate from the rest.
I think he'd be in a lot of trouble with his lovely wife if he did miss the jog.
Yeah, and so you're seeing most of the riders really hang out left there to give the horses the best possible chance to see the out. And I mean, this horse just goes from strength to strength. It keeps getting more and more confident as it goes. That would definitely be the tidiest ride we've seen there so far. That was very neatly done.
Wasted no time.
And it's knowing your horse. It's knowing if they need an extra second and you need an extra second to get them in the turn to get their attention back on the bee, or you can be very efficient and end up leaving one or two out like Ryan did. He knows the horse well, and he was very clear about where his line was. A huge jump in.
Very big.
Yeah, nice. That's probably one of the cleanest we've seen there, because he's on the inside line, but there's no question about where the horse is going. He still leaves himself a little bit of room to turn back into it.
Fifth visit to the Bromont CCI, and with Butts Arthur, they were 7th in the 3-star long here 12 months ago. 10 years of age. This warm-blood gelding by Graf Top, owned by Dennis Slackham from Pennsylvania.
And you see Ryan having to just put a little bit of energy back into the tank there. He had to swing out to get the table done. And a lot of times you get up a hill and the horses feel like they just run out of breath for a minute. You give them a second to run back down, and you have a completely new horse there again.
We have our next starter is Caitlin Classing and Butts Arthur. This pair come forward on a 36.7. He's a 10-year-old warm blood gelding owned by Dennis Slackham.
Dennis, a long-time supporter of the sport, an official. He's run competitions for years and years, and it's nice to see people, and be involved in the sport, riding in all different types of ways. And Caitlin, obviously, her husband Dan is a course designer now and rider.
Yep, I think he's here in the 2-star.
Mm-hmm.
They've come up from Virginia. They're not too far away from us at home as Ryan and Clooney R come into the arena. 8.4 time for Arden Wildison and Delegra come home in 8 minutes 30 seconds. They will pop to the top of the leaderboard in the clubhouse on a 45.8.
No surprise there. She was as speedy as she could have been.
I think after seeing her, if she didn't make it,
I don't know
think
if anyone's going
will.
to. Here we see Caitlin coming into the first field, just to the triple bar before the coffin. You know, and you want to see the shot that she did there where you make the horse kind of wrap itself around a little bit to create a little shape for coming up to the coffin. Because if you see a flyer there, you're going to have to do a little more work to get him back coming into this big set of rails. Yeah, you could see she knew that it was maybe going to back off a few strides before she gave it a big kick. I think she put up her hand. She's going to call it a day today, it looks like.
Not the end they were hoping for their weekend, but there's no doubt we will see them back.
Ryan having a very efficient ride here towards the end.
Well, it looks like Caitlin Classic and Butts Arthur have made the decision to retire.
Can just sort of see that, you can see that bump there a little bit easier, yeah.
You know, it's hard because if you're really not up on your minutes by the time you're going into the arena, there's no chance to get it back anywhere. So you really have to be up on the clock from, you know, the first step you take out there. That's really where you're going to make up your time. And you know, for some of the greener ones, you can't press them that hard in the beginning. You know, more because you maybe don't know what you're going to have in the end. And as the footing goes throughout the day, sometimes it can break down a little more. The horses can become more fatigued.
Here's our overnight leader getting ready to leave the start box. It's Katie Malinsek and Valeska. It's a 9-year-old Hanoverian mare owned by Katie. It's the first trip for Katie up to Bromont since her young rider years.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
She is based now in Florida and is a full-time vet, so had to get some time off to make the trip up here.
It's a very useful profession when you're riding. I don't know how you do it all.
I don't either. She must find extra hours in the day that we don't have, but it would be very, very handy. This combination were last at Buchart in the intermediate there where they took home the win. Top 15 in Ocala in the 3-star there. Top 20 in Stableview in the 3-star. You know that Katie had sort of taken some time off to focus on pure jumping. And so mare's had a little bit of time out of the eventing game, but she felt it was time to come on up to Bromont.
And Katie here riding under the eye of team chef Rebecca Howard, who longtime Canadian rider for the team, and you know, she's now based in the UK, but comes over and has been over several times this year to work with the riders. See Katie just having to work a little hard to get the mare's attention back here. So if you don't have it before that rail, it makes the turn to that corner quite hard. And that ground can get a little bit slick too because it shoots you out, and having to turn back, you can see some of the horses going down that hill, just losing, some of them losing their footing a little bit.
So Ryan Wood also home in 8 minutes and 30 seconds, 8.4 time, finished the day on a 47.4.
Yeah, isn't that interesting? Two very different rides out there. You know, his looked like he wasn't really going that fast, but it was very efficient. He didn't waste any time anywhere. He let the horse keep cruising within itself. Katie sees a really good shot to the triple bar there. Lets the mare actually run up the hill a little bit to maybe help or get it back. And gets there easy in the 2. Yeah, that was super.
Great shot. Ears are pricked. So looks.
Yeah, looks like a very exciting horse for the future for her. You know, it's nice to take some time and focus on the pure show jumping, not only to develop the horse, but get in different types of atmosphere. And so then you go into Sunday here in the big ring with the flags blowing, and, you know, it just kind of feels like another day in the office instead of all the pressure is on
Yeah, and especially sort of as they're developing, when the mare's just 9 years old, and so giving her sort of time to, grow up. We know that they take time to develop, and everyone obviously will develop at their own stage, but getting those different experiences as a younger horse makes such a difference.
Yeah, and it's not just getting these horses fit in their body, but like mentally fit too, to be able to handle all different types of venues and atmosphere, and it helps the rider just get more information in the long run. Well, that was well done. You saw her swing out just to give herself an extra stride, and it's a lot more work, I find, having to turn like that, but you're risking a run out there if you're on the more inside direct line like we saw Ryan took.
She's making her way now back to Mars Sustainability Bay.
You see Katie lose her reins a little bit because the mare took such a big jump in, and she tried to get him back. And then just, there comes a point when you have to stay on the line and not divert their attention away. So you stay in the end of the rein and just help them find the flags out. Mare looks maybe like she likes to run, but a little bit hard to get her balance back coming down the hill.
To really work there to get her back for this next question.
Yeah, which is hard because it's a big wide oxer to a technical question, and so you have to get them back, but you can't empty the tank out at the same time. And it's at a place in the course, first time they've finally gone up all these hills, and it's a lot of work as a rider to have to put them together. And you see her actually go to the
outside
left of the jump, which is just personal preference. Yeah, and you've seen Katie swing out quite wide, but it looks like she needs that with this mare because, she can get a little long and get a little on her head, and I think it's smart riding there that she actually uses the turn to help get her back.
Yep.
And she may be excited to come through the arena and then have a little bit of an uphill.
But it must be such a nice feeling to sort of get to this point in a course on a younger horse and still have them that full.
And you usually find that place where you finally, as a rider, you're thinking to yourself, okay, wow, like they are feeling like they are really growing up and gaining in confidence. And then it's your job as the pilot just to help get them home in the most efficient way possible. And I mean, this mare, you finally see her take a breath and stop fighting the rider and perk her ears forward and, does that turn in that too easy. Wow.
That
to
is
do some work there.
French Kiss and Susanna Tizanos Moreno. They come forward on a 46.2.
That was what we call a lot of quick footwork.
Yes. The lovely 11-year-old Self-Francais mare owned by Susanna herself. I was in with Anne Castaigne yesterday, and Susanna's a Canadian, so Anne knows her quite well and said that, the first phase would not be where this mare is the happiest, but she is very quick and very game cross country, and I think we just saw that.
Yeah, and you don't get the opportunity to see that as much now with MERs and qualifying results, that she's actually out here running, because I think she was on over a 45,
Yes.
so she's out running for, the education and experience, and everybody has their own agenda on why they're here, and, the dressage does relate to the cross country and the jumping, obviously, but there are some horses that just do not have a taste in their mouth for the first day.
Getting her reins back again.
And it's raining out there. It is hard, even if you've changed your gloves over just before you've gone out the box. You have your groom help wipe them down. They get wet. The horses it's damp, it's dewy, it's raining off and on, and you see a lot of people just at the end of their rein staying back and trying to steer them between the flags, which she does quite well there.
think that mare locked on and said, I'm
Mare's,
going.
I don't need you.
I'm going with or without you.
Team gold medalist Colleen for joining us in the three-star division with the 8-year-old Landerscheid gelding, winners of the two-star long division here 12 months ago. Owned, of course, by Peter Barry. Colleen and
You see her really having to work to keep the balance back because this mare is quite keen. You know, as we talked about, sometimes when you're having to fight that balance, then you end up emptying the tank out a little too close there. You know, and it's a wide oxer, but it's skinny too. It's hard. Sometimes the horses don't read it that well, and sometimes the riders too. It kind of messes with their eye a little coming out of the turn.
Here we have Colleen Loach and Chiaro Z Excalibur. We're in second place after the first phase on a 32.5. This lovely young horse, an 8-year-old Zengerscheid gelding, owned by Peter Barry.
Nice for Colleen to just be in her backyard here.
I was going to say home event for Colleen. And Peter, of course, incredible part of Team Canada, huge supporter of Bromont and, of course, Colleen and others, but really wonderful to see this lovely young horse that Colleen thinks the world of. They went to Lion d'Angers last year. And again, an exciting horse for the future of Team Canada.
Yeah, and it's nice to come up here and get to see her. And you know, we miss seeing Peter at the events, and he and Colleen have been partnered together for a long time now. You know, we used to have him out riding, and now him being a supporter in a different capacity. It's really great to come back to their home turf. Looks like maybe just taking a wider turn. Little half halt.
Getting a little organized.
Shows you can get 2 done and trot out of the turn.
I feel like this mare would just go cruise around on her own if she would just let her. But I mean, what a super partnership. They clearly trust each other so much. Colleen stepped this lovely young horse up to the 4-star level at Ocala earlier this year. Is here to do the 3-star long again. This will be their second 3-star long after their trip to Lion d'Angers last year.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I mean, you know, you see she must think very highly of this horse. It is a lovely horse to take it all the way to Lyon and to be adding another 3 long. You know, it's ready to go to the 4-star level, but adding that base and taking that time for the horses and developing them for the long run sometimes is so, so valuable not to rush that point in their education.
Well, it must, you know, I mean, obviously you guys as riders have such patience, but really sort of when you do have that exciting horse, it would be very easy to sort of think, oh, we have to just do more.
Yeah, it always is. And you have to trust your gut and your instinct as the rider and what you're feeling underneath you. And, you know, when it's time to push, when it's time to back off, when it's time to go back to the drawing board. And then, you know, ultimately you're producing these guys for the future. So, you know, yeah, it's nice to get greedy and start moving them up the ranks. But, you know, you actually get farther if you go a little slower in the beginning.
So we have a time in for Katie Malinzek and Valeska. They come home in 9 minutes, 14 seconds. It's 26 time penalties. They will end the day on a 56.9.
I mean, Colleen is making this just look so easy. But again, that's what you're looking for on a horse like this. You're stepping up to the 4-star level, but it should feel easy. When they're ready to properly move up, this level should feel like there are no big surprises anywhere.
This combination were first here in the 2-star long here last year. And then in August, they were second in the 3-star short in the August version of Bromont.
Just gets a little long on her, and she gets a bit of a deep one to that table, but it actually helped with the shape. Just put him back on his hind end and set him up a little bit.
Next starter out on course here, we have Devlin Prada and Charlotte Bacon. This is an 8-year-old Irish sport horse mare owned by Charlotte, who rides for Great Britain. This pair come forward on a 38.1.
So Charlotte made the move over and rides under the British flag now, but maybe changing her nationality at some point to become Canadian.
She's been over for a few years now. Catch back up with Colleen. They call this horse Chi-Chi in the barn.
You know, is a long horse, but she's on a super rhythm the whole time. You know, she never really has to slow down too much. She has to work hard to. It's a big step and a rangy step. So the longer you go in the course and the more tired they get, the harder you have to work as a rider to make sure you get their step back to where they remain rideable.
So we have a time in for Susanna Tizenas Moreno and French Kiss home in 8 minutes, 59 seconds, 20 time penalties to leave their day on a 66.2. So still fastest of the day are Arden Wildison and Ryan Wood on 8.4 time penalties each.
Charlotte making easy work of the coffin. And again, another rider you see just turn around and check back. And that sound of the clip going is so loud as a rider. It probably actually really isn't in real life. It sounds way louder when you're actually riding. And you just go, oh no, please tell me that didn't come down. But you know, you're doing it now that you actually think it happened, just to confirm you know that you were clear.
Because again, also, as you say, you want to sort of know where you are on those penalty points, if you've got an 11 or not.
Colleen finishing up a round here. Just had a
lovely round.
Yeah, just in a nice rhythm the whole time. That was clever riding there from Charlotte. You know, the mare is keen and looking for the flags, but she just, because you have the camber of that hill taking you down, and it opens the left door for a really easy run out. She had to work just to steer the horse back. Not that the mare's even looking to run out, but just the terrain takes you down. It's gravity.
Yet sort of opens the door, even if it is not anyone's intention.
And a super positive ride in. I mean, you just have to give her a little bit of encouragement, but again, it's not like it looks like the horse is trying to stop. They open their eyes and they take a second to just pause. And as the rider, you just want to keep them working with you and operating in front of you so they don't get a little slow thinking for half a second.
If you're just tuning in, we are underway with the 3-star long here at Mars Bromont. Manny Bishop and I have Lynn Smansky alongside me for this division.
Charlotte gets a huge shot over that table. The mare, I mean, jumped a few feet too high, so she really has to do her work to get her back on the backside. But, I mean, you watch this horse go, and this is when you're like, wow, this horse looks like a proper horse.
Yes. Here we have Margot Goldfarb and Ridgetop Pirate Blue. Connemara Thoroughbred gelding, just 10 years old, owned by Margot. Pair come forward on a 36.4. They were in 7th place after the first phase.
And this is a partnership that's known each other for quite a while. And, you know, she's been slowly progressing up through the ranks and coming all the way up here just to get more strength education before trying to carry on up through the levels. And she's on a little bit of a, you know, Connemara pony.
Yes, I was actually saying yesterday that this is one you'd want to probably.
No. It's too bad, you know, because it was so keen coming in. You saw Margot know she was about to be in trouble and really worked hard to try and get him back there. Again, like you say, it's not necessarily that they're trying to run out, but just gravity and keenness in the beginning can get the best of you.
I think a Connemara Thoroughbred is something you'd probably be pretty happily sat on a course like this.
Absolutely. They are tough and they're going to dig deep all the way to the end. think Charlotte's been pretty efficient around the track so far.
Yeah, not wasting any time, sort of efficient in the lines. Got a time here for Colleen Loach, 8 minutes, 33 seconds. They will retain the clubhouse lead at the moment, picking up 9.6 time penalties to end the day on a 42.1.
And Margaret having to have a little conversation with Pirate as you're going up the hill. Oh, yeah, it's too bad. So horse just shifted a little bit left, and once you get on that inside line, it's really hard to recover from that. And you're almost better just staying a little bit to the outside if you can and turning into it, because you really don't have a plan B if they shift a little bit in the air over the ditch.
When the horse looks so game, which is fantastic, but I'm sure there's moments as a rider you wish they would just listen for another moment, because
yeah, I think they're saying the same thing about us. Will they just listen to us? So I think Charlotte knows her mare can get a little backed off in the water, because you see her, she does a really good job making sure the mare stays in front of her. And it's a lot to look at when you come to the water. You know, not even, some horses can not really have a water problem, but it just, they are trying to read where they're going on the way out, and it's quite distracting for them.
Back up here with Margot and Pirate.
It's a little more rideability now.
Yes.
You know, but it's nice to see you've made the trek all the way up here, and you do have some 20s in the beginning, but you use this course as an education for them, and you keep going. And, you know, and sometimes you don't keep going. Sometimes it's time to call it a day and save the horse for another day, and there's nothing to be gained from it. And sometimes you actually feel like, you know what, actually, I think we have a great course. We have really good going. And as long as, you know, the horse is improving, it's staying safe, which it looks like it is. Yeah, it's getting more and more rideable as she goes. I think she's doing a good job.
And I mean, every rider will be here with a different plan for the weekend. Some will be to get to this terrain, to jump around. Obviously, everyone's very competitive, but they will know that sort of the base goal, they will have a different sort of thing in mind as to what they're coming to do. And, you know, again, you can see the experience, or sort of getting the kind of experience that they will get from a course like this will bring them on.
Yeah, and a lot of times you need to do that, to work with the horse and learn a little more about them, especially if you're trying to develop it for the future. You know, you're not just here for, good job. Not just here for an MER or a ribbon. You're here actually for the education and the training in the long run.
That's exactly right. You know, I think too, sometimes, you know, if you do have a problem and go home early, sometimes horses can just decide, oh, well,
yeah,
I don't always have to make it all the way along. Here's our final starter here in this 3-star long division. It is Errol Grald and Obelix. This pair in third place overnight on a 33.9. This 8-year-old Oldenburg gelding is owned by Annie Eldridge. Errol has such an exciting string of horses.
Yeah, and Annie, longtime supporter of Ariel, and you know, you see Ariel, actually, she does a great job to that. It looked like the camber was starting to take her the other way, and she just turns the horse back into the brush corner. Not a big deal, stays out of the way, and lets the horse's quick footwork sort itself out. Looks like Margot's horse is finally agreeing that maybe they can work on the course together. You know, and sometimes you need several minutes into a course and hopefully uphill to finally get it to where they take a breath and get a little less hungry. You know, because if you had this horse coming out, like, no question, you would have thought it would have been a fantastic round.
Yes, exactly. But he really did at the beginning, just sort of was a little too keen. And again, gravity at the beginning, you know, it just is, there's all those factors at play, but ears are still pricked. She will have a lot more information, and he will sort of understand the job maybe slightly differently.
Yeah, and you have a very educated ground jury out here too, and all the officials, they're watching out for the riders and the horses' safety and making sure that everybody's making the right decision too. And you watch someone like that, and maybe you're watching them a little closer because they've had a 20 here and there, but then you watch them and you go, you know what, that was some very mature riding as she went around. Yeah, and Ariel does a really good job there. She stays, she knows she has to stay a little bit left to be able to turn the mare into the line. She almost got herself into trouble in that first question.
So we have time in for Charlotte Bacon and Devlin Prada, home in 8 minutes and 58 seconds, picking up 19.6 time. They will finish the day on a 57.5.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we get MVP award if we had one here. Most improved.
Yeah, really, really great to see. And, you know, I mean, that's one of the things, too, about Derek's courses is that they do sort of gain that confidence or respect all the way around. And
Yeah.
you see a lot of horses finishing better and more confident than the way they started.
You're not wasting any time. Sees a good shot into that table. Uses her position to get the balance back, and you see her actually add the engine, add the gas back into the engine there. It's such a funny place that they feel like they could switch off pretty easily.
Because again, the vet box is right there. Like there's, as you said earlier, so many fences. You really have to pick your line through there, but a lot of reasons for them to get distracted.
Yeah, but it's good to also have you have this so much open galloping space, but we have a lot of tracks now that have so much to look at that the horses need to be able to handle both of those. You know, there's proper long format courses and there's championship courses, and you feel like you're getting a taste of all of that for them here.
See all the teams down there working to cool these horses out. After the forelong, it looked like the horses all came back pretty well. The weather could not be perfect. I mean, it's a little bit rainy, but overcast, 65 degrees. It's pretty perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a huge difference. And even if the going's a little bit slick, the ground still feels fantastic, and it's nice to see the horses come back so fresh. If you think about it as a human, you're out there and all of a sudden the sun comes out and it pelts down on you. It makes a huge difference when you're walking up a hill and how much energy you have left in the tank.
Very tidy through there for Ariel and Obelix.
Little spook
peaky.
there.
Little peaky there.
Ariel, obviously very competitive rider. This is when she's producing for the future. I think she looks like she really has her foot down on the gas pedal.
No doubt. So current leader in the clubhouse is Colleen Loach and Chiaro Z Excalibur on a 42.1, followed by Arden Wilderson and Allegra on a 45.8. Ryan Wood, Clooney R, 47.4. Katie Malinsack drops from first, but wonderful round across the country to fourth overnight on a 56.9. Rounding out the top five is Charlotte Bacon and Devlin Prada. This lady, though, will have something to say about that top five as she's coming forward on a 33.9.
Yep, she's riding for every single second she can try and gain, but you have to give yourself time and not make any silly little mistake at the end here. Wow, very efficient through there.
Very efficient.
And this horse still looks plenty. She could go around up the hill in the forelong and come back.
So we will get a time in for you for Ariel Grold and Obelix. Again, this has been the 3-star long here at Mars Bromont. We still have a lot of 2-star coming your way this afternoon. We will start that action off with Cooley Kaboom and Boyd Martin at 1:27. So please tune back in at 1:27 for the 2-star long. I'm going to sign off for the moment for Annie Bishop and Lynn Szymanski.
cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion.
cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenies, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want?
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Yeah? I fell. Okay, there's bandages in the cabinet. I'm bleeding. Grab 2.
Sheba, what cats want.
Is your cat getting too cool? Give him Temptations dry cat food.
1 in 3 pet parents has used their pet's name as their password.
System hacked. System hacked. System hacked.
But delicious Caesar canine cuisine is a better way to show your love.
Different dogs have different needs, like skin and coat, mobility support, and healthy digestion. That's why Ein's Advanced Health has different formulas, so every dog can be a healthy dog. Gravity Defier for life. Iams for life.
Cleaning your dog's teeth can be hard. But not with Greenie's dental treats. Greenie's, well-being made wonderful.
At Nutro, we believe in growing healthy dogs. Our nutritious food is made with high-quality, natural ingredients to help dogs live full and active lives. Let's grow healthy dogs.
I know we only just met, but I can't imagine my life without you.
Welcome back to Cross Country Day here at Mars Bromont. It's been exciting competition all day long, starting with the 4-star long this morning. Leading the way in that division is Caroline Pamuchu in HSH double 16, followed by Lauren Nicholson in Landmark Jungles Gold. Leader of the 3-star after an exciting cross-country there was Colleen Loach and Chiaro Z Excalibur, followed by Ariel Grauld and Obelix, just picking up a bit of time to finish on a 42.3. We are about to get underway in the 2-star long here at Mars Bromont. I'm Annie Bishop, and I'm delighted to be joined by Olympian from the 1976 Games, Juliette Graham, also known as Mom, as we see Boyd Martin leave the start box on his first horse in this division. This is Cooley Kaboom. This pair come forward on a 30.5. Juju, it's been a fun day out there so far.
It's been pretty amazing to watch. It's so great to be back here at Bromont. I've been here a few years as a selector, but nice to be back this year for the 50th.
Yeah, it's been, we've been talking about what a celebratory weekend it's been all weekend, and you know it's really amazing. The terrain here, you know, Boyd is certainly one that will bring horses up. You know, start them at the 2-star here. His horse in the 4-star is a horse that has won here before. You know, it just is really, it's such a great place to establish horses, see where you are, and it's a venue that's been doing that for over 50 years, getting horses and riders ready for team competitions and ready for the step up.
It's really an amazing place for education for horse and rider about the terrain. And you know, Derek does an incredible job designing courses and sets you up for success.
Yeah, the team here really do such a good job, and Derek is so clever with the way he sets courses, and we've seen it all the way through the morning that his horses, you know, go around these courses, they gain in confidence. This lovely horse of Boyd's is an 8-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Debbie Palmer and Tammy Pollard.
Boyd's giving a good positive ride, but
you know, one thing that Lynn and I were just talking about in the 3-star, you know, gravity has such an effect here because, you know, he's right on the line, but it just does cause you to sort of lose the exact line you'd like to be on at certain times.
Just showing it the way.
Coming back to approach to this B.
Yeah, I'm not sure it didn't take a peek at the yellow coat in the first try.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at around these courses, and you know, especially later on. But again, this is a younger horse for Boyd. You know, he's been at the 2-star level, but this is really only his second 2-star. Huge thank you to all of our volunteers who were out there on course braving this rainy day. We really could not do it without all of the volunteers and everyone that makes a weekend like this go.
And this sport all over the world depends on volunteers to keep it going.
Yes. See, Boyd is in the fairway field now. He's going to make his way up this turn to, we're calling the fairway question. He's going to have a rail and a ditch. Super shot there.
Derek sets it up really well. They come up that hill. They have to balance up to go back down again. So they've got their hind ends underneath them. The striding is all correct. Just have to ride forward.
Yeah, and he was, you know, Derek's been really nice there, especially for these 2-star horses, giving them some time after the ditch. So if they're not quite together, they certainly still have time to get to that line.
This is a little bit of a fly fence to get their confidence back again.
Got a view again. The terrain here at Bromont is something that, you know, can really have an effect as horses and riders are going around, but it's the whole reason that people come here. You know, Lynn was saying that horse and riders have always sort of focused here because they do such a good job on the footing. This ground can take a lot of rain.
And riding in wet weather too also sets you up for other, you know, tough events that may happen in the rain or may not. But horses need to understand footing.
Exactly. Here comes the first of our under 25 riders. This is Paige Bradford and Caminando. This is a 15-year-old Holsteiner thoroughbred gelding. And they come forward on a 38.7 as we're back with Boyd and Cooley Kaboom.
I think Boyd just looked at his watch.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. No one has actually made the time here in the 2-star long in the last 5 runnings, and I'm not sure we will see anyone today. But
Boyd come to the water with a duck through the water. Horse is thinking much more forward now. From a good solid ride from Boyd. A bit of a let up here.
they go back into that other field. There's a shot of Mars Sustainability Bay.
Oh.
I think we have just seen those two part company, unfortunately. That would be Paige Bradford. Back with Boyd and Cooley Kaboom as they come out of the fairwayed field.
And we gather that Paige Bradford and Camamando have had a parting of company.
Yep, heavy mist here. Coming back up.
We'll bring you news in
Again, just that terrain playing its part.
This horse is having a great education. You can see how much more forward it is since it was the beginning than it was the beginning of the course. It's understanding the questions.
You can see the raindrops falling there in the water. Pick back up with Boyd as he's going to come back through Mars Sustainability Bay on his way home. Optimum time here today is 7 minutes, 5 seconds.
Horse looking happy. Here we go. Got it. Good ride, Boyd.
So these 2-star horses, you know, the 3 and the 4, they go up that hill towards the VIP tent. The 2-star horses don't have to take that pull. They come around the side of the turn here, and they have another fence sort of at the bottom there. This where he's coming into now is quite a busy part of the course. You know, we were talking a lot earlier about how much is going on in here, especially for these younger horses. There's a lot of fences. You have to pick your line through, but also you've got the 10-minute box there. The finish line is here. Like, there is quite a bit that can be distracting here.
Horse is looking very focused. And I think liking his job.
Super shot there.
Well done.
So as our first home in this 2-star long here at Mars Bromont. If you're just tuning in, we're getting underway here. We've got a great afternoon left. And those brave souls braving this weather here today. It's been rainy. We were lucky. It didn't actually start raining until pretty early, you know, around the 4-star this morning. So the going has been good. Our next starter on course, this is Sarah Newman and Hang Time. This is a 16-year-old Goldenberg gelding owned by Sarah, and she is part of the Bromont Rising. Bromont Rising is such an incredible educational series that they have here, and you know, these riders get grants to come and compete here at Bromont, and then they get wonderful education with the likes of Peter Gray and Bettina Hoy, Max Corcoran. The list goes on. Sarah and Hang Time were in 4th overnight after the first phase on a 32.5.
This horse really likes cross country.
Yes.
With his ears.
Saw a super shot there.
And a lot of, let's look at their ears.
She did a good job there. Again, add maybe a little peek maybe at that yellow raincoat that's right there. But again, one of our volunteers probably looking at the angle of the fence there. So the 20 scores coming in for Boyd Martin. He's the 20 penalties picked up early on course, 19.4 time. Will finish the day on a 68.9. But you know, Mom, as you were saying, that horse looked very confident at the end. Boyd gave him a super ride all the way around.
At this level, they're really here for the education. Set up for the coffin. Balance up. Leg on. Here we go.
Super ride.
I'd like to sit on that one.
Yeah, it's lovely. How much has Bromont changed through the many years that you've been coming here?
Well, when Bromont, when I rode here, actually went up over the mountain, over to the golf course. It was a very, very wet day, much wetter than this. The jumps were sometimes a little scary. Number 2 was the man from Snowy River to a 3'11" vertical, a stride and a half later. But we just knew how to kick, that's all.
Our next starter here is Laurel, Curry, and Teddy. This is an 8-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Laurel. Come forward on a 47.6. Laurel's part of the Bromont Rising group here this week. She did a really good job sort of containing this one's exuberance in the first phase. Back with Sarah and Hang Time.
This looks like just a fun, experienced horse to get some good miles on. And Sarah's doing a great job. Probably having a lot of fun.
Yeah. This pair have been up to the 3-star level and getting good miles here. Oh, we have a duck friend.
Hello.
He's joined us. Back with Sarah. To this top water.
Ears up. Got it, Mom.
You can tell they have such a great partnership. He knows exactly where to be, and she rides him perfectly and gives him the sport he needs. Back with Laurel and Teddy.
Over the step table at 13. So heading back towards the bending boathouses.
The work that the cross-country team does here. I mean, look at that beautiful woodpecker that they've carved. They've also carved the Mars into a jump over there. I mean, into a log over there. They really spend so much time, and everything is meticulous detail here at Mars Bromont.
They really do an amazing job. And the ducks up at the other water.
Super shot over those rails.
Set up, set up. Cute. Got it. Eyes. There you go.
So little birdie has just told me that this horse is actually related, which makes sense. So it's by Big Dan Durouet. So it's actually related to Sarah Bullimer's horse. It would be Corway or Cormiro. She has a few of them. But you know, it's funny. Yes, the other day when we watched this horse in the first phase, we were saying it actually reminded us of that horse of Sarah's, but it makes a lot of sense. Quite a stamp.
Horse loves his job.
Super ride through
ride,
there.
Yeah. Just all very smooth forward.
She will make her way into that final field there. Great round so far for Sarah Newman and Hang Time. Maybe just feeling the terrain a little bit. You know, these hills, the undulations here at Bromont, they're no joke. It's sort of always up and down here.
And she's doing a good job supporting him when he's tired. Very good job.
A few more fences to go.
Ears are still pricked. Good boy.
Still jumping very, very well. She said it. Here we go. To the final fence.
Good job.
Great round for those two. Valuable experience here this week at Bromont Rising. Catch back up with Laurel and Teddy. She did a great job there. You could see coming around that turn, she almost lost his right shoulder, and she did a really good job to close the door to make sure that he jumped into the water and saw the way out. There is our next starter. It's Emma McHugh, young rider from Canada, riding Melody, who is owned by Edith Ramika. And oh no, they've actually not. They're just having a problem here. This combination, I think, is going to be a bit tricky for some of these guys. And that's Emma McHugh and Edie Ramika's Melody. It is getting a little bit rainier, a little bit foggier. We have Kelsey Seidel and Chico's man VDFZ getting ready to leave the start box. Well, Mom, also known as Juliet, thank you for joining me. Hopefully you'll come in and join me for some of the show jumping tomorrow on the final day at Mars Bromont.
I would love to. Now you've got the wonderful Lauren Kiefer taking my chair.
Also known as Lauren Nicholson.
Oh yeah.
I am now delighted to be joined by Lauren Nicholson. Thanks for coming in. You had a super spin around earlier on Richie.
Yeah, it was great. I kind of feel like we're on vacation. It's just Sally and me and Richie up here enjoying the beautiful Canadian weather, and then got to go at 9:30 this morning and done and dusted.
So good. He looked super. He just ate it up out there. He looked quite happy cruising around.
He is. You know, he's a good guy. He's as much as we've kind of teased him over the years, like he shows up and he does his job, and you know, he's not the flashiest thing in the world, but there's a lot to be said when they're just happy to do it and obedient and just always try to get between the flags. And you know, I had a really enjoyable ride.
Well, that's all you can ask for, especially on a weekend like this. You know, I mean, Derek has said, of course, it was no joke. No one was able to make the time. It's really hard to make the time here at Bromont, but it just looked like it rode beautifully, and the horses really learned a lot as they went around.
Yeah, and like, you know, Richie, he'd done Schoon last year, which was a proper track and really good fitness-wise, and you know, I brought him here. I love Bromont anyway, but I feel like it is a very good track for their education, and you know, they come off it having a better depth to their fitness and having done a proper course. I also find the first half of the track, the ground is quite similar actually to the ground at like Burley. So it's a little bit, you can get them used to it, or, you know, some horses, that kind of ground backs them up and makes them a little too careful, and some of them could care less. And, you know, he's kind of grown up. He did the 3-star here once or twice as well, and he's done the 4 short. So, you know, it's just it's a great track to get their education and put a little more depth to their fitness for the next level for them.
So we just saw Kelsey and Chico's man VDFZ have a little bit of a problem there up at the fairway question, but back on track now.
It's a little bit of a surprise because I think this horse used to be, I'm blanking, Lexi Scoville,
yes, exactly.
It is a very spooky coffin, though.
It is very spooky, and now we have Adeline Reinhardt and Corona Life out. And another one of our under 25 riders here. They come forward after the first phase on a 36.3. This is an 11-year-old Holsteiner mare owned by Adeline.
It's a lovely jumper. She looks ready to attack it.
Yeah, these two have had some good mileage. They were actually top 3 here last year in the 2-star, and they had a good outing at the 2-star also at Terra Nova. So some good results that they've been putting down as they're growing their partnership.
The other great thing about Bromont and this weekend, it may end in tears for a few, but I think one thing we don't get a lot of in North America is practicing riding in mud.
Mm-hmm.
And especially, with our forelongs at Tryon and Terra Nova, like there's rarely kind of inclement weather.
Yeah.
And, the riders need to practice it and the horses need to as well. Caitlin O'Rourke competes a lot of the young ones for me. And we have one, he's lovely. And at Virginia Horse Center last weekend was his first time in mud, and he had no idea what to do with it. But, they gotta practice it, and it's a skill to practice and for the horses to understand how to jump out of it. So it's good, as hard as it may feel today, in the end, it's a good thing to practice when you have the opportunity.
No doubt. Back here with Emma McHugh and Melody. Emma's done a really good job. You saw her earlier sort of giving the mare all the confidence to jump into that water. It's a young mare as well, and a lovely combination. And
she looks really keen, really happy and balanced. And I love how she really studies the shape of the fences. She's like, just give me a second. Let me make sure we do this safely, which I find mares, they're funny. They have so much self-preservation, and I find they kind of get to this level and either go, you guys are crazy.
Yes.
This is not the smart thing to do. Or they get very, okay, I've got this, and really start attacking things.
Super ride through there from Adeline and Corona Life. This mare looks very game.
Yeah.
Very on it.
And it looks like this backfield's holding up well because it can get, even when they're having a drought here, somehow this backfield's still quite soft. So sometimes when you get a lot of water, it can get a bit squishy, but it looks like it's holding up really well.
Back with Kelsey and Chico's man, VDF.
He looks like he's cooking now.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think sometimes people think, oh, it's so easy when you get a horse that's been there, done that. And I think sometimes
you can
it can
do
be more
really
difficult.
Stupid on them.
Yeah, I think it can be even more difficult. Here we have Janelle Fleming and Global Casero 3. These are our overnight leaders. They come forward on a 28.6. This 15-year-old Hanoverian gelding is owned by Romulo Rue. Of course, Janelle works with Sarah Kozublik and is a huge part of her team there, and has this lovely opportunity on. It's known as Jerry at home.
Yes, actually, Lynn Szymanski produced this horse, and I've seen Jerry around quite a bit.
Yes.
So she should hopefully have a good ride. I think Jerry probably, I think even Lynn said, I think Jerry wants a kid, not, not a professional. And you know what? Those horses are worth their weight in gold.
There's no doubt. Yeah, really wonderful opportunity again for Janelle and the whole team here, to be a part of the Bromont Rising program. Come up, get this experience on a tough track like this. And as you say, not ideal to have the rain, but, if they're at a championship, you're at a championship at some point in time and it just starts bucketing rain, you better know how to deal with it.
Exactly. You got to learn how to deal with a little adversity out there.
And you'd rather deal with it on a day like today than a day when you are riding for the team or something like that.
I love a good rainy. Everybody's laughing at me because they're it's supposed to rain all day Saturday. And I was like, I've been itching for a wet cross country day. I was so annoyed at Kentucky because I thought it was going to rain and it didn't. I love a good muddy cross country day. If nothing else, the ground's softer when you hit it.
Well, thankfully you did not hit the ground earlier.
No.
Yeah, the going here really has been perfect. And it looks like the course is holding up fairly well. You know, they got rain here last weekend. It was pretty drying all week, so it sort of felt like it was almost perfect and fast. But so the ground was really ready for some rain, or so if it could take it well, it wasn't just going to run off and become slippery.
And these nice, like, slow, long drizzles, it soaks in well. You don't get inconsistent spots. It's nice. Looks like Janelle's
cruising along
having a
there.
good ride so far.
So Sarah Newman would score for them, just picking up 11.6 time. They'll finish the day on a 44.1. We have that 20 for Kelsey and Sprout, as he's known at home. 12-point time, 62 will be their final score. Laurel Curry and Teddy come home in 20.8 time penalties to end the day on a 68.4. And Emma McHugh and Melody are also safely home as we pick back up with Adeline Reinhardt and Corona Life.
Yeah, this Bromont Rising program's great. I've had a few kids that have had the opportunity to do it. And, you know, Bettina is just fabulous for them to learn from. And, you know, she is a student of the sport always. But one thing I really appreciate is, you know, she teaches them good etiquette as well. You know, like it's not only about riding out there. It's about, you know, how do you treat the sponsors? How do you, you know, treat anyone you see out there? And she makes sure not only to give them more riding skills, but also how to conduct themselves.
Yeah, we just saw starting there Pop of Class and Peyton Myers. Is an 8-year-old thoroughbred mare owned by Peyton, and Peyton I think is based with Daniel Paulson, but is up here with Sarah's gang this weekend because they of course all live right across the street from each other. Catch up with Janelle and Global Casero 3.
That is the nice thing. Like in the East Coast area, you know, we're kind of all in the same place, and you know, help each other's kids out, or you know, sometimes even
each other
swap kit. You know, like Lynn, Shannon, and I have occasionally been like, you need to go work with Lynn for you know, let swap kids. You need a little Lynn in your life. You need a little Shannon in your life. But you know, that's the great thing about eventing.
It is such a supportive community. So, you know, always there for each other. Sure, people are coming. Darn.
You could tell he coming across that road and turning. He just a little same as like Laurel was struggling keeping the right shoulder on her horse, but was able to get it done. He just wasn't quite focused on the fence, and then just kind of read it late and petered out on her. And that's something where, you know, anyone watching maybe wants to waste a second or two swinging out at that, just so if their horse does that, they have time to correct it.
Well, and it is sort of a section of the course where they've sort of been out and done a loop where there isn't a lot happening, and you sort of come back to the water, there's more signage, there's more people, there's just a little bit more there. It's a little bit easier to get distracted. So, oh my goodness, just 1 second of time for Adeline Reinhardt and Corona Life. They come home in 7 minutes, 6 seconds.
Oh, well done.
So just 0.4 to add. So they will finish the day on a 36.7.
Oh, no. Well, lose horse.
That, unfortunately, is Peyton and Pop of Class. They parted company there, but both up and okay.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That is a bummer.
But the ground was soft.
The ground was soft. You know, so hard for these, you know, I'm sure, look, these under 25 kids, they will be frustrated. They're, you know, it's like sort of little things, but it's better to learn it now and to sort of be able to take that experience. And that is part of this, you know, part of this sport. And you know that here we have Olivia Dutton coming out on Dresden. She's our, oh no.
She's about to have some company. But you know what?
Job.
Like, this is the kind of thing, like, get on with your job, you know?
She did
and
a really
good for Olivia. She saw it coming.
Yep.
She stayed clear, and then she got on with it.
So
and that's what your job is as a professional.
This
Better
pair,
horses awake now.
I know, exactly. This pair come forward on 29.3. This is a 7-year-old Hanoverian gelding owned by Carolyn Moran and Evie Dutton.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this a bit. Like, I don't envy these kids learning the sport in this day and age because, it's a lot different than it was when I was at this phase, at this place, and you could kind of make your mistakes and it wasn't on a live stream. And, it's hard. Like, I had a kid last year. She had a horse that was just really quite strong and on doing the 3 long and got really, really strong on her. And she did the right thing, doing a lot of work to get him back for stuff. But then she got sat down and talked to for, being too handsy towards the end of the course. But, it's hard because you don't know how to deal with it till you have it happen to you.
Yep.
And she did the right thing to keep the horse safe. The worst thing would have been if she hadn't have
Yeah.
gotten. And I don't envy that they have to do it in such a public way. And, you only learn through experience. And, it's hard if people expect these kids to come out and look like show hunters around a tough track
Yep.
and on, green horses or tougher horses. And it's hard. I think they have a whole nother level to deal with mentally than we did back then because there are so many eyes on you.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And I think the other thing too, though, is as we think about the Bromont Rising program and things like that, you're talking about the lessons that they're learning from Bettina. I know that Arden's dad came in and spoke to them also, same thing about dealing with owners and sponsors and the business side of it. And they actually they had a session with Mike Winter and
Love
and
Mike.
Emily. Talking about social license and things like that. And, so really a full education there. And, unfortunately for your student, like that's part of that education as well. And, again, better to learn that now.
Absolutely.
And sort of have it, top of mind for these kids as we see Olivia and Dresden coming up to the fairway question.
He was not getting anywhere near the ditch monsters. What a lovely horse, though. And it's so lovely watching Olivia's really, come up through the, ridden with her dad for so long and, is turning from a kid into a professional and got her own string and really producing results on multiple horses.
Yeah, no, it's great. Next we have out Errol Grald and Kiltar Midnight Rendezvous. This is a 8-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Ariel.
Ariel's a tall girl. That's a very tall horse.
Yeah, it says he's about 16'3", but he
looks a little, I think maybe they stuck him before he was done growing. I had at Bertoni, I was always so excited because I was the shortest of everyone, which never has happened in my life. And I was like, I'm so tiny and petite. I had never gotten the opportunity to be the short person in a group of people.
Sorry, we'll take us from someone who's always the shortest person in a group of people. It's not always the best thing, but yeah, you see the rain coming down there. Errol is a tall rider. She had a great spin around in the 3-star earlier on Obelix as we catch back up with Olivia Dutton and Dresden.
It'll be great to see Ariel kind of building up this new string of horses. It's always really hard when you've got that first big time horse and then there's just it's always cyclical. No one has a group that just keeps winning constantly. Yeah. And it ebbs and flows. And, she's put in the work and it'll be exciting what she does with this next group of horses she's producing.
Yeah, there's no doubt. See Olivia coming around to this duck, which has caused some peaks.
Good
Super
girl.
ride there.
And you saw her come down. As soon as she crossed that road, she got into the tack. She had the horse pretty packaged, and she just never gave him the opportunity to drift out that shoulder or go off the line she wanted. And, that just shows how much experience she's had in her short time as a professional, and she's using it.
I think, unfortunately, this is another one who has come to grief here at this B element.
The starter, I always say the first half of this course is it's tough because it's so undulating and things come up quite quick And like that first water is pretty up and down, and then you're going downhill and twisting and turning. And it's, especially if you have a horse that takes a minute to kind of focus or needs a bit of a gallop, it's a tough track. And I always kind of warn people the first time here, I'm like, if it feels like it's really rough and inconsistent, don't panic. Just wait till you get through the coffin and everything else, and then it usually settles into a rhythm. But you kind of have to just survive the first bit.
I was going to say those first few minutes too. I mean, there's a reason Derek puts those questions there, right? And we've run in this order. Back with Olivia and Dresden. Good job.
He's certainly got plenty of gas left in the tank.
No doubt. This lovely young horse. So depending on Olivia's time and if she can jump clear, she will have the opportunity to take over the lead here.
Which I didn't feel like Adeline looked like she was flying. So
no, just very straightforward.
Which is always lovely to see when someone almost sneaks
yes.
making the time on you, because they're just efficient and don't break up the rhythm more than they have to.
And honestly, here in the 2-star long, we haven't seen anyone make the time in 4 or 5 years.
Good boy. Good job. He's got such a big step, and he's pretty bold, and he just got himself a little under that. But Olivia did good to sit chilly, because sometimes your instinct tries to leave it out, and then you just get yourself in trouble.
And or also then sort of landing and panicking, right? And not just sort of staying in that consistent place.
She just sat chilly, supported him, so that's where you got to go. And it is hard with these super athletic young ones. You know, most of the time, everything's a little bit easy for them size-wise, and they a little bit kind of more often than not jump themselves into trouble because they have so much athletic ability, but not all the control of it yet. And then they're like, oh gosh, how'd I get here?
She did a great job there coming down to that fence, because he did look like he was a little bit, we've been talking all day about this field is very distracting. You've got the tent, you've got the vet boxes here. You're coming towards home. There's just a lot to look at.
He's wiggly wobbly, but she just held him on his line. He'll have grown up a ton around that track. She did a very good job.
Super ride there for Olivia. Catch back up with Ariel here at this water.
This turn is tough.
It is tough.
Again, Ariel's got a lot of experience as well. And, even though the horse was kind of this way, that way, fussing, why are you playing my mouth? She just sat there and said, you got to go down here.
This is the place.
This is it.
We've got a time in for Olivia in just a moment.
You see Ariel, that turn, she really sat down before making the turn and made sure he was staying in between her aids. Because the last thing you want to do is them drift to a big table and all of a sudden you're not on what the shot you wanted to be on.
See some crossing here in the field. Ariel on her way as our next starter. I believe that is Lucienne and Deary, who are overnight leaders. I think that's right.
So, yeah. Looks like Lucienne.
Yep. Overnight leaders, they come forward on a 26.1. Obviously, Deary's a very experienced horse. But
he seems like, I haven't spoken to Lucienne, so I don't know, but I think from watching the horse's progression, it's a very lovely but very careful horse. And it seems like strategically she kind of does some big things and then bumps it down and then goes back up, which is smart, not all horses, I always kind of call it like the Landmarks. Monte Carlo was a bit like that. And I always said, he's got 3 big tries in him a year. And then the rest of the year is a little bit spent just keeping him confident and happy. But if you have too many hard things in a row, they just get a bit, when they're that careful and that talented, they can get a bit it's too hard.
Yep.
But that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Different, they're individuals. Oof, this thing's got a big old stride that Ariel's doing her best to manage.
Good job there. So time in for Olivia Dutton and Dresden. picking up 21.6 time penalties to finish the day on a 50.9. So our overnight leader going into show jumping tomorrow for the under 25s will be Adeline Reinhardt and Corona Life on a 36.7, followed by Sarah Newman and Hang Time on a 44.1.
She's got a couple rail in hand as well, doesn't she?
She's good. It's close, yeah.
That she should be pleased. Like that's great how she didn't look in a rush. And
no, it was a lovely round. We always talk about smooth as fast. These young horses.
He thinks he knows better than Ariel.
Doing the exact same thing that Dresden did coming into that field as well.
He can see that he's slipping, sliding a little bit too, you know, and so I had decent sized studs in today. I mean, Sally, my groom Sally Robertson will probably laugh because I tend to understud from what most people are doing, but even I was a little bigger than usual, and I could have gone bigger as well. I think it's just the nice drizzle. It just you cut into the track pretty easily.
Here we are with Lucienne and Deary. Yeah, you know, it's interesting. Lucienne did a similar thing with him last year. She stepped him down to the 2-star level, got him feeling like he was king of the world, and then really had an excellent run of form at the end of the year with some 4-star wins.
Yeah, she won quite a bit.
Yeah, she won like 6 or 7 in a row, 2-star all the way through 4-star. So, you know, again, I think that it's something that worked well with this horse last year. And
you know, like he's just, they're not wrong, these horses that are super careful and cautious. And, you know, they're not wrong to be that way. And, you know, you can either try to make them jump around, which never even works in the end anyway, or you can build up their confidence and you just have to get your timing right for the competitions you want to pull the trigger at.
Yeah. She had a great spin around earlier in the 4-star short on Kitch Couture HBK. It's a lovely mare that she's added to her string in the last 2 years.
Yeah, she has some really lovely horses.
Deary looks very full of himself still, which is what you want to see at the end of a course like this.
Absolutely. And you can tell that he's obviously more experienced in how much easier turning and everything is for him.
Less conversations are occurring in between fences. Super round there for Lucienne and Deary.
She'll be pleased with that.
Yeah. He looks quite happy and within himself. We have Boyd out now on the Gold Czar.
Yeah, he's got a group of young horses he's producing as well here.
He does. This is a thoroughbred. I think they call him Remy at home. He is a 9-year-old. And I know that Kenta's actually done some competitions on this horse as well.
Oh, has he?
I'm coming up the levels, but Boyd's taken over the ride for this weekend. And this is Contessa and Victoria Miller.
And this is Old Rider Boy. Is this the same Contessa?
It is the same Contessa.
And you saw how experienced the mare looked and how she skipped through that.
Yeah, this pair come forward on a 34.2. The owner is Tom Aronson.
Often I think we get more nervous. You know, Boyd's working pretty hard on that young horse. We get more nervous running the 2-star horses around than the 4-5-star horses around because you just don't really know what's going to happen.
Because they don't know what's going to happen.
Exactly. It's just a bit more work, whereas, you know, things happen on a 4- and 5-star, but you typically know what you're sitting on at that point and know what you got under you.
Lucienne and Deary smack on the optimum time of 7 minutes, 5 seconds. They will hold on to their lead going into show jumping tomorrow on a 26.1.
And the only clear round in the
2-star
so far?
Yes. In the main division, the under 25s, we had a couple of clear rounds, but yeah. You know, I think it's so interesting. We see it with you, we see it with Boyd and others that, you know, we'll see the horses here in the 2 and the 3-star. And then when we start to see them come back for the 4-star and things like that, it really is such an incredible place to bring your horses on, get the education, as you were saying earlier, get that base fitness, get them strong.
It's funny too, because like this track, it wouldn't look like it's super hilly, but in a lot of ways I find it actually more tiring on the horses than say like the Maryland 3 long or the 3 long at Kentucky when they used to do that, because I think actually those long downhills give them a chance to get their wind back. Anybody that rides a bike or anything, like it's almost harder when it's just steady creepy climb, and also you're always turning, the ground's always kind of undulating and changing, which is similar to Burley.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right. I mean, that long big hill at Maryland, it sort of is just one long all the way up, and then you've got the place to do it. Here, as you say, you're constantly changing up, down, around.
And you don't have anywhere where you can leaving the coffin's about the only place you can just give them a good sprint and make up some time. Like, that's one hard thing about this place is if you get a little down, you're really not going to get a whole lot of chance to get it back.
Here we catch up with Philip Dutton and United Mara. This pair come forward. They were in third place overnight on a 28.6. This horse is owned by Carolyn Moran.
Very nice.
By United Touch S.
Oh, so it should be able to jump.
I think it should be able to jump. She's
should
lovely.
Be able to jump, all right.
Just an 8-year-old German sport horse mare. Philip has had her for a little while. They've done a 2-star, done some preliminaries, but
we have some verbal encouragement. Sometimes you just need a little bit extra helps.
Anything to get it done.
Exactly.
Do you think it's more for the horse or for yourself? Sometimes
honestly, I think it's probably a little of both. I think sometimes when I've pulled it out, the horses are more startled than anything. Like, what are you screaming about? Woo! That one pings into the air.
Here is Natalia Neneman and Casalco Midnight.
I was thrilled for her this morning on her mare in the advance or in the 4 long.
She rode her so well, and
she was very excited.
Yeah, she should be.
And a homebred of Bruce Davidson's.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things to like about that combination. Stepped up to the 4-star in the last, year or so, and she's done such a good job bringing that mare along, and she finished full of confidence and looked super.
Natalia, we always have quite a bit of fun together, but back in 2010, we actually were grooming for Canadians at the Worlds at Kentucky, and everybody celebrated so hard. Monday morning, Natalia and I thought we were late. We were the only ones that
made it to the barn.
So we fed all the horses, and then we went to the cafeteria and ate so much bacon and eggs.
It's one of the great things too. Out. There we go.
Another one that struggled to turn a little bit.
Yep.
But yeah, you're not gonna get past Phil too far with your shoulder on a turn.
You're definitely not.
You can try, but it's gonna be more work than it's worth.
Yeah, exactly. He's got, he had a great spin around in Denham in the 4-star short earlier, but he's got a couple of great young horses. He's in 2nd and 3rd actually in this division. Young horses coming through as well, which is it's so great to see. There we have Susanna Tizanos Moreno and Clover. This horse is by Jaguar Male. He's an 8-year-old gelding. They come forward on a 34.8. She had a great cruise around also on her 3-star mare as well.
This may be inappropriate, but I keep seeing her last name and thinking it should be like a tequila brand or something. It just sounds like it should be. Yeah, sounds like a good time. And, one thing Phil does well with the young horses is, yes, you're on his line, but he also leaves them to a little bit figure themselves out. Like he doesn't do too much to try to dictate how they leave the ground and make a shape. He lets them a little bit learn from their mistakes, especially these good jumping ones. If you jump yourself in big, you get yourself out of it.
Yeah.
Which is a skill in itself to keep them confident while doing that. Natalia's mare, this is a lovely jumping horse.
Lovely, lovely mare. She had a great ride through that fairway question.
That is as good as any we've seen through there.
Yeah, really straight as a die through the air.
Yeah.
Sort of no question about that one.
Yeah, it feels very good about he dictates the line, and and it is a thing with them, if they don't think there's an option to go off the line, then they don't waste time thinking about that. They focus on what's on the line and how to execute it safely. And this horse has really gotten better and better as it went around.
I think it's interesting too with Philip. I've talked to him about the Passant horse that he got from Emily King. It was obviously established at the level, but he really went back and made it his own.
Mhm.
He has a specific way of riding, and he really wanted to make him his own. And you can really see that come on in the last year or so with Passant and Philip's results. Denim, on the other hand, he's had since a young horse, and you could see him. He's clearly has been
Yes.
Phil's ride for a long time, and so it's lovely to see him with this young mare starting out, and sort of he's able to shape that partnership from the beginning.
Absolutely. And I think over time you kind of like Boyd is excellent at adapting to new rides. Like, we've seen it over and over. He can take a horse that's been produced by someone and he will adapt his ride to suit the horse, which is an impressive skill in itself. And then, I think as a rider, you kind of have to figure out if you're good at that or not. Like, I over time was like, I don't love doing that.
Right.
Like, I really much more, I'm more competitive if I kind of know them and trust them and vice versa, and they're my ride. And, that's why even with the opportunity to buy going horses, like I much prefer to produce them in the long run. And I think, regardless of the age and experience, it takes a couple years to kind of mesh and
to make them your own.
Yeah.
Well, I said that no one was going to make the time today, but we've now had two because Lucienne was obviously smack on the time. This is not really a surprise, but Boyd Martin and Gold Czar were under the time. But
That
he
thing
has
has
sat
a
on a
big
thoroughbred.
stride.
Sat on a thoroughbred.
Oh,
He
this
did not
thing might
mess
be.
around.
They're going. This one's moving.
We have a time in also for Contessa. 7 minutes, 40 seconds, picking up 14 time to finish the day on a 48.2. United Mara and Philip Dutton picking up 6.4 time to finish the day on a 35.0. And our next starter is out of the box there. It is Copycat Creek and Kristen Anderson. It's a 13-year-old thoroughbred gelding owned by Kristen.
I wonder if this is related. Do you remember the Copycat Chloe that Allie Springer used to ride?
Oh, it's entirely possible.
I wonder if it's the same.
This pair come forward on a 41.1. This pair are based in Canada.
And even with all this rain coming down and how many horses have gone just this first section, like the ground's holding up great. It's not mucky. You can see that, and the horses prefer it. Like even really, really muddy days, the horses will come out of better
Yes.
than they will on perfect fast ground.
And we've seen that at badminton a few years ago when it was just absolutely so deep. The horses, they were tired by the end of the course, but they all jogged up beautifully the next day.
I've never ridden in mud like that.
It was
like it almost dried up too much. Like you almost wanted it wetter because it was just like glue sucking down your feet. It was.
I think I still have wellies with that mud still
I'm
on
sure.
them from that year. Great ride in there.
Buccalo in 2024 was just it. I mean, it's always wet, but it was especially wet. And when I returned my rental car, their faces were like, I don't think you can return this like this. I was like, sorry.
It's yours. Here we
Woo!
have. Nice job.
Oh, good job. Well done for her because the horse definitely jumped in quite big. And then a little bit slided down the hill, and Kristen just stayed there in the middle and was like, this is your jump. And then the horse got it done quite cattily.
Yeah, that was lovely. And she did. She sat chilly and said it is right there, kept her leg on,
and it can
stayed still.
It can be hard when they do that not to, like, keep overcorrecting. Like, sometimes it's not about correcting which way they're going. It's about just saying, here, just stay here.
This is a super jumper.
It looks like it's very thoroughbred. It runs like
full thoroughbred.
looks like one. Love a good thoroughbred.
Yeah, you know, I mean, they're hard to beat, especially on terrain like this, especially on a
Mhm.
day like this.
And you do, like, you kind of love days where the conditions are a little bit much, because then all of a sudden you kind of see these horses you don't always notice a show that this is when they rise to the occasion, is
Yep.
actually it's the horse for the gnarly days. And, you know, when no one makes time or anything else.
Lauren, thank you so much for joining me. We wish you the best of luck tomorrow as you and Richie head into the show jumping.
Hopefully everybody can inspire Richie.
Yes.
It's not always his most ideal
favorite.
phase, but he's a good boy.
Well, thanks again for joining, and best of luck tomorrow, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Anderson and Copycat Creek clear the 10th fence on course, that being the spaceship table. Gamble Barn comes up next at 11 before they will emerge for the Buckeye Bay at 12.
Susanna complète le saut numéro 21. Il lui reste un effort avant la ligne d'arrivée. Christine Anderson est claire au saut 12AB du Buckeye Bay.
Leave it open. I am delighted to have back in the hot seat Miss Sarah Kozenblick. Sarah, thanks for coming back.
Oh, of course. I'm so excited to watch the last little bit of this CCI 2-star long. It's really been, all of these courses have been just stunningly accurately Bromont, right? Just beautiful, and all the horses have been getting better and better as they've gone along, and it's been a good challenge for some, and we know what to walk away with to get better, right?
Yeah, there's no doubt. We've seen, we saw the under 25s. There were some problems throughout that class, but you know what? They will come on from a weekend like this with so many things to work on, and they will come back better and better.
Yeah, and you know what? There weren't. Yeah, they might have had a little stop here and there, but honestly, overall riding was really good. And I mean, my girls, like, it was a shame because a couple of them had little blips, but they rode well and they learned from it and they were better. I was actually really proud of them, Annie.
You should be. I mean, honestly, everyone, they all looked super. They all looked safe and smart riding, mature riding, just little moments where it just didn't come off, but nothing that was like, no big faults anywhere. Like, it was actually really good. We see being led to the start box there. Glenn Future, as we catch back up with Copycat Creek and Kristen Anderson. These two have been having a cracking round. This gelding is very game and full of run.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so fun to watch, and the weather couldn't be better. I know everyone's like, "Oh, it's raining," or this or that and the other, but the temperature is perfect, the ground is perfect, and it's really a great day for cross country. When it's a bit hot and a bit sunny and you've got the shadows and things like that, that's actually not a day that riders love to be running their horses. This is more what we would like to do. We feel a little bit bad for the spectators. There's been some very hardcore spectating going on, which I'm incredibly impressed about, because if you're coming out here to hang out in the cooler weathers and the rain, then you really do care about the sport. But look at the views here as you gallop along by the lake and all of that. I mean, it's just magical to ride here, regardless of how your week was. It honestly is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just this venue. I've been talking about it all day. You and I talked about it this morning. But this venue, you've got such great volunteers here. You've got great footing. The courses are perfect. Like, it really is. The views, as you were just saying, like, I mean, we were walking around the other day looking at the 4-star long course, and I just thought, oh my goodness, like, it's the best place. As we catch up with Daniel Classing and Glenn Future.
Dan is such a nice cross-country rider, and he's also a course designer, which is kind of fun as well. I really appreciate people that are involved in many different aspects of the sport. So he does a bit of course design, and he and his wife Caitlin have a beautiful cross-country schooling course that we're so lucky to be able to use in Virginia. It really is very, very helpful, and is also a beautiful rider.
It's interesting. He did a podcast. He did the podcast with Sinead sometime in the last year, and I found it so interesting. His thinking on course designing, how he takes it as a rider. Like, it's definitely worth a listen if you want to know more about Daniel Classing and sort of his theory and course designing. It was a wonderful interview.
Well, I think it's incredibly helpful, whether you're a dressage judge and whether you're a cross-country course designer or show jumping course designer, to have been a rider, not only to have been a rider, but to have been a rider in recent memory, because, one of the things I really had a lot of admiration for Peter Gray and Marilyn Payne and Valerie Viscaronto and Bobby when I have my dressage schooling shows, they'll often ride in front of each other. And I thought when Peter was going to judge the World Championships in Italy, he came and brought his horse to ride through the test, which I thought was very, very cool. And they said, gosh, this is harder than I thought it was. So, and I think, Derek DeGrasse the same way, like he'd been riding at the intermediate level for a long time. And, he would go out and actually do that. And Jay also goes out and does horse trials. And I think it is important to have some skin in the game for the modern sport, because it is a bit different.
To see Dan coming back to reapproach this cabin. We have seen this causing, not a lot of problems, but certainly riders having to really pay attention to the line there, because the horses are just coming up that turn a little bit distracted. Back on track. We did see a moment ago Jenny Brannigan and Kismet go flying by our screen. I'm sure we'll catch up with them again in a minute, but Jenny is out on course. The wonderful Kismet, owned by Nina Gardner, an 11-year-old warm blood gelding. They come forward on 29. They were in 4th place overnight. As we see Daniel approaching Mars Sustainability Bay.
Cool. And honestly, I thought Jenny's ride earlier on Affe Connery was fantastic. It was such a shame that she had a problem right at the end, because it was such a beautiful round. So I'm excited for her to cruise around on Kismet and have a bit of redemption for the day. And we were just looking at that little, that roll top up the hill and things. It's a bit, it's undulating ground here at Bromont. I mean, we come here to not sort of, I don't mean to say we don't come here to feel good about ourselves, but we come here to be tested, right? So it's a testing to see where we are in our training and where our horses are, because you can feel quite good over some courses and then go, I mean, that happened to me a bit today. I was like, gosh, my horse is absolutely ready to be here. And he was not. He was jumping high and he was stalling and all of this sort of stuff. And it was good information for me, because you have to do all these different courses. You have to come to the terrain. You have to challenge yourself in order to know what it is you need to do to prepare your horses properly. And my horse didn't stop, but I was scared about the fact that he was going because he wanted to do the job for me, and that wasn't something I felt comfortable to continue asking. And then you just go home and you go back to the drawing board. That's just life. That's just horses. And like we always talk about that, but any given Saturday, you have to be smart enough out there to kind of go take the information away. But it doesn't mean you don't come back to these competitions, because these competitions give you the information that you need to produce your horses properly for the goals that you have.
Well, and that's exactly right. You and I have talked about it all weekend. We see people here producing horses, and sometimes it comes off and sometimes it doesn't. But you now have new information that you wouldn't have had if you weren't at a venue like this.
100%. And here's our gorgeous girl, Miss Jenny Brannigan, coming around the corner here. Yep. She's like, just get it done. It's funny because as you come around there, it's as Jimmy would say, it's a good place to have a bad fence. It's not a big jump. But it just comes around. You get down there as you're crossing the road. There's a moment of changing in the ground, and then it's quite positive up that hill. And I think when you walk it walks like it wouldn't be, but because of the way you were coming down the hill before that, I think is what makes it sort of need to jump it and then move up the hill a bit more, which Jenny was trying to do, and then her horse backed off a tiny bit, but it was still the right move on her part. She's being positive again. And, this is knowing your horse, and she's ready there. Does he need any positive encouragement? But she didn't need to, just because She was right there, and her timing and her balance and her leg position was all perfect. But she was going, hey, stay out in front of me, stay out in front of me. We're not done yet. Beautiful gallop on this horse, though.
Unbelievable. We have a time in for Daniel Classing and Glenn Future, 8 minutes 1 seconds, 22.4 time. Not showing any jumping penalties, but we did see him sort of reapproach that cabin, so that may be reviewed. Kristen Anderson, Copycat Creek, come home with a flag, but again, that will be reviewed. Just 1.2 time. They were cooking around there. Come
That's
home
awesome.
with 51.3.
But was what? But was that? I actually don't know. Is that separately numbered? That combination? Where are we? So I'm just going to check that.
Next out on course, I believe this is Lindsay Wagner and GCS Ardeo Jupiter. This horse is an 8-year-old Irish sport horse gelding owned by Lindsay. They come forward on a 32.1.
No, I think you're probably right, because I think 15 was the ramp before the Dairy Barns, and the Dairy Barns are AB. So I think you're probably right there where we saw that.
Just having a bit of a miscommunication here.
Oh, what a shame. Lindsay Wagner is one of her and her sister Ashley are both here this weekend, which is really nice to see. And is one of just an incredible horse person, great teacher, and has produced this horse beautifully. But she might be just feeling that it's not quite right here as well. I think she might be pulling up.
Well, they will head back and regroup. Again, part of that education of why you come to these competitions.
For sure, and coming from Idaho and things like that, it's a long way. But she's she's been in the sport for a long time. She does understand all that stuff, and when it's it's one of those hard calls when it's not quite feeling right. It's our responsibility as horse people to make the right call, and she certainly would always make the right call.
If you're just tuning in here, here we have Kenta Hiranaga.
I love him as a rider. Have you watched him, Annie?
Yes,
yeah,
he's unbelievable.
I think he's really good.
He's ridden some of Boyd's younger horses, actually Gold Czar, who Boyd just had a spin around, is a horse that Kent has ridden some. This is Promised Land TH. He is owned by Takashi Hata, and he is a 7-year-old Holsteiner gelding. They come forward on a 30.3.
Good ride. Good ride. Good example of riding the line, not the stride. I mean, the horse had a bit of a peak at which you would expect, right? There's a pretty bloody big coffin, and it's at a 2-star, and it he rode it very well, and the horse jumped up in the air and landed a bit right of the ditch, which made the distance 5 rather than 4. But he didn't make a silly mistake by trying to push the horse out of balance there. I've been impressed. I saw him for the first time about a year ago at he was at the same competition where they have the Young Rider Championships in Maryland, and I just was really, really impressed with his riding. Oh shoot!
No, just having a stop there.
Shoot. That's annoying, and you would think, honestly, I was saying to my girls that I get more worried about that jump when it's a bit light to dark.
Right.
Usually it's okay. Yes, you do have to be positive. Good job. But usually it's okay when it's a bit overcast, but when it's light to dark, it can take a bit stronger riding. And it is, you're going into the woods. It's fairly narrow on the back side of it, and it is a tricaner. So that means there's a ditch underneath that log. So there is a bit to look at.
Yeah, I mean, even driving by it the other day, I thought it was quite surprising. It was bright sunlight. We sort of walked by, and it just sort of does sneak up on you a bit of how it is tucked back in that.
Yeah, they used to have, when I first came here, they still had the steps there from the 76 games, and you went up the steps. I think it came down when you were in the games, but we went up the steps. And that was right next to that tricaner.
So scoring for Jenny Brannigan and Kismet, they will go forward to tomorrow on a 32.6, picking up just 3.6 time penalties.
Oof, girl.
Again, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Mars Bromont. We're underway with the 2-star long here. So we see Kenta Hiranaga approach this top water.
Good job. Nice ride. Love. Oh, I hate that. Come on. Having a little bit of steering issues here, but he's gonna either zoom back around or decide to call it a day. We shall see shortly. I think he's calling it a day. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, he'll come back here again. He's certainly a very good rider. I'll give him pat. He's a very good rider, and we're very lucky to have him here based in North America.
Sadly, a third problem on course for Japan. Kenta Hiranaga.
Here is William Campos and Elsa. They come forward on a 43.9. It's an 8-year-old Horace Lavaneras.
Cool, and it's from Colombia, so he'd probably be trying to. This is the last competition that you can. Well, actually, I'm not sure if Colombia is part of those games, but it's we're very close to being the last competition that you can qualify for the Central American Games, and I think that he can Central American and Caribbean Games. I believe. I'm not sure entirely, so I don't want to say, but I think that they can ride for that. So if he has a qualifying score around here, he can qualify to do that, which is in the end of July in the Dominican Republic.
Amazing. Okay, we have seven nations represented here at Bromont this weekend.
That's exciting. You know, we must make every effort that we can to try to bring the sport globally. I really have a huge amount of admiration for some of the programs that have been put into place recently by the FEI with having these sort of derby type things around the Caribbean and, well, a lot of countries actually in Central America as well and around the globe, where you can have you have FEI stewards go. In fact, I convinced Sue to go down and do it in Barbados a couple of years ago, Sue Ockenden. And it's just a really cool thing to try these countries that do not have the infrastructure to have cross country, where they can start to experience the sport of eventing from the ground up. Really helps them to potentially eventually bring horses to this level, which is obviously in Colombia there are some courses and there is eventing, but it's not as it's nowhere near what we have here in the United States. So for a rider to make the effort to be here and training and do this, it's a massive thing, and I don't think people quite realize that.
Such a commitment that everyone makes, and especially if you are sort of in a country that it's not as easily available. Really, you know, the riders and the countries and the families, everyone making such an effort to make these dreams come true.
For sure. And if we don't try to make it continue that way going forward, we're going to be a little bit of trouble, because we do need to have the entire world involved. It can't be just a couple of countries doing this. And he's, I don't want to jinx it, but he is riding very well. He had a very good shot down that tricky line there in the beginning. Good on him. Super. I mean, that was super. Really, really cool. And my hat's off to him to pick this as a 2-star long to come to as well. I mean, good for him. This is not a simple one to do.
I was going to say, it's definitely want to, you know, but it's also nice to make sure that he is up the train, up for anything that will be thrown at him.
Yeah, and maybe he's working towards trying to qualify for the Pan American Games, which certainly looks like a good enough rider to have that in his future goals. Beautiful. Yeah, and that was bold. I actually thought the horse was going to back up and do one more there, but he was like, "Nope, we're going."
Here is our next starter, Heidi Jones and Your Electric. They come forward on a 39.9. 12-year-old thoroughbred gelding owned by Heidi. She's based in Goshen, New York. This pair were second in the intermediate at Windridge Farm Spring Horse Trials. They were here in the 2-star last year. So she clearly knows what it takes to come up here and wanted to come give it another crack.
Oh, for sure. Quite impressed with this guy. He's really balanced and has a lovely feel across the ground in his galloping position. I mean, they clearly know each other quite well. Oh, she was good to you there. She's good to you there, William. But that's all right. Like, he's lovely and soft, and he's balanced, and he's not in the way. You know, that was maybe a bit gappy for that particular type of jump. But wow, do these two seem to really love and trust each other?
No doubt, it's so fun to see these partnerships as they come. This man has been very busy today, especially in this division. We are going to be back with Boyd Martin here in a second as he's going to get underway with his third ride here in Bouba de Moose. This horse is in 5th place on a 30.0. 6-year-old Hanoverian Gelding owned by Tammy Pollard. We catch back up with Your Electric and Heidi Jones. Come up to the fairway question.
Very well done. Very, very well done. I mean, she came up, she swung out, she got her bouncy canter, got on her line. I'm not sure that you'd see that coffin ridden much better today. That was exceptionally good. It's interesting because I'm not sure if the horse is short or she's a bit tall or what's. I mean, because she's a bit.
He's 16-1.
Okay, that's what's going. Yeah, okay.
Back with William and Elsa.
I love this guy's rein length. Like, I adore it. Balance a bit. You get a bit ahead sometimes. There we go. Perfect. Gosh, yeah, I just love the partnership here. They actually hit the flag on the right side, which, you know, he's trying to close that distance because the 4, just to make sure. Oh, shoot, I think he had just a moment.
He did.
It's okay. He's got it. The thing is, he's got it. But, you know, it's a slightly open 4, and, you know, he's just a tiny bit forward. I wonder if he was a show jumper because he's just a tiny bit forward with his upper body off of that, and was like, I got to be on the inside, which he was totally right about. But just a bit too much so, and that's why I hit the flag on the right-hand side. But, you know, that's okay. You know, he has such lovely balance and feel and connection. And just sometimes could maybe stand to be a tiny bit, if I was being picky, a tiny bit taller with his upper body coming in the last step. But he definitely knows this horse. And what lovely feel. And I think he's quick, Annie. I think this will be quite a competitive. What was his dressage score?
He was on a 43.9.
Okay. Well, he's good. I think he's trying to get his qualifiers here, and, you know, good on him. Not an easy place to come to do that.
No, definitely not.
Oh no, the bloody goose. You know, that's done that unexpectedly to a couple people today. Like, because she was having a super ride. How annoying.
That's too bad.
How annoying. Oh, good job, Boyd. Stuffed it over that one.
Well, so Boyd had a problem with
I
that
know.
fence on his first horse.
It's not letting that happen again.
No, there was a man with a red yellow raincoat standing behind it, though.
Okay. Well, I think it's, you know, I'm just being fair here. That's quite a big hedge going down the hill.
And
early on.
Lynn and I were talking earlier about how the gravity on that part of the course, you know, sort of if you're in those combinations and you're doing a turn, the hill really sort of will pull you off the line.
100%. It goes a little bit to the side, and it's quite early on. And you can't get too caught up in a number on that. You really have to feel it out. And obviously, no one's better at that than this man. He's one of the best cross country riders
So we have
in the world.
We have a time in for William Campos and Elsa. Just 7 minutes, 21 seconds, only 6.4
Great.
time penalties to add. They will go forward to tomorrow on a 50.3. Boyd getting it done.
Yeah, so you're doing 4. Well, honestly, congratulations, Columbia. That is a big, big, big deal. Good on you guys for having a rider here and doing that well. Boyd's on a mission. He's galloped up that hill
many times. He
is going. He's like, well, you know, the thing is, some horses are so much better when you actually say, hey, come on, kick into gear. And it's all about knowing your horse. And clearly that is and this horse is just going great guns.
Here we go with Captains Lady K and Aaron Canara. This pair come forward at 34.0. It's an 8-year-old Oldenburg mare owned by Sarah Gunadogan, and I apologize, I just butchered that. But a lovely stamp of a horse.
Yeah, and Erin is an exceptional cross-country rider, and she's very, very, very fast. So this will be really fun to watch. I had actually one of my owners and clients was up here, and she was like, "We love this horse; it's so cool." So I'm sure she's out there videoing it right now, just cheering it along.
Good boy, taking very tight lines there, tucking underneath the bushes or the trees.
Beautiful.
Coming around to this duck.
I mean, the duck is really causing unexpected peaking today.
They've all had a lot of peaks at it. We've almost lost.
I mean,
right
poor
shoulders.
Janelle had a stop there, and that was not something we were expecting, to be completely honest with you. So I mean, they're all having a bit of a peak coming up the hill to that.
I was asking Steph earlier. I said, "Is it Bubba?" She said that's how they say it. But Kevin Keane says it's Booba.
Oh
So
yes, well Kevin would probably be more educated and correct than
know,
we are,
but
so
it would
we should probably go via Kevin.
I know. You kind of like Bubba more though. It
No,
feels
no.
more
I mean, I'm
fun.
going to call it Bubba, but I
Yeah.
think Kevin's probably correct if we're going to be really picky.
But I did ask Steph earlier because they've had a few horses where the pronunciation is in question. I always go to Steph because I feel like
Honestly, I still don't know how to say Ruben Dessau. So it's either Dessau or Dessau, or I mean, I don't actually know.
I mean, I ask you every time I have to talk about him, just so I say it how you say it, because I feel like
I don't say it right, I don't think. Very, very good ride there. I mean, very good ride. And they're all just, he would have had the advantage, obviously, of feeling the ground out a little bit before, but but he's also, no fool. This one definitely loves a positive ride because he is certainly doing that. And what a good jumping horse this is.
It's fantastic. And oh man, Kristen Anderson and Copycat Creek, they were having a cracking round. Come home with just 1.2 time. Moment 7 minutes 8 seconds. They will end their day on a 42.3.
This horse has a great expression. And it's fun when you have one that you can just really ride down to stuff, and it just makes them a bit better. He just popped in a little extra one there, but it doesn't really matter. It's just finding his way and staying balanced through there.
Do we think we'll see? I think these two might be inside the time. I wasn't sure we'd get anyone inside. We've got 2 inside so far.
Well, the ones that you don't have to pull on tend to be a bit faster. He certainly hasn't taken a pull too much. Plus, he's jumped a couple cross-country courses in his career,
Yeah,
so,
just a few.
so he's pretty on it.
I actually was looking yesterday. Boyd has had 63 runs around the courses here at Bromont across the levels
How cool is
since
that?
2008.
63. Oh, he's got his
Ooh.
way.
Elbows out.
I think he saw that from about a McLean Ward distance away. He saw that at 10 and knew he had to move for it, which is pretty impressive.
Back here with Erin.
Honestly, one of my favorites to watch across the country. She can ride a variety of horses, and she's really always knows where she is.
Lovely shot over the duck there. No problems for them.
She's also an incredibly fast rider. She's very smooth and very fast. Oop, little slip there on the turn, but all good.
The ground seems to be holding up very well, which we knew it would, but always a question as you sort of come into a rainy day.
I'm glad they showed that moment there, actually, because that was really educational for people watching at home. As Erin was just showing her experience, she just hung out for a second and took an extra balance there off of that. That jump comes pretty close up around that turn, and so for these younger horses, you do need to make sure that you don't get too greedy off that turn. I actually would said to my girls about that, like, just don't come around there thinking this is where you're making up time. You do need to give them one more second.
Mars Equestrian Sustainability Day. Numéro 29, Caroline Leclerc à l'obstacle
That was
numéro 6,
beautiful. That was beautiful. That's the best ride we've seen through there. She went on 4 and 4 without even making that look like that
I
was.
can't tell if that's a smile or a little bit of a grimace.
No,
'cause the
no, I
rain
think
is
it's a
picked
smile.
up.
I think it's a smile because this horse is going magic. Absolute magic. That he just did that like he was on rails. It was beautiful.
So 1.2 time for Boyd Martin and Bubba Demuse. 7 minutes, 8 seconds to finish the day on a 31.2. They will slot into the clubhouse in second place at the moment.
He's definitely put some pressure on Lucienne, but he has given her a pole.
Yes. But there's still some more to come. Who can catch her if they get there? Because
What is Erin on?
Erin is on
Because I think she's clear.
a 34.
I do think she's clear.
Erin is on a 34. Philip will come forward on Darwin on a 27.9. He was in second place overnight after the first phase.
She saw that as well. She's going to do 5 here. Yeah, easily. Super.
What an exciting mare for the future.
Yeah, it's fun to watch. Really beautiful. And look at the neck length and the rein. Like all of this is so perfect. I mean, Erin's quite small, and so she has to make sure that, you know, how she looks on a horse is going to galloping across the ground will be a bit different than Boy, but just because of their size difference.
Yeah. Back with Caroline Teach and First and Dancel.
Oh, he's having a look at it as well. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That is like, that's the goose has been getting everyone. And it's a lovely goose. Like you walk it and you think there's nothing wrong with this goose. And it's been getting everyone today that you would not expect it to get. That's just so surprising. It's had several good horses really have a peek at it today. And I mean, sometimes you just got to put your hands in the air and say, "What? I don't even know."
Yeah.
You know, it's bizarre.
Again, as you said, I don't think when you walked that you would have
No,
thought,
it's
oh,
lovely.
this is something that will, you know, it's not something that they haven't seen before. kind of
No,
thing.
we've seen plenty of geese, and it's not massive, and it's on an uphill. I mean, it's nice. Very nice ride there. But Caroline, you're not alone. You're not the only one with a goose issue today. There's been somebody went back to the barns and said the goose is a problem, and it's passed around clearly.
Here we have, I believe, Isabel Bosley and Constance Half's Stitch. I said that name incorrectly as well. So, no, he goes by Stitch in the barn. They come forward at 31. This horse is owned by Karen Martin as well.
Lovely. This girl rides so nicely, doesn't she?
She rides beautifully. I was bummed for her and Connor today, but we know that that is an incredibly talented pair, and we will see them back out again soon. Actually, I had a chance to catch up with Izzy Bosley a few weeks ago on a podcast, and we were chatting about the horses in her string, and she said, you know, everyone always pays attention to Connor, but she said Stitch is also really special, and she can't wait for people to see him.
But you know, people don't notice horses until they're going intermediate. It's really bizarre. You know, and everyone has memories of fleas, and so whatever happened last is what everyone remembers. But it honestly is they don't notice them until then.
Here's our next starter out on course. This is HSH Olive and Caroline Pamuccio. This pair come forward on a 35.2. This is a 7-year-old Dutch warm-blood mare owned by Olive Equestrian LLC. Go back to Caroline.
It's a very sweet horse. It's going quite very, very well. Oh, I jinxed it.
Oh.
I jinxed it. She was going on 5 there, which honestly he should have left the ground there. Didn't think that was a bad ride at all.
So Aaron Canera home, just picking up 6 time penalties, home in 7 minutes, 20 seconds to end the day on a 40.0.
Oh, what a shame. Don't you hate that? Oh, unfortunately, that's the third one.
and
So
just
that's
close
that
to
for
home.
today. Yeah. I don't think she can go anymore because I think she's had the goose and then this. So
Getting the feet wet again, though. Just going to come
I think, well,
this.
yeah, well, hopefully she gets over it and then can retire from that. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that is the third stop on course, and unless I'm being wrong in my own mind. It's hard to remember when you're riding yourself, but I think that will be elimination. But I'm really glad she got to jump that left-handed corner, and because that's great school for the horse to have jumped that after having a silly problem, and she is almost home and she's riding well. And it is really raining.
It's really raining right now.
It's really raining. Woo!
It is really just.
It's so funny. Yesterday, someone was driving into the property that obviously wanted to come and see what the event was about and stuff. And I was leaving, and they said, "Well, so are they still going to go tomorrow? I think it's supposed to rain." And I was like, "Oh yeah, they're going."
The only delay will be for thunder. And
yeah, that's what I said. If lightning is striking people actively, then we will wait. But other than that, we're going to go.
Here we catch up with Caroline and HSH Olive up here at this fairway question.
Well, perfect. Beautiful. This is a cool looking horse. Look at the gallop on this thing.
Yeah, I know that Caroline thinks a lot of this
That's
mare.
a cool horse.
Yeah, she's very cool. Still just young, 7 years old. She's had some good results at the 2-star level. And yeah, just a really exciting horse. Another wonderful horse for Caroline String. She's had a cracking day so far. Both of her horses were excellent. She's actually leading the way in the 4-star long as we come back to Isabel Bosley and Stitch.
Fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. How cool was that? And the good thing about having more than one going out here is that then you can have, oh, okay, well that was nice. I had one horse went amazing, one horse wasn't quite what I was hoping for today. But that's the sport, and as long as everybody's okay and we just live to fight another day, and we just we figure out our training plan going forward, because this girl is such a talent, and we all know that.
She's such a talent, and honestly, I mean, Connor's such a talent.
Yeah, the horses
earlier,
too. Yeah,
but he just is. He's very full of himself. But again, she does such a super job. As we catch back up in the pouring rain with Caroline Pamuccio and HSH Olive.
I know this might sound silly, but I actually love riding in the rain cross country. I think that's some of my best rides.
Lauren was saying the same earlier. She said, I was hoping it was going to rain.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing Lauren and I were discussing is that, especially for these younger horses and younger riders, like, we don't get the chance to ride in the rain a lot. And so it is really important for their education and for riders to remember what it feels like, what gloves you need, like just all of those little things.
Yeah.
And
that was really well done. Sorry, I'm just watching. She trusted that horse so well off that turn too. She slowed down quite a lot and gave it a second, but was a very tight turn coming into there. And to trust that horse coming into the dreaded goose was perfect. Very nice there as well. No, I agree with you, Annie, and I think we don't get enough practice, especially in the United States, of riding in weather, and then you end up having a championship that has it, and you can't just then you're in a bit of trouble if you don't know what to do at that moment.
You see the teams there taking care of these horses in the vet box. Everyone's finished really fit and well. The weather here has been fantastic. Again, the going's been great, but all the horses have looked fantastic as they've come off course today.
Look at everyone hiding in the trees. I'm going to get a bit of rain cover underneath that tree.
You and I are lucky. We're tucked up here in a very nice dry spot.
I've been out there, Annie. I've been out there.
I know. I've been the princess all day here and dry and warm.
Oh, shoot. How annoying is that? This horse has gone absolutely super all day. And, I think just got a bit distracted, maybe a tiny bit short in the neck there coming up. But, I mean, it's a younger horse, as you said, Annie. And that's why Caroline has it here. But just, that's really frustrating, because it's a very honest, very game horse, and she just didn't see it, honestly. What a shame.
We have a time in for Izzy Bosley and Hans Tenhoff's Stitch. Come home in 7 minutes, 16s for just picking up 4.4 to end the day on a 35.4. I think she'll be delighted with that. So we see our next starter getting ready there. Here we have, I believe this is Sarah Croft and Katarpa B coming up here to the fairway question. This is a 10-year-old gelding owned by Sarah. She is from King City, Ontario. They come forward on a 37.7.
She just was a bit on the right hand side of that. Did a great job getting over the ditch, but that made that distance slightly long on the way out. I think her plan was to do that and then maybe do 5 across there, and just was a bit off of the hedge. But she got that done, and it's a lovely, inviting question with it's technically a corner, but it looks, when you're on it, when you're looking at it, it actually looks more like an angled hedge, and it's incredibly friendly. So you can be a bit here, a bit there, and it's still going to work out.
We have our next starter underway. This is Ashley Dodds and WHF Lumiere. This is an 8-year-old Oldenburg gelding owned by Ashley. This pair come forward on a 37.2. Their last outing, they were 4th at the preliminary at Bootgart Farm. Again, if you were just tuning in, we are underway here in the rain at Mars Bromont for the 2-star long. Got Sarah Kozenblick in with me, and I'm Annie Bishop. We're celebrating 50 years of eventing here at Bromont. It has been an incredible weekend. The red, white, and gold party on Thursday evening, where Jess Phoenix and Waylon Roberts were in charge of the live auction, and they did quite a good job of getting
I was going to say
bid.
you picked very well. I would say if I was going to pick anyone, well, first of all, Jess Phoenix is very good at this, but so are her children. So if you can bring them up there too, they're very good at hustling. Apple and tree, my friends.
There's not much that lady is not good
She's
at.
good at pretty much everything, yes. It's a little bit annoying. You would like to not like her, but she's too lovely and friendly to, you just have to get on with it.
We have Sarah and coming to this water. Let's see what these two make of the duck.
They've got the duck, no problem.
Nice. Oh, a little bobble there.
This thing is very cool, isn't it? It really does look where he's going and have it. I think honestly, it just looks to me like they know each other very well, which I enjoy seeing.
Yeah, they've been together for a few years at least, and
very good ride there. That was very smart.
catching up here at the fairway question.
And I think Derek and Jay really made these questions very, very nice this year. I mean, they're lovely and they're good. They're always a challenge, but I really liked what they did this year. It was well presented, and the horses really understood it. And even if you were a little bit here, a little bit there, they still were feeling very comfortable to come out over whatever the out option was.
Yeah, very few problems here overall, and it's so nice to see. See that, and they were, I think that the horses read the questions very well this year.
Rider Martin Duzo with Justified on a score of 36.2, heading for the 6th mile at 2.
Oh, nice. Very good.
Just heard that we now have Justified and Martin Duzant on course. We'll catch up with them in a minute. Coming back up to this final water.
Oh, good girl. Good girl. Sit up. Kick. Go on, kick. There we go.
Good job.
Well done. That's the way. This doesn't always go perfect.
That was excellent. He said, sit tight, please.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you just have to get on with it. It's not always going to be perfect, and that's it's a hard thing because when you get discombobulated like that, and to just but you can see how good their partnership was. He was going to continue on there, no problem. Oh, the goose! I'm telling you, that's really surprising. It's like I said, it's a friendly goose.
Here's Ashley and WHF Lumiere.
She's going to be delighted with this. She's almost home now. She only has two jumps to jump, and what a great cross country round that was for this partnership.
We have a time in for HSH Olive and Caroline Pamuccio. Finished the weekend with that 20 penalties. Unfortunately, 7 minutes, 59 seconds, 21.6 time. We'll finish on a 76.8.
I think she's still going to be very happy. I thought that horse was incredibly cool, and that was just a moment of miscommunication and greenness. I don't think that matters really at all in the long, the big picture.
No doubt. Here we have Martin Duzant and Justified coming up to the fairway question. This horse is owned by Marcia Spencer and Aaron Durst. He's a 12-year-old Dutch warm-blood thoroughbred gelding.
Martin is a beautiful rider. I've always loved watching him over the years, and it's nice to see him up here at Bromont.
I think this is his first trip to Bromont.
Yeah, I think it is too, and he's a very, very good rider.
No problem for Ashley Dodson, WHF Lumiere. That's the second of those bending boathouses.
Oh, good on her. I mean, she's really cruised around this as well and stuck with some things.
Still, diehard spectators, the rain has sort of eased off for the moment. We'll hope these last few riders out on course maybe don't get the downpour that just happened a few minutes ago.
Oh, why are we trotting? What's happening?
I think
What?
Maybe trotting home. I had heard maybe over the PA, but maybe there was an issue at
what
a
a
boathouse,
shame.
but that is too bad.
Yeah, almost home. That's a real shame.
That will unfortunately not be the end of the weekend that they wanted. So we see there our next starter, who will be Cheptel Dreamer and Ariel Grauld. She's had some great spins around here so far. This is an 8-year-old Argentine Silla horse owned by Annie Eldridge, and they come forward on a 33.9.
Following the problem at the boathouses at 14.
Ashley Dodds décide de terminer la journée à ce moment-ci. Donc, elle quittera le parcours.
Narrows out of the start box here in the 2-star long at Mars Bromont. Huge thank you to all of our sponsors here this weekend. We could not do this without you, especially Mars Equestrian. Really grateful for all of the support.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, not only for all the competitions that they support around the world, but also for all the developing programs that they support, including Bromont Rising. They're hugely behind a lot of educational opportunities to grow our riders, and we are very, very grateful for that. And Martin just had a stunning ride there through Buckeye Bay. As I said, I've always been a fan of his riding, and it's very nice to have him here at Bromont. I think forever ago he worked for Ian Stark. I think that's the first time I saw. It was such a long time ago, but I think he did that a bit. He came from France and went and worked with Ian.
It's amazing. It's very cool too. For Bromont Rising this year, they also did a conversation with a Buckeye nutritionist. So full education here in the Bromont Rising, and I think that they looked at some of the Antec Sound pieces that Mars has, and really playing such an important part in the education of our up-and-coming riders.
Yeah, absolutely. No stranger to what it takes to produce the horses properly and the riders properly, and it is an education, and they're just so willing to share their experience of how they have produced so many champions. Oh, lost his bum there a little bit. Actually, well done, Martin, because he lost his bum a little bit there on the turn there, and you could have either set up and balanced. Martin was actually like, come on, let's get on with it. That was quite good.
See them approaching Mars Sustainability Bay here.
little bit of a slide into that. And I think, that's happened a little tiny bit. I think that might have been what happened to him on the turn before he jumped that table after the little roller coaster thing. I think, again, every horse is a little bit different with what you need to do stud wise. And, if you have I tend to go a little bit less rather than a little bit big, just in case you don't want to really get stuck into the ground. But this horse has slid a tiny bit, and Martin has used all of his experience to keep the horse balanced on the ground. And it's just a hard judgment call sometimes, Annie, exactly what to do.
Yeah, Lauren was saying, that she sort of she usually goes fairly small as well. She went a little bit bigger, but, again, didn't sort of overstud, but she could have done even a bit more.
Yeah, it's hard to judge, especially as the ground changes throughout the day. And I would say that I would go under rather than over, because I do get a bit worried about having too big of a stud in. But, Martin's done a great job here, and he's got to be very excited with this. I have to I do want to ask him if, because he's proper French, if he's here in Quebec, like being, what he thinks, how they all, because I know they probably all speak a bit differently with their, you come from the Spanish as well, like the declensions and everything is a bit different. And I'm just kind of curious as to whether they're both being, very French at each other.
Waiting on some of these final scores to come in. See that duck doesn't look so scary. His friend is causing a lot of problems.
I know, and the friend is even smaller. And the friend has a bit of grass underneath it. I mean, there's no reason for the friend to be scary.
So Martin Duzantin justified home in 7 minutes, 14 seconds, just picking up 3.6 time to finish the day on a 38.9. He will slide into 7th place in the clubhouse.
Martin isn't a very good show jumper, so I will say that he has a good chance of finishing on that score. I see him very often in the show jumping competitions at hits and things like that.
Pitch back up here with Errol Grald and Chapatel Dreamer.
Beautiful turn. She's got the word in the clubhouse about the duck. She's on it. She's on it.
I mean, I think all of her horses in this division have jumped that almost identically, it's all been beautiful.
She's such a lovely rider, isn't she? And it's so a really big testament, because when you have a fall at a competition, I had the same thing happen to me one year, and then you make the goal to come back the next year and cruise around as beautifully as she has. Hats off to you. You're a stunning rider, Ariel, and we're so happy that you are back here looking beautiful as always. Oh no, I think we've had one problem at that
was
hedge
Victoria
again.
Miller and Casper's Run, I believe, have just had.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Oh, that's it is a big hedge, and it is early.
It's been the most influential here today for sure. She's going to put her hand up and say, save it for another day. Again, this is only a 10-year-old thoroughbred. There's no point in doing anything that will scare either of them.
No, not at all.
There we see Philip Dutton on his final ride of the day. That is Darwin. They are in 2nd place overnight on a 27.9. This 7-year-old Holsteiner gelding is owned by Carolyn Moran. This pair have been to the 3-star level, getting their 2-star long done here at Bromont. They've had good results at Morven Park in the 2-star, Virginia Horse Center, and again, a top 15 in the 3-star at Tryon earlier this spring.
It was so nice to see Ariel's longtime owner, Annie Eldridge, here as well. I know she's a huge fan of Bromont and is a big breeder and supporter of Ariel, and was a beautiful rider herself. And it's just really, really fun to see kind of like how this is evolving into the next generation of team riders and horses.
Again, a huge thank you to all of the people that support this incredible venue and event. It really is a destination for potential team riders, up and coming team riders. It's been, developing team horses and people in North America since 1976 when they had the Olympic Games here.
That was lovely down through there. Ariel is very tall, and I always really admire her upper body control. And you can see that very clearly there. She was smooth as ice down that hill, and then very tall and control with her upper body coming into that, just giving this lovely young horse all the support that it needs as it comes to the final two fences on this 2-star long.
To come forward for the cross-country phase of the Mars Bromont CCI 2-star long.
Here we are with Philip and Darwin. Horses by Denver out of Emma 5th.
Oh, well, you know what? Things can happen even with Philip Dutton, my friends. Still got it, friends. Still got it. Well sat, Philip.
The horse did not even question the B element. It just stayed straight as a die down there for Philip.
Well, Mark Phillips used to always say, and I love this, that if you, if you're a rider like this, right, and you have to stay positive in your bank balance. So if you have a good jump, you put $10 into your bank balance. And if you have a bad jump, you take $100 out. So as long as you're in the black, you have a chance, as long as you're in a positive bank balance. And Philip is clearly in that positive bank balance because no problem going forward here. Lovely. What a cool horse. Lovely and light across the ground. Beautiful and loose, huh?
Yeah, this horse is lovely. So Errol Grald and Tell Dreamer pick up just 6.6 time penalties to finish the day on a 39.9. Slips them into the top 10 in the clubhouse at the moment. And we just have a few more left to see. We've got this man, Philip Dutton. Boyd Martin will be coming, and Natalia Neneman as well. And that will be the end of cross country day here at Mars Bromont.
Philip is flying, by the way. So this is all looking really good, but I have a feeling you might be seeing another clear round here.
So he was quite quick on his other horse. Did not even just picked up 6.4 time. Here is Natalia Neneman on Obelix.
Obelix. You remember the Asterix and Obelix comics?
I don't.
No. Yes. Obelix was the big fat one, the big Viking with the blonde hair. This one doesn't look fat though.
No, I had to look earlier because Errol was on a horse earlier called Obelix. So we have an Obelix and an Obelix.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the companion would be Asterix, and Asterix is a redheaded little tiny skinny thing, and Obelix was it was set in France, in Gaul, Roman times.
So this is the ride. Obelix is a 7-year-old Dutch warm blood owned by Eileen Galustian. They come aboard on a 33.0. They back with Philip and Darwin here at the Scary Duck.
Come on, get to the duck. Get to the duck. Get it. Yay. I wonder if it's a goose. Is it a goose or a duck?
I think it's a duck.
Don't want to say the wrong thing, and then everyone's already, making fun of me for a variety of stuff. So then she's misnaming the birds.
I think it's a duck.
Okay. Well, you would know.
Back with Natalia. She had a great spin around on Chesterland's Brown Sugar earlier today.
She was super.
She was super. She also had a horse in this division also. She's, had to retire, but really looked super all the way around until they sort of ran into a few problems, but no doubt an exciting horse for the future for her. Back with Philip and Darwin. This horse looks quite big and has quite a stride on him. He looks very much, though, like Philip's type of horse.
This is a lovely, lovely horse. So light. Such a good jumper and just pinging around here. Wow.
Coming down here to Mars Sustainability Bay, it's Philip Dutton and Darwin. I believe our last starter in this 2-star long has started We'll catch up with Boyd Martin in just a moment.
Lovely. Wow.
Might be-
It's always a pleasure to watch him ride across the country.
It really is.
And it's fun. I know we talk about this a lot, but it's fun watching these younger horses with these really good riders like this, because how they start and how they finish. And the course is just educating them the entire way around, and they're just finishing such better horses having done it. It's funny, this one's like, oh, I'm a little tired now, Philip.
He's coming into this field, which is, there's so
Yeah.
much to see. We've seen the younger horses come into this field and get a little unsure as to where they're
Yeah.
meant to be going, and having some conversations with the riders.
Philip is right behind him. But it's mentally a lot. I mean, it's not that these horses aren't fit and they're not ready to do it or anything like that, but it's mentally quite a lot for these younger horses.
No doubt. We see Philip Dutton there approaching the last fence here at Mars Bromont in the 2-star long. We got a time in for him because he could hold on to second place depending on the times. No one could catch Lucienne Bellissimo and Deary smack on the optimum time for that combination.
Well, Philip was quite fast in the beginning. I mean, the horse got a little bit slower at the end, but not much. And, smooth as fast as we all know. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was a bit close to the time. Well ridden, Natalia. Wow, and 6 across there. Very positive riding. The horse really understood all of that, and she just kept going with it.
Waiting on a time. Here we have our last rider on course today. This will be Boyd Martin and Lamerley. This pair come forward at 30.9. Boyd's been very busy today.
As he always is here at Bromont, and he's had a ton in this class, hasn't he?
Yes. Got a ton in this class, and he had his horse in the 4-star, but it's great because the horse that Boyd has in the 4-star is a horse that won here last year at the 3-star level. We've seen him, we see him progress horses through the levels here at Bromont, and again, it just speaks so highly to how you all as riders feel about this venue. So Philip Dutton will go into second place overnight on a 31.1, just picking up 3.2 time penalties on Darwin.
Ooh, right in front of Boyd.
Right.
31.2 on Boyd.
Philip is also in 5th place currently on United Mara.
Yeah, very, very good riding from Boyd there. That horse needed a bit of support there, and he gave it to him. But kept the reins long enough so that the horse could move its neck and use its body properly through that coffin, which is also very important. Park lane question, sorry, fairway question, whatever we're calling
fairway,
it.
Park lane,
fairway
anything
question.
but a coffin.
Very nice.
Natalia has a quick peek at her watch there. She is headed towards this final water. Oh no, she's past the final water. Apologies. Into this final field. Super round for this pair. A really exciting horse for Natalia's string.
Oh, she did a great job.
Yeah.
I think she's been pretty quick around here too.
Yeah, she has not been hanging about. So big pats as they cross the finish line here. He was our pathfinder in this division, and he is the last one to come home. Will be Boyd Martin. He's out there on course on Lamerley.
Yeah, I would think that Natalia is quite close to the time, which will be a competitive score. If she's not made the time, she's very close.
We will bring that to you as soon as we have it in. We will be live streaming the jog here from Mars Bromont tomorrow. Second horse inspection will be around 8 a.m. Be sure to check the website for any updates overnight. Then with the first division of show jumping at 10 a.m., which will be the 2-star
Yes.
long. Then we'll go to the 3-star long. They will end the day with the 4-star short, then the 4-star long.
Mhm.
Will be so tune in tomorrow. Don't forget to keep up with all of the action. We have a time in for Natalia Neneman and Obelix. They come home with just 8.8 time to add just outside the top 10 on a 41.8.
A little slower than I thought because I thought she got every bit out of that, but that was a very nice round from her, and I'm sure she's delighted.
Here we see Boyd Martin.
With just the one more score to come in, that of Boyd Martin and Lamorlaye.
Super. This horse is just getting better and better as it's gone along. Very cool. It's nice to hear the people out there still cheering at the very end of the day. I mean, these are the real die-hard eventing supporters that we could not do this sport without. We're all a bit mad.
There is no doubt about that. Positive ride into this final water at Mars Sustainability Bay.
Good job, Boyd. Such good upper body control, letting the horse have the neck, having control and feel on the end of the rein and wrapping his legs around it. I mean, that wouldn't have been necessarily a situation that everybody could have ridden ridden perfectly, but this horse was just going really, really well with this.
Be very interesting to get his time here. If he is inside the time, he can sneak into second place, but I don't feel like he's quite going to get it.
Right.
I don't know why. I've been wrong today on this division.
No. I mean, you never know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's not the first time these boys have been in rivalry going back and forth on the thing, and they're all trying to put as much pressure as they can on Lucienne.
And Lucienne sitting at the top of the leaderboard on the Wonderful Dearie after a foot perfect bang on the optimum time round from them earlier today.
Just love her. She is one of the coolest people in the sport.
There is our final rider on cross country day here at Mars Bromont. That is Boyd Martin and Lamorlaye over the last in the 2-star long. We will get you a time for him in just a moment. Again, thank you to all of the sponsors, all of the volunteers, everyone that makes a weekend like this possible. We are so grateful for the support. Thank you to all of you for tuning in. And again, please tune in tomorrow for the conclusion and the final day of Mars Bromont 2026. Sarah, it has been a delight. Thank you for joining me, and I look forward to tomorrow.
Me too. I always look forward to that. And I think it's going to be a nail-biting conclusion across all of the divisions. So make sure you tune in. Show jumping is very influential here. The scores are tight, and this is far from over.
Far from over. Signing off for today for Annie Bishop, Sarah Kozublik, and the rest of the team that's joined me. So long for today from Mars Bromont.